Dream, a lost time. Dream only becomes a dream when someone wakes up to reality. Chapter 1. A Girl in My Dream. Everyone's life is just a part of the story. Characters can only do what the writer wants them to do. Young boy leaned against the wall, and he slowly opened his eyes. Even though he opened his eyes, he still could not see a single thing. He tried to blink his eyes a few times, but unfortunately, he could not see anything. He had a flurry of questions circling in his mind. Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? Who am I? What am I doing in this place? He tried to remember about himself, but he had no luck. He tried to recall his memories, but it was like someone wiped out all his memory. He had no memories of himself. Why can't I remember anything? Young boy thought. He was still lost in his thoughts, when suddenly something happened. He saw a faint light and his body reacted unconsciously. He tried to stand up in a hurry, but he fell on the ground. He did not realize before, but his body was too weak to lift even himself. Why is it so hard for me to stand up? He thought while struggling to stand up. He looked at the direction of light and thought, at least I am not blind. I can still see. This place is so dark, that's why I can't see anything. Even the light was faint, but still it was a big hope for him. Once Wiseman said, a tiny bit of hope can lead you to light even if you fall into a deep pit of darkness. He tried repeatedly to push himself towards the light. Finally, after a few tries, he was able to stand up. He managed to stand up, however his legs were still shaking. He tried to step forward towards the light, but unfortunately, he fell on the ground again. However, he did not stop trying. He tried repeatedly to stand up and walk towards the faint light. He fell 10 more times and after that he narrowly managed to walk. It took him so much effort to take just the RST 3 steps towards the light. After taking the RST 3 steps, he felt something had changed in his body. It was like he suddenly got his strength back, and his body started recovering. Even though he could not see his body, he could still feel the changes in his body. He started walking towards the faint light. As the distance was becoming short between him and faint light started growing brighter. He picked up a pace and started walking fast. When he was about 100 meters far from the light, unexpected changes occurred around the light. Bright energy waves started to gather around the faint light, and it started to change its shape. That unparalleled phenomenon happened for an instant of time. Faint light turned into a beautiful young teenager girl. She had long, beautiful blonde wavy hair. Her eyes were closed, and it looked like she was in deep sleep. From the looks of that, it was like she would never awake again. However, the aura around her was still bright and warm. Young boy froze for a moment when he looked at a beautiful person in front of him. She was like a goddess of light straight from heaven. How can someone be that beautiful? Young boy thought in his mind. Young boy was still in his thoughts while the beautiful maiden opened her beautiful pale indigo eyes. She looked straight at him, and her lips curved up while forming an exquisite smile. Young boy looked straight in her eyes. His heart started beating so fast while looking in her eyes. While he was looking at her, he saw a change in the atmosphere. He suddenly saw dark blood-red eyes lurking behind her. His heart leapt with terror when his eyes met with the sinister aura behind her. It was getting larger and larger. He wanted to warn her, but it was too late for her. He could not even utter a single word due to fear. However, he gritted his teeth and ran towards her. But the bloody demon already caught up to her and snatched her. He helplessly looked at her while a bloody demon took her in front of him. Demon was Ying while holding her in his sharp claws. He tried to reach out to that girl, however he was no match for that demon, and he just fell on his knees. He stared at that girl and painted a smile on her face. He kept staring at her until she completely disappeared in front of his eyes. He felt tears coming down from his eyes and thought, am I crying? Why? Who is she? After a few seconds, the whole place lit up and it was so bright that his eyes could not stand the brightness while he was looking in her direction. He unwillingly closed his eyes and in the next second when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room lying on the bed. His vision was still blurry, and he blinked a few times. After a few seconds, his vision started clearing up and he looked at the roof. He moved his hand and accidentally pulled something out from his arm. He felt a little pain in his arm. It was like he removed a sharp piercing object from his arm. He looked at his arm and saw a catheter hanging around his arm. He thought, was that all a dream? He gathered all his thoughts and remembered that he was in hospital. He remembered that he recently woke up from a coma and he was hospitalized due to an accident. When he woke up from his coma, he found out that he had no memories of his past life. He did not even remember his name. Doctor told him that his condition is temporary. He was in a coma for so long, that's why he got amnesia. But eventually he will get his memories back. It has been almost 2 days since he woke up from the coma. Young boy was a little weak due to a long time in hospital. His name was Ray. He slowly stood from his bed and walked to the window. His height was at 5 feet 9 inches. He wore a hospital gown. He opened the window and inhaled a breath of fresh air. His falling bangs slightly covered his blue eyes. He looked at beautiful green trees through the window. It was the start of spring season. Chirping sounds of birds could be heard. Spring is one of the most beautiful seasons on earth, when every tree and plant looks so alive. Everything looks so beautiful in this season, and everything feels like the real heaven is on earth. It was morning time, and the sun had already presented himself in the sky. Ray started to think about the dreams he saw in recent days while looking through the window. Why, I feel like those dreams are not just dreams. You are real. When I close my eyes, I can clearly see your beautiful pale indigo eyes. Apart from that, I could not remember anything. It does not matter how hard I try. I just could not remember anything about my past life. He sighed and looked at the clear blue sky and thought to himself, I wonder what are you doing now? Will I be able to meet you again? I don't know why I am feeling that I failed to protect you. Even Ray did not have any memories, but there were still regretful feelings lingering inside his heart. Those feelings never wanted to go away from his heart. In town, young woman was walking down from the stairs in her house. She opened the front gate and looked outside with pair of beautiful sapphire eyes. She wore a light blue dress that complemented her attracted looks. She looked like an elf princess from the fantasy novels with her long beautiful blonde hair. From her looks, she looked like in her 20s even, she was in her early 30s. Her height was almost reached at 5 feet 8 inches. She was Ray's mother, and her name was Charlotte. She walked out and locked the door of her home. She started walking towards the parking. She texted someone while she was walking towards the parking. Parking was at the back side of the house. She reached at back of her house in few steps and walked to her SUV black color car. She pressed the button on keys to unlock the car. She opened the door and entered the car. She started the engine and drove the car out of the parking to the main road. Does he really lose his all memories? This is all my fault. I should not have left him alone, Charlotte thought while driving. Shortly after, she arrived at her RST destination. She stopped the car in front of two-story house and walked out from the car to the front gate of the house. She put her index NGR on the doorbell switch and pressed it. Inside the house, there was a short brown-haired girl sitting in her room. She was holding photo frame in her hand and looking at that photo with her glowing hazel eyes. In that photo, there were 2 children playing in the park. One was girl with short brown hair and the other was black hair boy with blue eyes. She lost so deep in that photo even she did not notice the doorbell sound. It was like that she was living that moment of her life again. Charlotte pressed the switch again. When Charlotte switched the bell again, only then she woke up from her deep thoughts and heard the sound. Brown-haired girl stood up in hurry and thought to herself, oh, I forgot. It must be Aunt Charlotte. She placed the photo on the table and ran downstairs to open the door. Charlotte saw cute girl walking out behind the door in pink dress when the door was opened. She was 159 centimeters tall. She had a short brown hair and it parted in middle of her forehead and curl up at the end and covered the slightest part of her eyebrows. Girl greeted Charlotte with smile on her face. Morning Aunt Charlotte. Charlotte greeted back with smile on her face. Good morning Kaneko. Looked at you how beautiful you are looking today. Kaneko blushed when she heard compliment from Charlotte and thanked her. Charlotte asked Kaneko, are you ready, Kaneko? Kaneko nodded. I am ready. After changing some greetings, Charlotte turned around to walk towards the car. Let's go then. Kaneko followed Charlotte and they both entered the car. Charlotte started the conversation with Kaneko and asked her, was your mom at home? Kaneko replied, no, mom went with some of her friends. Charlotte was looking at the traffic lights. It was already yellow and about to turn red. Charlotte slowed down and stopped the car on red sign. She looked at Kaneko and felt little happier to see her smile. Charlotte was happy because her son woke up from coma after 1 year. When Ray met with an accident, it was the darkest day for Kaneko and Charlotte of their life. Kaneko had been forgotten then how to smile when Ray did not wake up back after his surgery. She always visited to check on Ray with Charlotte. Her smile only came back when she heard the news from Charlotte that Ray returned from the coma. Charlotte accelerated the car when lights turned into green. It took them just few minutes to arrive at the hospital. Charlotte parked the car in the parking lot. Charlotte and Kaneko stepped out from the car and walked to the main door of hospital. It was automatic door. Door opened automatically when Charlotte and Kaneko stepped in front of the gate. After entering through the front door, they both walked straight to the reception desk. There was young receptionist. Her black hair was tied and small ponytail hanging on back of her neck. Young receptionist made eye contact with Charlotte and Kaneko while on phone call. After done with phone call, she now came back to Charlotte and Kaneko. Young receptionist greeted them with smile, "Hi Charles and Kaneko." Charlotte and Kaneko greeted back to her. Her name was Rosie. It had been almost a year since Ray was in hospital. Charlotte and Kaneko often visited to Ray. Rosie became good friends with Charlotte. She gave Charlotte nickname Charles. Rosie commented on Kaneko. "Look at you Kaneko, you look so pretty. This color really suits you. Ray sure is lucky to have a girl like you around him." Charlotte's beautiful eyes averted at adorable girl next to her and she agreed with Rosie. "Yeah, he sure is." Kaneko's cheeks turned red like red roses. She felt happy and embarrassed at the same time hearing those comments. Charlotte changed the subject and asked to Rosie, "By the way, how is Ray doing?" Rosie replied, "He is doing knee. I asked my colleague, and he told me he is knee and doing okay." Charlotte and Kaneko was satisfied with the answer she gave to them. Charlotte asked again Rosie, "I have an appointment with Dr. Rensk today. Can you check with him because it's almost time for the appointment?" Rosie replied while dialing on the phone, "Of course, I can." After talking with Doctor, Rosie told Charlotte to go for meeting with Doctor. Charlotte told Kaneko, "Kaneko, you can wait here in the rest area. I'll call you after the meeting." Charlotte parted ways with Kaneko and walked to elevator to go to the 2-ND, or to the meeting. Charlotte already knew about Ray's memories. When 2 days ago, Ray woke up from his coma. Ray did not remember anything. Doctor told Charlotte about the condition. But they did not let Charlotte meet with Ray until today, because of his amnesia. Doctor wanted to take tests on Ray's brain before any family member meet him. Doctor took different tests and found it was just temporary memory loss, because he was in coma. He would regain his memories back soon. Doctor did not let meet Charlotte to Ray, because it could trigger fluctuations in his brain if he meets with his family members and it could damage Ray's brain. Doctor did not want Ray to put too much stress on his brain to remember the person he used to know. Charlotte walked to the office and knocked the door. Doctor said, "Come in." She opened the door and stepped into the room. It was small office, 12 times 10. Office was so clean and there were 4 to 5 medical certificate in frames which were placed on the back wall, and there was wooden shelf was attached with the wall, which contains books, some plants, and some family pictures. Doctor said, "Hello Miss Charlotte. How are you doing?" Charlotte answered with smile, "I am Nee. What about you?" Doctor said, "Not bad, please sit." Here. There were 2 chairs in front of the table and Charlotte sat and said thanks. Doctor was an old man and he had long white beard and long white hair. Doctor was scrolling down on his desktop while talking with Charlotte. Doctor said, "So, Miss Charlotte, Ray's condition is now good and as I told you before he has amnesia, and he has not recovered from amnesia yet. It is not life-threatening." While Doctor telling all of this to Charlotte and he stood up and got near to the wall, there was almost 40 LCD and there was a picture of Ray's brain. When Doctor stood up then his height could be easily measured. His height was at least 6 feet 2 inch. Doctor pointed to the screen and said, "There is no injury in his brain but because of the accident somehow, he forgets all about his past. While he was in coma, that time he was in danger. But now he is out of danger. However, you must take care of him and make sure that he does not get too much stress on his brain. He will soon recover all his memories." Doctor took paper from his drawer and gave it to her. "So, you must LL this form, and there are prescriptions of medicines for him. After you LL this form, take it to the reception desk and give it to the receptionist, then you can take him home." Doctor said, "If you don't have any questions for me, you are good to go to Ray. I already told him. You are coming for him today and he can go home." When Charlotte parted ways with Kaneko, Kaneko RST walked to the rest area, but she could not wait for long for Charlotte to come. She visited from time to time in that hospital. Rosie already told Charlotte and Kaneko about Ray's room. She walked towards the elevator and pressed the elevator button to get the elevator on the ground, or, shortly after, The elevator door opened. She entered the elevator and pressed 3 to get to the third floor. Elevator stopped at the third floor and Kaneko straight walked towards Rei's room. She knocked on the door, but she did not get any answer. She put her small whitened ears on the handle and held it to move to open the door. She slowly opened the door to check if she was in the right room. She peeked in the room and could not see anyone on the bed. She moved her eyes to look to the other sides of the room. Her eyes met with a young boy, who stood close to the window and looked outside through the open window. Rei was still thinking about that girl in his dreams. Why, I just remember only her eyes. I can clearly remember her beautiful pale indigo eyes. But why I can't remember her name? Rei thought while looking outside. Kaneko slowly opened the door. Rei felt someone open the door. He turned around to look at the door. Rei's blue eyes met with Kaneko's hazel eyes. Rei blinked his eyes, and his mind visioned a kid with black hair playing with a short brown girl in the park. Rei felt a headache while seeing pictures in his memories. It happened only for a second. Kaneko's heart started pounding when she saw Rei in front of her. Kaneko was Rei's childhood friend and she liked him. But she never confessed her feelings to Rei. Kaneko and Rei studied together until she transferred to the city of Nirvana with her parents. After the day of the accident, Kaneko met with Rei after almost 2 years. But Rei went into a coma due to an accident. Now she was facing the person she loved. Dot told me Mom is coming for me. But he did not mention anything about the girl. Is she here to see me? Not maybe she walked into wrong room. Rei thought while looking at Kaneko. Kaneko was about to say something, but Rei interrupted her and asked her, "Who are you looking for? Maybe you walked to the wrong room." Kaneko, unaware of the fact that Rei lost his memories. Her smile froze at that moment when she heard that question. Her heart was broken into tiny pieces like broken glass. It was too unexpected for Kaneko that she could not comprehend what just happened. Did I hear right? Rei does not remember who I am. Or he is just joking with me. He must be playing a prank on me, Kaneko thought while comforting herself. Rei was still looking at her. Rei saw how her face completely turned pale. Rei felt like a beautiful flower withered in front of him. Rei realized that he offended her. Rei forgot the fact that he had no memories of his past life. Oh, I forgot I don't have any memories of my past. If I somehow related to her, then it might be rude of me to not know about her. I should have asked her RST. Rei thought. Rei explained to Kaneko, "I am sorry if I offend you. But the thing is I don't have any memories of my past life. So I don't not know if I know you or not. Dot told me that my mom would be here today, but he did not mention anyone else. That's why I thought you probably here for someone else. Please tell me if you know me or not." Now Kaneko was even more shocked after hearing Rei. Kaneko froze in time and thought to herself, "What? He lost his memories. He does not remember me. Why?" Meanwhile, Charlotte had done with meeting and walked out from doctor's room. She tried to call Kaneko, but Kaneko did not pick it up. Why Kaneko is not picking up my phone? Oh no, I did not tell Kaneko about Rei's memory loss, Charlotte thought while pacing up herself towards Rei's room. Rei asked Kaneko when she did not react to the phone call. "Hey, are you okay there? Your phone is ringing." She looked at phone, but call was already cancelled. Charlotte was arrived at the site very quickly and opened the door in hurry. Kaneko turned around and looked at the door. Charlotte looked at Kaneko. Charlotte felt little heartache to see her like that when Charlotte saw her sad face. Charlotte whispered Kaneko, "I am sorry, Kaneko. I did not tell you before about Rei's memory loss, but I talked to doctor. It's just temporary. Eventually he is going to recover his memories, so don't worry, Oki." Kaneko looked in her eyes and felt little assured by her words. Rei was still confused what was going on. He could not recognize the RST girl, and then one more beautiful lady entered in his room. First this girl and now this young woman. Who are these people? Why did not Doc told me about that Mom is not coming here alone? Where is Mom? Rei thought while looking at Charlotte and Kaneko. Charlotte took her eyes off from Kaneko when she felt that she is Oki and turned her eyes to look at her son. Rei asked Charlotte, "Miss, if you know me, could you tell if my mom is here?" Charlotte prepared for that scenario already in her mind, but still when he asked her that she was still taken aback by his words. After a few seconds, Charlotte laughed to lighten up the mood and said, "Ha! I know you lost your memories, Rei, but I could not believe you would ask your mother where your mom is. I am your mother, Charlotte." When Rei heard that sentence from Charlotte, he was dumbfounded. What? How can it be? How could this young woman be my mom? Did I hear right, or my ears playing tricks on me? She is so young and beautiful. If she said that she is my sister, then probably I would believe her, but Mom, Ray thought while looking at Charlotte with a perplexed look. After seeing the sight in front of her, Kiniko felt little relax, and she thought, if Ray could not remember even his own mother, then how could he remember me? While Ray was still in daze, Charlotte walked to him, and she hugged him. Ray did not have any memories of Charlotte, however, when she hugged him, emotions started pouring through his heart like a fountain, and he felt something had triggered in his heart. Despite losing his memories, it did not take them much time to recognize Charlotte's relation with himself. Even though Charlotte reached his heart, still Ray did not recover any memories. Charlotte's eyes started becoming teary while thinking about the past year. Every morning when I visited here just in hope that you would wake up. Now this day Nally came. Ray apologized when he realized that Charlotte was truly his mom and he unable to recognize her. I am sorry, Mom. She separated herself and looked at Ray, then averted her eyes to look at the short brown hair girl behind her. Don't need to be sorry. Ray, this is your childhood friend Kiniko. When Ray heard her name, it triggered something in his head. He blinked for a second and his mind created photographic blurry memories in his head of himself with a short brown-haired girl. Those were just fragments when he was almost 12 years old. He could not remember clearly, but he could picture himself accounted for by the girl like Kiniko in his memories. After hearing Charlotte's words, he turned to Kiniko. Before he was in his thoughts when he interacted with her, but now took a clear look at a short brown-haired girl. He could see how beautiful she was. Her chin-length short brown hair parted from the middle of her forehead, and she looked like a doll in that pink-out tee. She had a pair of beautiful hazel eyes that were zated on Ray. Ray looked in her eyes and apologized for his action. I am sorry. He felt guilty not to recognize her too. So, Ray thought that he should have apologized for his actions. Kiniko shook her head and said, I should be the one who apologized to you. I just barged in without even asking your permission. Could that girl be her? Ray looked at Kiniko while thinking about the dream he just had in this morning. His eyes met with her glowing hazel pair of eyes. He shook his head and thought pop in his mind, she could not be her. I clearly remember that beautiful pair of pale indigo eyes. He turned again his gaze at her and continued thinking, or I could be mistaken her eyes. Why I am feeling like that, this girl has something special. Ray turned his eyes to Charlotte and asked, Mom, did you bring some cloths for me? Charlotte nodded and said, I have brought, but they are in car. I'll bring those for you. Ray nodded in response. Charlotte gestured Kiniko while walking out. Kiniko, come with me. Kiniko walked with Charlotte out of the room. Now, Ray was again alone in the room. He walked to the window and thought, I would ask Mom later, if she knows any of my friend with pale indigo eyes. In few minutes, Kiniko came back to Ray and brought his clothes. Ray walked to changing room and changed his dress. By the time Ray and Kiniko walked to the reception, Charlotte already had done with all the formalities. Shortly after, Ray and the others walked to the parking lot. Everyone entered the car and took their seats. Charlotte started driving and took the car onto Main Road from the parking lot. Ray pondered for a moment before putting up a question in front of her mother. Mom, could you tell me some things about myself, like what I like to do, who's my friends are? Ray did not ask her straight about the pale indigo eyes, so he just asked a random question. Charlotte replied while driving, about you, your favorite food is. In Ray's mind, his mom was probably the closest person to him, who probably knew everything about him. He thought that she might know about his dream girl. But contrary to his expectations, Charlotte just told him few basic things about his past life, including his friends and how he used to be. Charlotte did not provide all his friends' detailed explanation. While she mentioned about some girls who were his friends, however, none of them matched with description with that dream girl in his mind. Ray was little disappointed, but he got an idea about himself, what kind of person he was. After updating some information in his mind about his past life, Ray thought for a moment before asking about a girl he dreamt. Mom, do you know any girl with pale indigo eyes who is my friend or accounted with me somehow? Charlotte was little shocked by the sudden question he presented in front of her. Charlotte knew about most of his friends, but she never met a girl with pale indigo eyes. She pondered for a moment, but to no avail. Charlotte shook her head. I have met most of your friends, but I couldn't remember any girl with pale indigo eyes, one of your friends. Ray felt little disappointed with the answer. When Ray asked about that question to Charlotte, Kiniko who busy thinking about Rei's memory loss. When those words about a girl entered in her ears, she felt excruciating pain in her heart. Even those were just few words, however for Kiniko, those words turned into sharp thousand spears which straight aimed at her heart. Her heart was shattered like hammer crushed the glass into thousand pieces. It was like that. Soldiers about to win the battle, however enemy had a trump card and unexpected attack by the enemy put the winning soldier into losing position. There was only thing left that to tears coming down from her eyes like stream. Even she felt so painful, however she could not afford to lose to her emotions. After leaving the old town, Kiniko had not contacted with Rei in those years, so she did not know what happened between those years. After his memory loss, he even forgot about his mom. But still he remembered that pale indigo eyes of girl. How important that girl could be for him. All kind of questions started running in her head and clouds of insecurity of losing him surrounded her heart. Kiniko was in her own world, and she did not pay attention to Duo's conversation. After Charlotte's answer, Rei thought, isn't Kiniko my childhood friend? She probably knows about that girl. Rei turned his head to short brown hair and asked, do you know anything about someone like that? After not getting any reply, Rei called her name, hey Kiniko. Kiniko woke up from her stupor and looked at Rei with neutral expression. I don't think any of our school friends had pale indigo eyes. Rei started pondering on the matter of that girl. If Mom and Kiniko don't know about that girl, could it be her just my imagination? If she is just my imagination, then why I can't forget about those pair of eyes? While he was still in his thoughts, Kiniko's voice entered her ear with question. Why do you ask about that girl? Do you remember anything else about that girl? Charlotte was also curious about that why Rei suddenly asked about a girl with pale indigo eyes. She paid attention to Rei's answer. Rei answered with confused expression on his face. I don't know anything else about that girl. It's just, I had a dream today and I just remember her eyes, but nothing else. Maybe it's just my imagination. When Kiniko heard that, Kiniko felt little relief. It did not take them long to arrive at Charlotte's house. Charlotte drove the car into parking and stopped it. All of them stepped out from the car. Rei looked at the two-story small house and thought while looking at the house, is it really where I lived my past whole life? I could not feel anything. I am feeling like that I am here for RST time in my life. Charlotte looked at Rei while he was thinking about and understood what he was thinking at that time. Charlotte said, I need to tell you something. This is your RST time in this house. After your accident, you were transferred to hospital in this city. I bought this house and moved here from Old Town. Old Town was the town where you spent your whole past life. That's why this place is unfamiliar to you. Rei nodded. That's explain it. Even Rei had no memory of his past self. However, after meeting with Kiniko and Charlotte and Kiniko, he could feel their existence in his memories despite not having clear memories of them. Initially, he thought if he would visit familiar places, then he could recover some of his memories. However, when he looked at the house in front of him, he felt nothing and doubt ran into his mind that if he could really remember anything by visiting familiar places. They all walked to the front door. Shortly after, they reached at the front and Charlotte opened the door and entered the house followed by Kiniko and Rei. Charlotte showed the way to Rei to his room. Charlotte walked ahead upstairs as followed by Kiniko and Rei. She opened the door to the Rei's room. It was small room including furniture, queen-size bed, study table, bookshelf, and wardrobe. Anyone could tell that by the look at sky blue painted walls that the room was newly renovated. Charlotte said, this is your room, Rei. You can take clothes from the wardrobe and take shower. Meantime, I and Kiniko cook something. Charlotte and Kiniko was about to leave, but she interrupted by Rei. Rei asked while looking at Kiniko's phone in her hand, Mom, do I have old phone? Charlotte replied, oh, I am sorry. I forget to give your phone to you. I bought new one for you. I will bring it to you. Rei asked with worried painted on his face, new phone? What happened to my old phone? Charlotte answered Rei before walking downstairs, your old phone was broken when your accident happened. It stopped working. Rei sighed after Kiniko, and Charlotte left and thought to himself, I thought, maybe I could have some memories of you in my phone. Now I don't have any clue about you except your pair of beautiful pale indigo eyes. Rei started taking shower. Meanwhile Kiniko helped Charlotte to cook food for them. After taking shower, Rei arrived at kitchen downstairs and sweet aroma in the air assaulted his nose. Kiniko looked at Rei with pair of her beautiful hazel eyes and said, Rei, you are already here. Please take a seat. Ray thanked her and took his seat. Charlotte also walked to the dining table and started serving the food. They all sat down together around the dining table and started serving themselves. Ray took full spoon of sweet rice pudding and put into his mouth. Rice melted on his tongue and tasted the savor of different dry fruits. Ray complimented, "It's so good, Mom," and Kaneko. Charlotte said, "This was your favorite dish. Kaneko made this for you today." Ray looked at Kaneko and said, "Thanks, Kaneko." Kaneko replied, "You are welcome." After eating Sati said meal, Ray walked to his room. He received new phone from her mother and exchanged contacts with Kaneko. That day, he almost spent entire day at home with his mom and Kaneko. Chapter 2. Why are you the only one? The sun and moon were working as usual on the clock. Sun appeared in the sky after the night and a new day started. Ray fully recovered physically in few days. However, still he did not regain his memories back. He always found himself chasing after an indigo-eyed girl whenever he slept in his dreams. Sometimes he found himself in a garden surrounding himself with red roses in his dream. Every time when he walked himself in those dreams, at RST, it was quite beautiful dreams like fairy tale worlds. But as he started to live a few minutes longer in those dreams, it always turned to scary and darkest dreams for him. Ray was asleep in his room. He entered the dream world after closing his eyes. In his dream, he found himself in the water while looking at the beautiful sea creatures in the sea. Even though he was deep in the sea, he still could breathe easily without the help of any gears. Am I dreaming? This is strange. How am I breathing in water? Ray thought while looking around at the beautiful view under the sea. Ray's eyes locked on something unexpected while he was swimming to ND a way out of it. Ray saw a beautiful creature with the upper body of a beautiful human girl and tail of a SH. It was a beautiful mermaid. She looked at Ray with her beautiful indigo eyes for a second, then started fast swimming. Her long beautiful blonde hair was waving while she was swimming. Who are you? Why do you always try to run from me? Ray thought while chasing after her. Ray lost her sight and started breathing hard. Will I ever meet you, even if it is in my dreams? Ray thought while drowning in the deep dark part of the sea. Ray woke up in the real world. It does not matter how hard I try, why I never reach out to you. Why don't you ever stop running from me? If that was just a dream, what are these feelings inside me? Ray thought while looking at the roof. Ray snapped out of his thoughts when someone knocked on the door. He looked at the time on his phone and said, "It's already this late. I have to get ready for school." Person behind the door opened the door. Ray looked at the person and greeted with smile. "Morning, Mom." Charlotte's lips also curved up and greeted him back. "Morning, Ray. You know you have a school today. You should get ready now." Ray replied, "Yes, Mom, I am going to." "Okay, you go get ready. Meantime, I will cook breakfast," Charlotte said while leaving the room. It took him few minutes to get ready for the school and he walked to the kitchen in white shirt and black pant. He also wore black blazer with black tie. Charlotte already prepared the food and placed the on the dining table. Charlotte said, "Food is ready. Let's eat while it is hot." Ray nodded and walked to the table. Ray loved his mother's cooking and felt extremely satisfied with delicious food whenever he got chance to eat. Charlotte said to Ray while serving him, "Try this. This was also your one of favorite dishes." Ray nodded with light smile on his face. "Thanks, Mom." After eating delicious food, Ray was ready for to leave, but he was waiting for Kaneko. Ray and Kaneko were enrolled in the same high school. Ray watched a front door with his school bag and thought, it must be Kaneko. Ray slowly opened the door and looked at short brown hair girl in front of him. She wore a combination of black skirt and white top. Ray spent last couple of days with Kaneko and started learning more about his past self. Ray started getting closer and closer to Kaneko. In his heart, she took a place of a special person like Charlotte. Things also started taking better turn for Kaneko. Initially, she thought that she was out of the race. However, when she learned that she still had a chance, she came back to the battle with her full strength. Kaneko greeted Ray with her sweet voice. "Hi, Ray." Ray also greeted back and could not resist to compliment her. "Hey, Kaneko, you look good in this school dress." Kaneko's face turned little red after hearing compliment from his crush. Her reaction on his words made Kaneko look cuter. She was embarrassed. However, she was happier inside after hearing him complimented her. She moved her lips to thank him while hiding her embarrassed face. "Thanks." After exchanging greetings, Ray and Kaneko started walking towards the school. Ray and Kaneko had a blue color school bags in their hands. Kaneko felt little nostalgic while walking with Ray after almost 3 years to school, as same as she used to be in middle school and elementary school. In few minutes, they both arrived at their destination. Ray and Kaneko entered the crowd of students while following to the route to front gate of school. There were all kind of students in the crowd. For example, few students were walking holding hands. Other students were cool guys with stylish gears on themselves and lost in their own imagination without care about the world. Ray and Kaneko was about to enter the big school building gate while they heard someone shouting Kaneko's name. Ray and Kaneko instantly turned themselves back to look at the direction. Ray looked at the girl RST, then instantly turned to beautiful short brown hair girl beside him. Ray's heart felt little insecure to see Kaneko's wider smile at the direction of the girl. Ray's heart skipped a beat while looking at the girl. There was storm of thoughts in Ray's mind when he was looking at Kaneko. Ray thought while turning his gaze to the direction of the girl, is he her boyfriend? Even if he is her boyfriend, why am I feeling nervous? What am I thinking? This can't be true. Isn't she just my childhood friend? Then why I always feel that she is more than to it? While Ray was in deep thought, boy as the same age as Ray reached to them. He stopped and greeted Kaneko with a smile. Hey Kaneko, you looked prettier than I last saw you. Did you ND your boyfriend? Kaneko blushed and replied while looking at 6 feet boy with long green hair. Why you stupid Kern always tease me like that. Ray was a little relieved when he heard those words from that green-haired boy, but still in deep thought, he is not her boyfriend. Then who? Kaneko and Kern did not have any clue what Ray was thinking at that time. Kern averted his green eyes and looked at black-haired boy beside her. He asked Kaneko, is he your new friend, Kaneko? I have never seen him before. Kaneko replied, oh I am sorry, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Ray, my friend from the old town, and this is Kern, my friend. Kern looked at Ray with curiosity and thought to himself, oh so this is Ray. Ray took the initiative to greet Kern. Hello Kern. Kern also greeted back, hello. I heard about your accident. How are you now? Ray replied, I am Ni now. Kern was Kaneko's exceptionally good friend. She told everything to Kern about Ray's accident. Kern also knew about Ray's memory loss. Kaneko advised, let's go guys, we are going to be late for class. They all started walking towards their classroom. Kaneko was 1 grade ahead of Ray now because of Ray's accident. Kaneko parted ways with Ray and Kern. Kern was in the same class with Ray. They both entered the classroom. Classroom was almost full. There were already 20 VA students in the classroom before Kern and Ray entered. Classroom was a little noisy. Ray and Kern also took their seats. Ray took seats close to the window. Students were asking Kern about Ray. Ray was new in their class. Some students directly approached Ray and introduced themselves to each other. Class was about to start. A teacher entered the room and closed the door. All students' attention averted to the beautiful long black-haired teacher when she shut the door. She was almost 162 centimeters tall and in her late 20s. She wore black, a dress and glasses. Noisy room turned into pin-drop silence. She introduced herself. Welcome students to the new semester. I have already taught some of you last year. However, some of you are new in my class, so I will introduce myself to you again. My name is Aruna Shigeku, and I am going to be your homeroom teacher this year. My qualifications are. Now I want you guys to introduce a little bit about yourself to your fellow students. All the students introduced themselves. That day the teacher and students introduced themselves, so they did not work that much on study. It was lunch break. Ray and Kern walked to the cafeteria. Kern bought drinks. Ray and Kern already had their lunchbox with them. They both started eating on the roof. They were both chatting with each other while eating. Kern suddenly stopped eating and his eyes were zated on something. He coughed like something stuck in throat. Ray asked him, hey, are you all right? Kern's expression changed into something teary-eyed. It was like he had seen a ghost. Ray turned his gaze in the direction Kern was looking at. Ray saw a beautiful girl with crimson hair coming towards their direction. She was about 170 feet tall. She had beautiful blue eyes like Ray's eyes. However, at the same time those were little different from his eyes. It was like those eyes were so cold that if anyone looked in those eyes then that person was going to freeze forever. That was like devil's eyes, and she was looking straight at Kern. Even though she had icy eyes and anger inside those eyes, still there was no mistake, she was gorgeous. She looked like a dragon princess from some fantasy world. Distance was getting closer and closer between them. Ray looked at Kern and asked him about that cold princess. But it was too late. Kern was thinking about running, but it was no use. Cold. Princess arrived and looked into Kern's green eyes with her icy cold blue eyes. As her eyes were giving icy cold feelings, at the same time her crimson hair was reminiscent of crimson reblazes like a re-dragon. Kern thought to himself while looking in blue eyes, how should I deal with her? Kiniko is not here either. She's not gonna calm down that easily. Cold Princess's lips moved and asked Kern, are you planning to run again from me? Why are you doing this to me? Why don't you ever pick my calls? Tell me if you don't want to be with me anymore. She was about to leave after saying that. Her eyes became a deep sea of water. It was like all the ice melted into water. Kern stood up and held her hand and pulled her towards himself. He embraced her in his arms. She tried to struggle, and she said, let me go. Now why are you doing this? Kern looked in her eyes. I am sorry. I would never leave you again. Kern released his grip and got into his knees and held her hand. Listen, Mikasa. I did not plan to do it this way. I guess it can't be helped. Hey, I don't have any ring right now, or I don't know what my future holds for me. I don't know if I will ever be able to afford those expensive rings for you. I am nothing right now. But I am sure that if you will be part of my future, it's going to be more beautiful than anything else I will ever achieve in my life. Will you be part of my future? She was a little shocked to hear his words. She asked Kern, are you serious this time? You are not joking, aren't you? Kern stood up and replied, I tried so hard this time, and you think I am joking? Mikasa sneered coldly. Oh, you tried so hard to remember those lines. I know, you just always joke like that. Because I also read those lines in the Love You Forever manga. So, you can't fool me with those lines. Rei was confused while looking at those two. First Rei thought Kern was seriously asking her to marry him, but now he was totally confused. Rei just ignored those two and started feeding himself with her mother's homemade food. Kern coughed a little and replied while scratching his head, Oki, you caught me. I am sorry, yeah, I remembered these lines from the manga. I thought it would make you happy, but I was wrong. Maybe I must try another line to make you happy. Mikasa felt annoying and said while walking, you stupid Kern, I will never talk to you again. Kern said while looking at his lover, I knew I used those lines from manga, but I am serious about you. I will wait for you when you niche your studies overseas. I promise. Mikasa's expression changed when she heard overseas studies and she stopped. Who told him about that? Rei was still enjoying her mother's food while watching the drama. Kern started the next sentence while walking towards her. I know you want to go overseas after graduation for studies. Kern walked in front of her and hold her hand, start putting a simple ring on her hand while looking. In her eyes, for now, I can just give you this and I will wait for you to come back after you niche your graduation. Mikasa fell into Kern's arms and replied, but I don't want to leave you. Kern replied, hey, don't act like a child. Don't ruin your future just because of me. You should do what you want to do. She released him and looked at the ring he gave him. Okay, I will do as you say, but don't forget about your promise, Oki. Kern replied while averting his gaze, maybe I will never change. Mikasa hit him in his stomach and asked, what do you mean by maybe? Kern held his stomach with both of his hands. I was just joking. Of course, I will remember my promise. Mikasa replied, I don't believe you. Suddenly she realized there was one more person on the roof. She looked at black-haired boy who was looking at the blue sky while sitting against the bars. She asked Kern, is he your friend? Kern looked at Rei's direction and answered her, he is Rei. He is a nice guy. Kiniko introduced him to me. Mikasa and Kern walked to Rei. Rei also noticed them and snapped back to reality from his deep thoughts. Kern introduced Mikasa to Rei. Rei, this is my girlfriend Mikasa. Rei wore a light smile while greeting her. Hello Mikasa. Mikasa was also Kiniko's friend. She knew about how Kiniko feel about Rei. From the time Kiniko transferred to City of Nirvana, she became good friends with Kern and Mikasa. Even now, Mikasa and Kiniko was in same class. Kern asked Mikasa, where is Kiniko? Mikasa was about to answer when Rei suddenly started walking towards the stairs, and while waving towards Mikasa and Kern, I have something to do. Kern said, Rei, you forgot your lunchbox. Rei did not listen to them and started walked downstairs. Rei heard faint piano song and he felt he heard that sound before. Rei had a feeling that sound somehow connected to that girl who he always dreamt about. He started walked fast downstairs too. Follow the direction of the sound. As he was getting closer to the sound, he started remembering blurry gurs of girl with long hair playing piano. He felt little pain in his head, but he did not stop. Is it today a day when I will end you? I can feel somehow this song is so familiar to me, Ray thought while walking towards the direction of the sound. Kern took both lunchbox and started to walk downstairs with Mikasa. Ray was about 50 meters from the music room and song stopped. Ray ran towards the music room and opened the door without knocking. Ray just wanted to see the person who was playing the piano. If that person left the room, then it would be difficult for him to end that person again. Ray let himself in the room. Do you need anything, pianist? Asked Ray when he just opened the door. Ray walked in through the back door, and he could not see the face of pianist. Ray felt that voice was familiar. Ray replied while walking towards the piano, I am sorry, I let myself in without knocking. I just heard you playing, so I just wanted to see the person who was playing the piano. Pianist intuitively knew who the person in that room was when she heard his voice. She stood up and showed herself to him. Ray was not that surprised after hearing her voice when entered the room. It was Kaneko. Ray spent most of his time with Kaneko and his mother, so he knew Kaneko very well. Kaneko asked, Ray, I knew it was you. I thought you were with Kern. Ray replied, yeah, I was. Then I heard you playing piano. So, I just followed the song. Kaneko asked with a smile, did I play well? Ray replied while walking towards her, yeah, you were really good. Ray thought, whenever I tried to look for that girl, why do you always come, RST? I can't stop thinking about you and that girl. I don't know if there is any connection or not between you and that girl, but I just want to remember what happened to me. Why can't I just get my memories back? Even Mom did not want to tell me about my accident. Ray started to overthink. Ray's vision started to become a little blurry and felt a little dizzy. Kaneko saw changes in Ray's reaction. She ran to him and held him before he fell. Ray, are you feeling sick? She was shivering while she held Ray, because she once almost lost him, and she did not want that again. Ray was still conscious. Ray said to Kaneko, thanks. I am feeling okay now. Ray balanced himself. Kaneko asked, Ray, don't overthink. Let's go to infirmary. You can get rest over there. Ray agreed with her and started walking. They were about to head out to the nurses of Say when Kern and Mikasa arrived at the scene. Kern asked Ray, where are you going, guys? Kaneko answered on behalf of Ray. Ray is not feeling well, so we are heading to infirmary. Kern helped to get him to infirmary. After taking him to the infirmary, Kaneko and the others went to their classrooms. Ray rested for a while, then he returned to the classroom. After school, Ray walked back home with Kaneko. Chapter 3. A Clue. Every time Ray dreamed, a girl always appeared in his dreams. It doesn't matter which world he dreamt about, that girl always appeared in his dreams. However, this time it was different than usual. Ray was walking through the thick fog in his dream. He could not see anything in that fog. He carefully took his every step while walking straight to end his way out of the fog. He could not see anything. However, he had a feeling that if he walked straight, it would lead him to way out of that foggy place. What is this feeling? It's like someone is calling me, Ray thought while carefully taking the next step. After taking a few steps, he found himself in the forest surrounded by green trees. Everything turned clear like crystal. It was like that fog never existed in the RST place. How could this place be so clear? A few seconds earlier, I could not see a single thing, but now. Ray thought while looking back at that disappeared foggy place. While he was still in his thoughts, interrupted by someone. Hey, what are you doing here? Ray looked at the direction of that voice and saw a young boy with blue eyes and black hair. Even Ray was in a dream, but still it was real for him, because he was living in that dream. Hey, what are you spacing out for? A young boy asked again when he saw the other party in daze. Ray snapped out from his thoughts and asked him instead, replying, who are you? What is this place? Young boy laughed and replied, ha, are you an idiot? You could not even recognize yourself. Ray did not get angry at his reaction, instead asked again, okay, if you are saying you and I are the same person, explain this to me. How could this be possible? Other Ray replied with a serious expression. This is a good question. I think you have not changed that much. Look, I am your past self, and I still exist in you. I am a part of your brain. Even though it was hard to believe what he was telling him about past and future life, but still Ray chose to trust him. Okay, I believe in you, but why I could not remember about you, I mean, my past life. Could you tell me about that girl I always saw in my dreams? If you are my past self, then you knew everything, is it true? Other Ray answered with a sad face, "It's not that simple. You would be better off not knowing anything about me." Ray punched the other Ray while feeling frustrated. "What the hell are you saying? You have no idea what I am going through. I am trying every single day to remember you, but I could not have any clue. Now you are telling me I would be better off without knowing anything." When he saw the future Ray acting in that way, he sighed before saying, "I am running out of time. I can't stay in this form forever." He stood up and continued, "Let's go. I want to show you something." Anger could be seen in Ray's eyes. However, he still chose to follow him. They started walking up the stairs. Shortly after, building came to sight and they both stopped. Ray turned around to look at the buildings and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" However, he did not receive any answer. Ray looked back to see his past self, only to end himself in front of shrine. Where did he go? After not seeing anyone around, Ray looked at the front gate of the shrine and started walking towards the gate. He was about to enter the shrine. However, brilliant light shot from the shrine at him. Sudden assault made him flustered, and he closed his eyes. He did not feel any pain when he opened his eyes. Ray found himself in his room lying on the bed. What a weird dream. Shrine. In real life, Ray also has the same schedule as a high school student. Ray checked his phone and there were messages from his friends. He texted them back and walked out from his room. After taking shower, Ray ate a delicious breakfast from his mother's hand before going to school. Ray walked to school with Kaneko. On the way, Ray and Kaneko stopped when they heard Kern's voice. They looked back at him. Kern was with Mikasa. Kern and Mikasa got close to them in a few steps. Kern asked Ray, "Ray, how are you feeling today?" Ray answered him while in deep thought. "I am knee today," Kern said. "That is good." Ray and Kern walked together followed by Mikasa and Kaneko. Ray and Kern parted ways with Mikasa and Kaneko to go to their classes. Will I be getting my memories back if I visit that shrine? Ray questioned himself. Ray asked Kern, "Hey Kern, do you know about any shrine in this town?" Kern was also thinking while walking with Ray, where should I take Mikasa this weekend? Should I take her to the arcade? I don't think she is going to like that. Maybe an amusement park? Kern turned to Ray. "Sorry, did you say anything?" Ray asked when he saw his pale face. "How are things between you and Mikasa? Did you guys GHT again?" Kern replied, "No, it's not that. I was thinking of taking her on a date somewhere. I could not decide where I should take her. Do you have an idea?" Ray replied with a neutral face. "I don't know what she likes, so I can't advise you on anything. By the way, do you know any shrine in this town?" Kern pondered for a moment before replying, "There is a shrine in this town called God of Nirvana's Shrine." "Why do you ask about shrines?" Ray replied while thinking about the name of the shrine. "It's nothing, can you take me there?" They entered the classroom and Kern replied, "Yeah, sure, I can. We can all go together with Mikasa and Kaneko after school over." Ray thanked him while taking his seat. "Thanks. I will ask Kaneko then." Miss Aruna started the class. She looked gorgeous in black dress as usual. She started taking attendance while calling names one by one. After taking attendance, she started teaching mathematics to his students. Ray and Kern attended all the lectures before lunch break. Ray and Kern walked upstairs to go to the roof. Kern and Ray took their places close to the bars. They both did not start eating immediately because Kaneko and Mikasa were also going to join them. Kern asked Ray, "Do you want to go to the shrine for anything specky?" Ray replied while thinking about the dream, "Last night I saw a shrine in my dream. So, I am thinking of visiting the shrine. Maybe I can remember something if I visit there." Mikasa and Kaneko also arrived at the roof. Kern looked at them and waved at them, "Hey Kaneko and Mikasa." Ray also looked in the direction and said, "Nally, you guys are here." Kaneko and Mikasa also joined them. They all opened their lunch boxes and shared their food with each other. Mikasa asked Kern, "What were you talking about?" Kern replied, "Ray wants to visit the shrine. Because he saw a shrine in his dream. He thought if he visits the shrine maybe he could remember something. Do you guys want to come with us?" When Kaneko heard all this from Kern, she lost in thoughts. Ray still wants to remember about that girl, that's why he is trying so hard to get his memories back. Ray asked Kaneko, "Kaneko, are you coming with us?" She came back to reality and replied with a smile, "Yes, I do not have any plans for today. I will go with you guys." Kern spoke, "That's decided, then we will go together. Ray and Kaneko meet us in the town park at 5 p.m. Mikasa and I will wait for you guys." Ray and Kaneko nodded. Lunch break was almost over. After nishing delicious food, they all picked up their lunchbox and returned to their classes. In class, Ray and Kern walked to their seats. All the other students came back to the classroom to attend the next lectures. After a few minutes, a middle-aged man showed his presence in the classroom. His attire was formal with white shirt and black paint. He looked attractive with his short, well-groomed beard with short black hair. His name was Kin. Kin started the lecture while taking the attention of his students. "Okay students, break is over. Let's do some study now." All students turned silent and paid attention to the English teacher Kin. Ray and Kern were no exception either. They also paid attention to the teacher. After a few hours, Ray and Kern attended all the lectures. All classes were over. They both grabbed their school bags and walked outside from the classroom. They walked to the front gate and stopped for Kaneko and Mikasa. Mikasa and Kaneko were walking towards the front gate of school when they saw two handsome boys standing at the front door. Ray's eyes looked towards the direction of Kaneko and Mikasa. When he looked at them and said to Kern, "They are Nally here." Kern also looked at the direction and asked Mikasa and Kaneko, "What took you so long, guys?" Mikasa and Kaneko already got close to them. Mikasa answered, "We had some matters to discuss with the student council president." Kern got his answer and started walking as followed by others. After a few minutes' walk, they all stopped at the traffic lights. Kern said, "Okay guys, we will meet you at 5 p.m. in the park." Kern and Mikasa's house were in different directions. They parted ways with Kaneko and Ray. They started walking towards their home while holding hands. Ray's phone rang, ding ding 2 times. Ray took out his phone from his pocket and started reading the message, which was from his mother. Ray started walking while reading it. "I am going to market. If you want something from the market, just text me." Ray texted her back, "Okay mom, I will if I need anything." Ray put his phone in his pocket after texting his mom. Ray walked just a few steps. After putting his phone back to his pocket, Ray realized that he was walking alone. Kaneko was still standing at the same spot. He looked at her and thought to himself, "Why is she just standing there?" Ray walked back to her and asked her, "Hey Kaneko, what happened? Why are you still standing here?" Kaneko snapped out from his dreams and looked at Ray. Kaneko was looking at Kern and Mikasa with envy when she saw them walking happily while holding hands. Kaneko answered with a smile, "It's nothing, let's." Kaneko was about to niche her sentence, but before she could niche it, Ray reached to her hand and gently held her hand with his right hand. "Let's go. We need to get ready to visit the shrine before 5 p.m. Ray was a little excited to visit the shrine because he did not want to lose any possibility to get his memories back. Ray wanted to get his memories back because he wanted to know about that girl in his dream. Kaneko always wanted to walk with Ray while holding hands with him. She did not reject him, and she started following him. She was happy to walk with him, but she did not read too much into it, because she knew that he just wanted to go home early. That is why he just held her hand. "If I got my memories today, will I also get memories about that girl in my dreams?" Ray questioned himself. Ray was still in his thoughts. On the way, other students from his school started staring at both Kaneko and Ray. Ray heard while walking with her, "Is he Kaneko's boyfriend? Who is he?" Ray was a little shocked by the reaction of other students. Ray did not understand why they were looking at them like that. Kaneko also heard students talking about them. She did not mind. Instead, it made her happy. Her face turned a little red. Ray looked at Kaneko and realized he was holding her hand. It did not take him to understand the whole situation. Ray felt a little embarrassed and slowly lost his grip from her hand. Ray apologized her in deep voice, "I am sorry, Kaneko." Kaneko looked at him and said with a gentle smile on her face, "It is okay. Do not worry about it." Ray sighed inward after hearing her words. Ray did not know what to say to her after looking at her beautiful smile. He averted his gaze and stayed silent until they reached his home. Ray stopped at front of his home and said to Kaneko, "Okay, I will meet you at 5 p.m. Kaneko nodded and started walking to her home while waving her hand at Ray. Ray stayed there while waving at her until she took the right turn at 50 meters from Ray's house. Kaneko's house was just 500 meters from Ray's house. Ray's house was on the way to school, so she always came RST to his house to go with him. After parting with Kaneko, Ray walked to the front gate of his house and entered the gate after opening the door with keys. Ray quickly ascended to his room on the second door and changed into casual clothes. Ray wore a blue t-shirt with black jeans. Ray walked down the stairs to the kitchen. Ray opened the refrigerator, picked up the mango juice bottle, poured it into glass, and started gulping it down. In Kaniko's house, Kaniko was in her room and looking at the dresses in the wardrobe. After looking at the dresses, she now decided to wear a pink color top with blue shorts. She thought to herself while looking at the dress, I think he will like this dress. She took out the dress from the closet and walked to the washroom. After wearing a beautiful dress, she walked to the study table and moved the chair which was under the table to sit on it. She murmured to herself, I should start with mathematics. I will do the rest after coming back from the shrine. She picked up his blue school bag and opened it to take the notebooks out. After placing the notebook on the table, she started solving math problems. Kiniko was interested in mathematics as compared to other subjects. She liked to solve math problems. She thought mathematics was a game. Whenever she faced difficult problems, then more, she enjoyed solving those problems. It was like that she was killing the monster in a game and leveling up. Time EU like a plain ying in the sky while she was busy solving problems. It was around 4:30 in the evening. Someone rang the bell. Ding. It was only then that the sounds of the doorbell were able to distract her attention from the mathematics. She looked at the hanging clock on the wall and quickly started putting back the notebooks. Oh no, it's already this late. She heard another doorbell while she was putting her notebooks into the blue bag. Ding. She walked out from her room and thought to herself, I forgot that Mom is not at home. Who could be at the door? She descended to the front door in a hurry and opened the door. She looked at black-haired young boy with ocean blue-like eyes in front of her home. Ray looked at her with a smile painted on his face and complimented her. Hi Kiniko, you look beautiful in this out tee. After hearing a compliment from Ray, she averted her beautiful hazel eyes to avoid looking into his ocean blue eyes, and her lips moved to pronounce a word, thanks. She asked him while her cheeks were still red like apples. Ray, what are you doing here? For a moment, he lost in her eyes. He only came back to his senses after hearing her question and he answered, I texted you and called you, but you did not answer. I thought, I should come here to check on you, because it is about time to meet with Kern and Mikasa. Kaniko apologized to him. I am sorry. I forgot to change the phone setting. It is still on silent mode. Ray replied, It's okay, you don't have to apologize. Kaniko invited him to house. Come on in. Ray asked her while they were ascending to her room by the stairs. Where are your parents? Kaniko's heart started beating fast when she heard his question. She thought to herself, I forgot. Mom and Dad are not at home. That means, I am here alone with Ray. Ray asked to her while seeing her in silence, Hey, Kiniko, are you all right? It was only then that Kiniko answered to him while opening the door of her room. I am okay. Mom is out with her friends and Dad is on his job. Ray entered the room after Kiniko. Ray looked at walls and things in her room. It was completely different from his room. Walls had a pink color and bookshelves attached to the walls LED with books. Most of the books were about mathematics and just a few of them were manga and comics. Kaniko's heart was still beating fast, and she nervously asked to Ray, would you like some tea or coffee? Ray replied while his eyes staring at the photo on the wall. No thanks, Kaniko. Ray walked to the photo and looked curiously at the photo. Photo was framed in black color frame. In the photo, there was a boy with black hair with blue eyes and a short brown girl with hazel eyes who were playing in the park. Ray recognized the kids in the photo. It was Ray and Kaniko. Even though he knew that he was in that picture, he did not have any memory of when that photo had been taken. Ray tried to focus on his mind to recall that scene in his memories, but to no avail. Ray thought to himself while still his eyes crossed on that photo, I can't remember anything about this photo. I can recognize this kid as myself when I was a child, but still it seems like this scene never happened in my life and this photo just made by imagination. Meanwhile, Kaniko was looking at him. She composed herself and thought to herself, it's not the RST time that I am alone with him. She walked towards him and said, Ray, don't put too much stress on your mind. Eventually, you will remember everything. It was only then, Ray took his eyes away from the photo and turned around to look at the source of the voice. Ray looked at Kiniko and nodded with smile before saying, if you are ready, we can go now then. Ray did not show any sign of sadness in front of Kiniko. Instead, he put a smile on his face. After his accident, he spent most of his time with Kiniko, and he came to know how much she cared about him. He did not want her to be unhappy. Kiniko's lips also curved up to see him smiling before she nodded with his head. She walked to her bed and took her phone. Kiniko and Rei walked out from her room. She started texting to her mother while descending to the front door with Rei by the stairs. After a 10 minutes walk, they arrived at the park where they planned to meet with Kern and Mikasa. It was a small city park. Children were playing on the rides and adults were sitting on the green grass while some old people were sitting on the benches in the park. Kiniko and Rei walked to the small water fountain. Kiniko saw a beautiful red-haired girl in a purple dress with a handsome green-haired boy in a red t-shirt and blue jeans. Red hair beauty and green hair boy also noticed two Gur who were approaching them and waved their hand at them. Hey Kiniko and Rei. Rei and Kiniko waved their hands and greeted them with smiles. They did not waste any time in the park and started walking towards the main entrance of the park. Kern and Rei were walking together followed by two beauties behind them. Kern said to Rei, "Hey Rei, I brought a camera. Let's take some pictures at shrine." Rei nodded with his head. Mikasa and Kiniko were also busy chatting with each other on their way. After a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. "We are here," Kern said. While looking at the stairs, Rei looked at 50 stairs which lead to the main shrine. They all started climbing up the stairs and shortly after reached the main entrance. There were two statues of mythical creatures at the main entrance. They were facing each other on the main entrance. From the looks of the statues, they seemed to belong to the cat family, but they had wings and horns on their head. Rei looked around for a moment and felt a little disappointed. He thought to himself, "This shrine is different than I dreamt about. I don't think visiting here would be any help for me to regain my memories." He started walking again to cross the main entrance with Kern. Kern asked Rei, "Rei, did you remember anything?" Rei shook his head and replied, "I don't think this is the same shrine that I saw in my dream." "It's okay, while we are already here let's pray." Kern did not know what to say after hearing his answer and he simply nodded with his head. Kiniko and Mikasa did not pay any attention to Kern and Rei. They were simply following them while busy talking with each other. They all arrived in front of the main and Kern called to Mikasa, "Mikasa, let's pray together." Mikasa walked to his side in front of the main shrine and started praying. They both clapped their hands and closed their eyes while praying. After Kern and Mikasa had nished, they left the spot for Rei and Kiniko. Rei walked in front of the main shrine with Kiniko. Kiniko stood beside Rei. Kiniko closed her eyes and started praying. Rei took a glance at her before started praying. He followed her way to pray. He closed his eyes while closing his eyes slowly. He prayed, "I don't know what happened in my past life. I don't care if my past was good or bad. I just want my memories back." After praying, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the short brown hair girl next to him. She also turned right to face Rei. Rei gazed into her shining hazel eyes before starting walking towards Kern and Mikasa. Kern said, "Let's take some pictures." Kiniko and Rei nodded in unison and walked close to the statues. Kern handed the camera to Rei to take his pictures and the others. Rei started taking pictures of Kern. They all took their turn to take each other's photos. Kern used a timer option to take group pictures. Kern was looking at his camera to check all the photos and said, "These are nice. I will send you these in email, guys." Everyone nodded their heads. Mikasa looked at the sky and said to others while pointing her injure at the sky, "Look you guys, it's beautiful." They all looked in the direction. Sun was about to hide behind the towering mountains around the city. Beautiful crimson sunlight painted the clouds and the sky in its color. All four of them was looking at the beautiful dusk and praising the beauty of nature by showing astonishing expressions in their eyes. Kern started taking pictures while praising its beauty. "It's so beautiful." Kiniko looked at Rei and her heart ached for him. Rei did not want to show any sadness in front of his friend. Rei could fool Mikasa and Kern because they barely spent a month together. But Kiniko was different from them. She was his childhood friend. She could feel about Rei if he is okay or not by just taking a glance at him. When Kiniko looked at the sad eyes of Rei, causing her to feel sad in her heart, Kiniko realized that what's the reason for his sadness. Rei wanted to come to the shrine, because he dreamt about a shrine which could help him to remember his memories. Kiniko emphasized on the shrine while thinking, what's about the shrine? Why he dreamt about a shrine? Oh, I know. We used to visit shrines in Old Town. Perhaps that shrine is related to his dreams. Rei did not come to this shrine before, that's why he could not remember anything. But if we visit a shrine in Old Town, maybe he could remember something. Kiniko spoke to Rei. "Rei, maybe I know which shrine you had dreamt about." Rei was taken aback by her sudden declaration that she did know about that shrine. Ray looked at Kiniko with disbelief and asked to Kiniko, "How can you be sure about that shrine?" Mikasa and Kern also turned their attention to the duo. Kiniko replied with a bright smile, "I am not 100% sure, however, we used to visit the shrine in Old Town. Before your accident, you never visited the city of Nirvana. So, all your dreams should be related to Old Town. Because before the accident you spent all your time in Old Town. That's why, I think you should have dreamt of shrine in Old Town." Ray did not know much about his past life. Charlotte did not tell him anything about his past except a few things. She did not want to take any risk regarding her son, so she hid most things about Old Town. Ray asked her about his past life, but to no avail. Ray knew that she did not want to talk about his past life for his own Benny T.S. Now, Ray understood one thing, that his past life had nothing to do with the city of Nirvana, because he never had been there in the RST place before his accident. If I visit to Old Town, then maybe I am able to recover my memories and about that girl. After thinking for a while, Ray replied to Kiniko, "You are right, Kiniko. My memories have nothing to do with this town. Let's visit the Old Town. Maybe I would be able to regain some of memories." Ray had a new hope in his eyes now. Kiniko nodded with a smile. Kern said, "Let's go to Old Town together." Ray turned his head towards Kern and nodded with his head. Mikasa looked at her phone and said, "Okay, guys, it's getting late now. We will do things in school. We should go now." Everyone agreed with her and started descending the stairs. After dropping Kiniko at her home, Ray walked to his home and talked about his plan to visit the Old Town to Charlotte. After listening to him, she did not refuse him. After eating dinner with Charlotte, Ray straight went to bed. Chapter 4. Confession. Earth once again repeated 24-hour cycle around its axis. In City of Nirvana, it was early morning. Sun started to show up his presence behind from the mountains. Black hair boy with ocean blue eyes was staring at the beautiful scenery from the window. "I haven't dreamed about anything since that last dream about shrine," Ray thought to himself. 3 days already had passed since Ray visited with his friends to the shrine in City of Nirvana. After he dreamt about his past self, in which he saw that shrine. Originally, he thought if he visits to shrine, he will regain part of his memories. However, things didn't go as he thought. Thus he did not get any of his memories back after visiting the shrine in the city of Nirvana. After that last dream, he did not dream about anything in these past 3 days. After looking outside for a few more minutes, he took his clothes from the closet and walked to the washroom. Someone knocked on the door while Ray was taking the shower. Person behind the door knocked again and asked with her sweet voice, "Ray, are you awake?" Voice belonged to Ray's mother Charlotte. Charlotte was waiting outside in front of Ray's room. Charlotte did not hear any answer from Ray. She decided to open the door in case if he is still asleep, then she could wake him up. She put her hand on the handle and moved it to open the door. She walked in and heard the water falling like artificial raindrops in the washroom. She murmured to herself, "He is already awake. I will start preparing breakfast." She left the room. After few minutes, Ray walked out from the washroom. His damp black hair fell on his eyebrows and bangs reached it to his blue ocean eyes. He looked at the door and it was not fully locked. Ray questioned to himself while looking at the door, "Did Mom come here to wake me up?" Ray walked straight to the kitchen by descending the stairs. Scent of the delicious food wafted in the kitchen. Ray stepped foot in the kitchen and aroma reached to his nostril and it made him hungrier. Ray looked at the beautiful women in combination of green and black dress placing dishes on the table and greeted her, "Morning, Mom." Charlotte looked at Ray and greeted back him with smile, "Morning, Ray. Breakfast is ready." Ray nodded and walked to the chair. Charlotte also moved the chair and sat on the other side of the table while facing Ray. Ray and Charlotte took the plates and started serving themselves with the delicious food. Charlotte asked to Ray, "Did you call to your friends about your trip?" Today, Ray and his friends decided to visit Old Town. They planned one day and night trip to Old Town. Ray answered while enjoying the delicious food. "I texted to Kiniko. She told me Kern and Mikasa will come to her house, and we can pick them up from there." Charlotte nodded with her head. After said breakfast, Ray walked to his room. Charlotte washed the dishes and placed on the dish rack. After washing dishes, she walked to her room to pick the car keys. Ray put his last item, which was his cell phone charger, in his black bag, and he walked out to descend the stairs. Charlotte saw Ray coming down the stairs and asked to him, "Ray, did you pack your medicines?" Ray nodded with his head and said, "Let's go, Mom. My friends are waiting for us." Charlotte nodded with smile and opened the front door, and they watched towards the parking. In few steps, they reached to the black SUV. After opening the car trunk, Charlotte walked towards the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Ray put his bag in the trunk and locked the car trunk. He walked and seated on passenger next to Charlotte. After Ray put on his seat belt, Charlotte put the reverse gear and drove the car out from the parking. In Kaniko's room, Kern and Mikasa were present in her room with Kaniko. They were all talking happily when Kaniko's phone vibrated. Kaniko looked at her phone and a message popped up on her phone screen. She unlocked the phone and read the text message. It was from Ray. It was a short message in a few words. She read it in her mind. "We are on the way to your home." After reading the message, she said, "Guys, they will be arriving in a minute or two. Let's move our things." Kaniko's home was only a few hundred meters from Ray's house. She knew they would arrive in the car in a few minutes. They all took their stuff and started descending the stairs. Meanwhile, someone pressed the doorbell. Kern walked down the stairs in a hurry and opened the front door. Kern looked at black-hair boy with ocean blue eyes. He wore a white t-shirt with black pants and greeted him. "Hey Ray." Ray also greeted at Kern, who was in red t-shirt and blue jeans. "Hello Kern." Shortly after, Kaniko and Mikasa also walked out and greeted Ray. Ray looked at two beauties, one with short brown hair and black dress and one with long red hair and a blue dress, and greeted them with a smile. Meanwhile, Kern was looking in the direction of black SUV. Kern looked at Charlotte, who had a half-sleeve black shirt with blue jeans, and started questioning to himself, "Is she Ray's big sister or something? Why did not he ever mention his sister? And where is his mom?" Kern walked to Ray and whispered in his ear to ask, "Hey, Ray, why didn't you tell me you have a big sister?" Ray looked confused when Kern asked him that question. Ray thought to himself, "Do I have a sister?" Ray was about to answer him. However, Kaniko saw Charlotte and greeted her. "Good morning, Aunt Charlotte." Mikasa and Kern looked at the direction of Charlotte in disbelief. Kern and Mikasa knew Ray's mother's name, but they never met each other. Kern and Mikasa had the same thoughts in their mind. How could she be his mom? She is so young and beautiful. How is even this possible? Ray smiled and understood why Kern asked him about his sister. When Ray saw his mom RST time in the hospital, at that time he also thought that Charlotte is his big sister. Ray turned around to face Charlotte. Charlotte greeted back to Kaniko with smile, "Morning Kaniko." She then looked at Kern and Mikasa and introduced herself with smile. "Hello Kern and hello Mikasa. My name is Charlotte, and I am Ray's mother." Mikasa and Kern woke up from their stupor and greeted her back, "Hello." Kern again whispered to Ray, "Are you not pulling a prank on us?" Ray smiled and replied, "She is my mom, not sister. Let's go now. I don't want to miss the train." They all walked to the car. Charlotte opened the car trunk and they put all their stuff in the car trunk. Ray took his seat next to the driving seat and the others seated on the back passenger seats. In 15 minutes, they all arrived at the train station. Charlotte parked the car and they all got out from the car. Charlotte opened the car trunk. Ray and his friends took all their stuff. Charlotte closed the trunk and locked the car. They all walked to the train station. They already booked the train tickets online, so they did not have to go to ticket counter. There was still time for train to arrive. Ray started chatting with Kern and Mikasa. Charlotte looked at him and feelings of worry for him started rising in her heart. Will he be okay there? What if something happens again to him? What would I do then? Charlotte started to question herself. Charlotte's eyes, beautiful sapphire eyes, turned dim while worrying for her son. Kaniko looked at Charlotte and understood what was going on. She walked slowly to her and whispered to her in her gentle voice, "Don't worry, Aunt Charlotte. I will be there with him." When those gentle words entered in Charlotte's ear, she felt like her all worries disappeared in an instant. Charlotte smiled and faced to Kaniko. She patted Kaniko's head and nodded. Meanwhile, train rang the siren, and all passengers paid their attention towards the sound. Kindly attention to all. The train number 14016 is coming on platform number 1. Train announcement. Khan armed the train. Kaniko and Charlotte walked to Ray and others. Train stopped at the station. Ray and his friends started picking up their stuff and walked into the train. Shortly after, they took their seats. Ray and his friends waved their hand towards Charlotte through the window. Charlotte did the same. Charlotte stayed at the station until the train completely disappeared from the platform. She walked out from the station. She started her SUV to drive back her home. Ray was close to the window and Kern was facing him in front seat. Girls were seated next to them. Ray was looking at the beautiful view of green mountains through the window. He moved his body to look at girl next to him. Kiniko, how long it will take to reach at Old Town? She faced him and answered with smile. Just an hour. After receiving his answer, Ray again started looking out through the window. Kiniko looked at him while he was facing the window and said, "You always like this." Ray looked at Kiniko's smiling face with confused expression. Before Kiniko answered, Kern spoke. "She is probably talking about your habit. You like to look outside through the window." Kiniko nodded in confirmation. Ray said with neutral expression, "Oh that. I don't know, but I feel good when I look outside through the window." Mikasa also joined the conversation. "Hey, you guys want some snacks?" 1 hour passed. Train entered to the new city. To show her presence, Train started her siren. Shortly after, Train stopped at the new station. Kiniko said, "We are arrived, guys." They took their stuff and got out from the train. Ray looked around and felt nostalgic. Ray started feeling fragments of his memories acting in his mind. Kern and the others already walked few steps ahead of him. Kern looked back and shouted at Ray, "Hey Ray, let's go." He woke up from his stupor and ran towards them. They took a taxi to the inn. They already booked their reservations online. Kern paid the taxi driver and they all walked to the inn. It was a small inn. After entering by the front gate in the inn, Kern walked to the reception. There was an old lady at the reception desk. Her hair was white, and wrinkles could be seen clearly on her face. She greeted Kern with professional smile. "Hello, how can I help you?" Kern greeted back with a smile. "Hello, we have a reservation here. Can you check it for us?" She asked another question. "May I have your name, please?" Conversation took almost 7 to 8 minutes to niche all the inquiries. She gave the keys to Kern. Kern walked back to their friends. They took their luggage and walked to their rooms. Kiniko and Mikasa walked to their rooms. They put their bags and rested on the beds. Mikasa asked to Kiniko, "Hey Kiniko, are you going with Ray to visit to his old house?" Kiniko nodded with his head while looking at the direction of the table next to her bed. Mikasa said again, "Okay, then me and Kern will tour around this town." Kiniko replied, "Okay, look at this Mikasa." She sat up from her resting position and looked at Kiniko's hand. There was a pamphlet in her hand. Mikasa asked to Kiniko with curiosity, "What is this?" Kiniko replied with excitement, "There is a festival today in this town. Usually, this festival is always celebrated in March, but I don't know why they are celebrating it now." Mikasa's eyes lit up after listening to her and she said to her, "Let's ask Kern and Ray about this." Kiniko nodded with his head. Kiniko and Mikasa walked out and knocked on the door next to their room. They both heard the voice, "Come on in." Mikasa grabbed the doorknob and moved it to open the door. Ray and Kern were resting on their beds. Mikasa said, "Hey you all, look what we found. There is a festival today in this town. We can go there and have fun. What do you think?" Kern looked at Ray and asked to Mikasa, "What about the shrine that we plan to visit today?" Mikasa hit her head lightly with her hand and thought to herself, "Damn, I forget it." Ray looked at both girls. He was about to speak but he was interrupted by Kiniko. Kiniko said, "Don't worry, the festival is at the same place that we planned to visit. So, we can go there in the evening after we visit to Ray's old home." Kern agreed with her. "We don't have any problem then. We can go to the festival at evening." They all agreed with Kiniko. Ray turned to Kiniko. "Kiniko, how far my old home is from here?" Kiniko answered while thinking about the distance in her mind, around 2 kilometers. Ray thought to himself, "It's not that much," and asked to her, "Can we visit to my old home now?" Kiniko nodded while exhibiting a small smile. Mikasa said, "You guys can go to Ray's old home. Me and Kern will tour around this town and meet you guys here in the inn." Ray and Kiniko agreed with her. Ray asked Kiniko, "Let's go." Kiniko followed Ray out of the room, and they descended the stairs to get out of the inn. Kiniko led the way because Ray did not know the way to his old home. Kiniko looked at the buildings and thought to herself, many things have been changed in these past 3 years. Ray's reaction was neutral when he looked at the area. He could not tell the difference. It was just a new place to him. After a few minutes' walk, they reached the small bridge. When Ray reached his feet on the bridge, he felt strong feelings in his heart. His heart started beating fast and he felt so close to his destination. He started to have illusions of his past self. Ray saw his child self holding football while crossing the bridge. It happened only for seconds. He started walking again. He started having more illusion as he was closing the distance to his old home. Kiniko suddenly stopped on the way. Ray looked at her and asked her, "What happened, Kiniko?" She replied with a big smile, "It has not changed a bit." Ray looked at her with a perplexed expression and turned his gaze towards the direction she was looking at. Ray's gaze landed on the small park. Kiniko walked into the park followed by Ray. She started scanning every inch of the park and started to recall her childhood memories. She started making simple gesture with her finger towards the things in the park. "Look, Ray, this is where I met you RST time." She got more excited as more things were talking about her and his memories. Ray looked at Kiniko and thought to himself, "I have never seen her smile like before. She looks like a different person." Ray looked at the small sand playground and thought to himself, "Oh, that photo was taken here." 3 days ago when Ray visited to Kiniko's house, Ray saw a photo in which two children were playing. Ray did not remember the place due to his memories, but now he visited his hometown and started remembering a few fragments of his memories. Ray felt a little headache and started massaging his temples. Kiniko walked to Ray when she saw him rubbing his forehead, and she asked with a worried look, "Are you okay, Ray?" When he heard her question, he stopped what he was doing and answered with a gentle smile, "I am all right. It was a little headache." When Kiniko saw his gentle smile and heard his words which explained that he was all right, only then her smile came back on her face. She said, "Let's go to your house." Ray nodded with his head. After stopping at the park, Ray and Kiniko straight visited Ray's old house. Ray and Kiniko stopped in front of a small 2-story house. This time, Ray did not ask Kiniko anything. He just walked straight towards the front gate. He took keys out of his pocket and inserted them into the door lock. He opened the door. When he opened the door, he just felt like he wanted to say, "I am home." Kiniko also followed him and started to feel nostalgic. Kiniko also had emotional attachment with the house because she had beautiful memories of that place in her childhood. She started to remember how she used to play with Ray in that house. Ray walked into the house as followed by Kiniko. Ray walked through the corridor and looked at the empty kitchen. He stared at kitchen for a few seconds. He walked into the kitchen. Kitchen was empty, but Ray started to see illusions again. He saw an illusion of himself eating with his mother in the kitchen. In that illusion, a long blonde-haired girl in her early 20s feeding her son. Boy had beautiful ocean blue eyes and dark black hair. Boy seemed to be telling her mother something, but Ray could not hear the conversation. Illusion lasted only for a few seconds. Ray heard a sweet voice in his ears. "Ray, Ray." He snapped out from his stupor and looked at the direction of the voice. Kiniko asked when she got Ray's attention, "Did you remember something?" Ray nodded with his head and replied, "I started recovering my memories, but it feels like just fragments of my past life that I spent in this town." "This is still not enough to remember my past life?" Kiniko smiled and said, "That's good. You started remembering things. Don't think so hard. Eventually you will remember everything." Ray nodded and walked out to the kitchen. He ascended to the stairs and walked into the empty room. As he stepped in the room, he started to see more illusions. Somehow, he could tell that it was his room. Ray walked around in the house for a few more minutes and unlocked more memories. However, those memories were just small fragments of his past life. After looking around the house, Ray and Kiniko walked out of the house. Ray locked the house and thought to himself, "Why is there no girl like her in my memories? Why can't I remember her? Is she just my imagination? If she is just my imagination, then why don't I want to forget about her?" At that moment, Ray was obviously thinking about his dream girl. He wanted to recover his memories, but more importantly, he wanted to know about that girl. Ray locked the door and started walking. "Kiniko, do you want to eat something before going back to the inn?" Ray asked. Kiniko nodded with her head. Ray and Kiniko were walking on the street, and someone passed them on his bicycle. Boy on cycle looked at Kiniko and Ray. He stopped his bicycle. Kiniko looked at the boy on cycle and her smile widened. Spiky orange-haired boy looked at Ray and Kiniko with his dark green eyes. He smiled and greeted them. "Hey Kiniko and Ray. Long time no see, you guys." Kiniko greeted him back. "Hello Chinta. I did not expect you to meet here." From Kiniko's reaction, Ray knew that he was also one of his childhood friends, but he could not remember anything about him. When Kiniko greeted him back, Ray also followed her and greeted him. "Hello Chinta." After the slow reaction from Ray, he looked at him with confused expression and thought to himself, "What's with that slow reaction?" That expression only lasted for a few seconds. His face turned normal. He said, "So, you guys Nally decided." He was about to niche his sentence. However, his eyes met with Kaniko's angry eyes that were telling him, "If you say another word, I will kill you." At that moment, his whole body shivered when he looked into her eyes. He gulped his saliva and his lips stopped moving. Kiniko said while wearing the same angry expression on her face, "You have not changed a bit, Chinta." Chinta laughed, ha, ha, and thought to himself, "Look at you both. You still have not progressed in your relationship." Kaniko asked with cold voice, "What's so funny?" Chinta used to her cold look. She was always like that when it came to her relationship with Ray. Chinta stopped laughing and asked Ray, "So, you are moving back to this town?" Ray shook his head and replied, "No, we are here just for a night." Chinta asked another question, "So are you guys here for the festival?" This time Kaniko answered, "We did not visit here for the festival, but we will go to the festival." Chinta was little confused and asked again, "Then why?" Kaniko explained everything to Chinta about Ray's memories. After hearing everything, Chinta was so shocked that he couldn't process coherent thoughts in his mind. Due to this, his mind overheated. He could not believe her, and he looked at Ray while wearing the shocking expression to con that all. Ray looked at him and understood what he was looking for. Ray answered, "It's true, I lost my memories." Chinta thought to himself, "Is it anime story or something?" He lost his memories. It always happened in anime or movies, but in real life, his thoughts were all messed up. But he calmed down and asked, "So, do you ever gonna recover your memories?" Ray replied, "According to the doctor, my condition is just temporary, not permanent. Hopefully, I will recover my memories soon." Chinta sighed when he heard that Ray would recover his memories in future. Ray could not remember Chinta, but he could feel that he was a good friend of his. Chinta said before started paddling his cycle, "I will meet you guys in the festival, and I will get Mia and Reet with me." Kaniko called to Chinta, "Hey, wait Chinta, we don't have your contact number." Chinta stopped and said, "Oh, let's exchange contacts." They changed phone number with each other, and Chinta waved his hand to say goodbye to Ray and Kaniko. "Okay guys, see you in the festival." Ray and Kaniko also waved their hands towards him. After meeting with a childhood friend, Kaniko led the way to the restaurant. On the way, Ray and Kaniko walked across their old school. By visiting his old school, Ray unlocked more memories regarding his school life and Kaniko. A beautiful girl with short brown hair opened the restaurant door and walked in with a short black hair boy. Watching the customer, server in black dress walked to them and greeted them with professional smile on her face. "Good afternoon." She was 170 centimeters, and her hair tied as a ponytail. Her facial features were quite beautiful. Her dark black eyes were the most attractive. There was a name tag with Anna printed on her black dress. Kaniko and Ray responded to her greetings and followed her to their table. Ray and Kaniko took their seat and thanked the beautiful server. They started looking at the menu. Ray looked at the menu and could not stop to feel more hungrier than he was. It was same for Kaniko. Ray and Kaniko were quite fond of eating. Ray and Kaniko loved homemade food, but they also liked to taste different delicacies. Anna came back to Ray and Kaniko and brought 2 glasses of water. She put the glasses on the table and asked to them with same professional smile on her face, "Are you ready for order?" Ray and Kaniko nodded and ordered the meal. Anna wrote down the order and said with a smile before leaving them, "Your order will be ready in 10 minutes." Ray and Kaniko nodded and started talking with each other. Anna came back to them and delivered their meal. After eating a satisfying meal, Ray and Kaniko straight walked to the inn. Kern and Mikasa already returned to the inn after touring in the town. After completing their objectives, they all decided to rest before going to the festival. Kaniko and Mikasa went to their room. After 2 hours, Ray was sitting on his bed while holding the phone in his hands. His eyes zated on the screen. He was playing a shooting game. His attention averted towards the door when someone knocked on his door. He lost his game due to not paying attention to the game. He gave permission to the person behind the door to enter the room. "Come on in." Door opened and 2 beautiful girls entered the room. Ray looked RST at the long red hair girl in pink dress, and then turned his eyes towards the short brown hair girl in red dress. Ray could not help himself but bewitched by those 2 beautiful girls in front of him. His lips unconsciously moved by staring at girls and said, "Gorgeous." Even Ray was getting mesmerized by the beauty of both girls, but he could not take his eyes off her short brown-haired girl. After the accident, when Ray met Kiniko, he did not remember anything about her. However, after a few recent events, he unlocked some fragments of his lost memories. Because of those recent memories, he started to have stronger feelings towards Kiniko. When Ray's words entered Kiniko's ear, her cheeks turned red. She felt so happy inside. Naturally, every girl would be happy to hear a compliment the person she loves. Mikasa looked at Kiniko and Ray, who were completely lost in their worlds. When she looked at them, a teasing smile appeared on her face. She had the opportunity to tease her friend, then why she wanted to let it go. She said with same expression on her face, "Ray, you don't end me attractive that you can't even give me a single look at me." Both Kiniko and Ray woke up from their stupor and looked at the red-haired girl. Ray felt little embarrassed, but he composed himself and replied to Mikasa, "You both look so pretty." Mikasa's expression had not changed, and she said, "Oh, I thought you have only eyes for Kiniko." Kiniko's face completely turned red. After hearing her friend's words, she only wanted to find a place to hide herself. She turned his face away so Ray could not look at her face. Ray looked at her face and muttered to himself, "She is right. I don't want to take off my eyes from her." Long green hair boy came to the site and said, "Stop teasing them, Mikasa." She looked at Kern and nodded with smile. Mikasa asked to them, "By the way, are you guys ready?" Ray and Kern nodded with their head. Shortly after, they walked out from the inn. After a few minutes, they reached at the festival. In festival, most of the people had smiles on their faces. Little children's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. Some of children were holding their parents' hands, while some of them riding on shoulder of their loved ones. There were all age groups present at the festival. Ray and his group mixed with crowd. Ray and his friends started ascending the stairs which leads to the main shrine. Ray started observing the place and thought to himself, "It looks like the place what I dreamed." People were all crowded around the stalls. Place were so noisy, but no one wanted to complain. Kiniko asked to Ray, "Ray, is this place you dreamt about?" Ray replied with gentle smile, "I think this is the same place. I do not remember many things about that dream, but some things look similar that I dreamed." Kiniko's smile widened when she heard Ray's reply because she was the one who brought him to Old Town and wanted to visit this place. She was 99% sure about that he had dreamt about shrine in Old Town. Now she got the result and found that she was right. It made her happy. She said with smile, "This is good, Ray. I hope you will recover more memories by visiting this place." Ray nodded a while, having same gentle expression on his face. Mikasa asked excitedly, "Hey guys, what we are going to RST?" This time Kern replied, "Let's pray RST, and then we will enjoy the other things." Others agreed with Kern and started walking towards the main shrine. They all entered the queue and waited for their turn to pray. After vain minutes, Kern and Mikasa got their turn to pray. They both prayed together. Kiniko and Ray followed them and prayed. They were all standing together while thinking about deciding what to do next at the festival. They all decided to eat RST. They all walked to the food stalls. Smell of assorted avers wafted close to the food stalls. Kern said, "I will bring food for us. You all wait here." Kern walked towards the food stall. Owner of the stall was a middle-aged man, and he was working with his son. Both were working hard with smiles on their faces to satisfy their customers. Kern waited for a few minutes before he got his order. He brought the food to his friends. They all found a place to sit and started eating. They tasted the different items from all food stalls. Only then they walked to the next section of the festival. Mikasa looked at the name board on the stall, "Shoot and Win," and said to his friends, "Let's play this game." They all nodded and walked to the stall. Owner of the stall was a man with long white hair and a long beard. Stall was occupied by some players, so Ray and his friends waited for their turn. They paid the owner to play. Owner handed the gun to Ray. Only one person could play at one time. It was a simple game to shoot the prizes. If a player managed to shoot the prizes and it fell, then the player got the prize. There were 7 layers of prizes. Long-range shooting layer had more good prizes than the short one. Ray took the RST turn to shoot the prizes. He looked at the prizes and took his aim towards the small teddy bear-like stuffed toy. He pulled the trigger, but he missed the target. He had 3 chances to shoot. He missed all of them. Mikasa laughed. "Ha ha ha, you really suck in shooting." Kiniko looked at both of his friends and felt a déjà vu. She remembered that she came to the festival with Ray when she was 10 years old. That day Ray played the same game but could not hit the target even trying several times. After seeing him again, she could not stop. But naturally, after looking at him and thought to herself, I don't think you can ever be change. Ray felt little embarrassed and handed over the gun to Mikasa. Let's see, how will you do in this? Mikasa took the gun and replied while wearing confident expression on her face, let me show you how it's done. She held the gun and took the stance like she was perfect shooter or something. She took the aim and shot. Bullet hit the target and made a clunk noise. Small Teddy fell and she won with RST try. Mikasa said, see, how simple it is. Ray looked at her with disbelief written in his eyes and thought to himself, how could she hit just like that? Maybe it was just luck. But he changed his thoughts after watching her shooting every single bullet to the target. Mikasa hit the target with every shoot, but only won 2 prizes. After Mikasa, it was Kern's turn. He did hit the target but could not make it fall, so he did not win any prizes. Kiniko also did better than Ray, even though she only hit just once in 3 tries. After playing shoot and win, they walked to next gaming section. They enjoyed different games. After playing several games, they decided to explore other sections of festival. Sun was almost ready to hide himself behind the green mountains. White clouds painted with its crimson rays and sky looked more beautiful with crimson clouds floating underneath. Ray looked at the beautiful sky while walking through the crowd with Kiniko. He praised the beauty in mind and looked straight again. He asked to Kiniko, where is Kern and Mikasa? Kiniko replied, maybe they stop in somewhere behind in those stalls. Ray asked again, do we wait for them? Kiniko nodded with his head. While they were waiting for Kern and Mikasa, Ray's eyes met with blonde-hair girl in the crowd. His heart started beating fast. At that moment, he felt like time had stopped for him, and the world around seemed to be moving slowly. He started to see a blurry vision of a blonde-hair girl. He unconsciously moved towards the direction of that girl while having thoughts about an unknown girl. Who are you? Why did I feel that I know you? Kiniko looked and called out to him, Ray, where are you going? But he did not listen to her. She tried to hold his hand, but she was taken aback by his words. Why can't I remember you? Her heart sank into deep darkness and her smile which she had for the whole time completely disappeared. It was like his words were a magic spell. Her body petrified with that spell. She lost in her thoughts. I always lost myself and forgot where I belong when I am around you. Thought I could reach into your heart. Maybe that place always belongs to someone else. I am just like a bird who is only allowed to fly underneath the sky. It doesn't matter how high she is. I would never be able to reach the sky. Someone touched her shoulder and asked, Kiniko, why are you standing alone here? Where is Ray? She woke up from her stupor and looked at the direction of the voice with her lifeless eyes. The person who faced her was Mikasa. When Kiniko looked, changed her lifeless expression to a neutral expression. Mikasa felt something wrong for a second, and asked, did something happen between you and Ray? Kiniko shook her head and said while wearing a neutral expression on her face, no, it's just I lost him in the crowd. Mikasa did not pay any more attention to that and asked, did you try to call him? Kiniko nodded and replied, I did try to call him, but he did not pick up. Maybe he did not notice the phone call due to noise. Mikasa nodded and said, let's search for him. Kiniko nodded. Kern also joined Mikasa and Kiniko. They explained him and started searching for Ray. Ray was searching for the blonde-hair girl in the crowd. He started to lose her sight, but he did not stop and kept following her in the crowd. A long blonde-hair girl who was walking through the crowd alone sensed something. She suddenly stopped and turned back to look at the crowd. She saw a short black-hair boy with ocean blue eyes coming towards her. She looked at the boy with a perplexed expression. Ray stopped in front of a blonde-hair girl. Her beautiful blue-gray eyes were looking at Ray while a confused look painted on her face. Her facial features were quite attractive. Ray noticed her beautiful gray eyes and thought to himself, this time I made a mistake. I chased after the wrong person. She could not be the girl from my dream. I can't forget those pale indigo eyes. Ray got to the conclusion from the way she was looking at him. She did not have any idea why Ray was chasing after him. From her looks, it was for sure that she did not even meet him before. Ray did not want to make this situation more complicated, and he apologized to her before she could even ask him any question. I am so sorry. I didn't mean any harm. I just lost someone, and I was looking for that person. She was about to ask him, but Ray already gave her the explanation. She looked at Ray and said, that explained it. I also lost my boyfriend. I mistook you for him. I thought he was the one following me. Short brown-haired good-looking boy with deep brown eyes walked to them and stood beside a blonde-haired girl. His height was 175 centimeters, and his perfect physique could be seen under his tight shirt. Blonde-hair girl looked at brown-hair boy and said, Mike. Mike asked to her, "What are you doing here, Selena?" Mike averted his towards Ray and added another question. "Is he your friend?" Selena shook her head and replied, "I just met him. Here. He was looking for someone and he mistook me for that person." Mike looked at Ray with neutral look on her face and said to Selena, "Let's go, Selena. We have many things to do yet." Selena nodded and said goodbye to Ray while wearing a beautiful smile. Ray's phone started ringing. He took his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen that was blinking with the name of Kaneko. Ray answered the call. "Hello, Kaneko." He heard Kaneko's voice. "Ray, where are you?" Ray looked around and found him around the accessory section. Ray answered, "I am close to the accessory stalls." He heard her voice. "Stay there, I am coming to you." She cut the phone before Ray even could ask her anything. Ray looked at his phone and saw 15 missed calls from Kaneko and his friends. Ray's heart aches when he realizes that he left Kaneko alone in the crowd. Ray felt guilty while thinking about her. "I am an idiot. How I am gonna apologize to her?" Ray started to question himself. Ray looked at the accessory shop and he laid his eyes on a crescent moon silver color pendant. He walked to the accessory stall and felt like that pendant was somehow familiar to him. He asked the owner to buy that pendant. He purchased the pendant and put it in his pocket. Human-made lights started to light up during the festival. Lights were attached with ropes to the trees and poles. Ray raised his head and looked at the beautiful lights. Ray lowered his head and saw a girl in short brown hair running towards him. He felt sudden pain in his chest. Shorter the distance became between him and Kaneko, the more pain he felt. In a few seconds, Kaneko reached him. Ray could not look into her eyes due to feeling guilty to leave her alone and apologized the moment she reached him. "I am sorry, Kaneko. I should not leave you alone," Kaneko said with a smile. "It's okay, Ray. You don't have to apologize." Ray looked at her with a stunned look and thought to himself, "Why does not she ever complain about anything? Why does she always forgive me even though I am one always at fault?" While Ray was in his thoughts, Kaneko smiled like nothing happened and said, "Ray, let's not waste any more time. Fireworks show is about to start, and I don't want to miss it." Ray woke up from his thoughts and nodded. Ray started walking with her and promised to himself, "I will do never anything that will hurt her." He asked to Kaneko, "Where is Kern and Mikasa?" Kaneko answered, "They are waiting for us. Chinta, Reet and Mia also are with them." Kaneko and Ray ascended the stairs behind the main shrine. Rocket launched in the sky while leaving trails with whoosh sound. It painted the sky with beautiful colors. The moment the RST rework exploded, it caught everyone's attention and the atmosphere turned completely silent. Only sound of reworks could be heard in the sky. A kid dropped his apple candy, and he started crying in her mother's arms. She pointed at the direction of the rocket while trying to make him laugh. He looked at the colorful sky with sparkling eyes and stopped crying the moment he gazed at the reworks. Everyone was looking at the sky. Ray and Kaneko were no exception either. They both also looked at the exploding reworks and praised the beautiful reworks in their hearts like others. In few seconds, dark sky became colorful. Ray started feeling nostalgic while looking at the sky and his emotions started owing towards sadness. Ray did not know why he was feeling like that but he could feel like something bad happened in that place with him. However, he could not remember exactly what happened. Ray looked at Kaneko who was staring at the reworks like a little child and a smile appeared on his face. "I don't know what will happen and what happened in my past life. I feel if you would be by my side like you always did, then it will all be okay," Ray thought. Fireworks continued exploding for a few more minutes. Last, rocket launched in the sky, and it exploded in the sky while making a star-like pattern with red, blue, and green colors. After the last rocket, the sound of reworks disappeared, and the sky turned almost dark again. People felt satisfied after watching the rework show. They started heading off to their homes. Kaneko's eyes were still zated on the dark sky, and which felt like demanding for more reworks like half of the children in the festival. Ray looked in the crowd and noticed one group of Vey people approaching them. He recognized 3 of them, but 2 girls were new to him. Kaneko also noticed the group when they almost reached them. Kern looked at Kaneko's smiling face before turning his gaze to Ray. I want to punch you, jerk, but seeing her happy, I don't want to ruin her happiness. Kern thought. Ray asked to Kern with confused look. Why are you looking at me like I did something that I should not have? Kern replied with a neutral tone. No, it's nothing. In a group of they, two new girls looked at Ray with curiosity. Both were stunning beauties on their own way. They were Ray's friends Mia and Reet from the past. Mia was wearing a blue beautiful traditional dress with a line pattern and her long black hair was tied as bun style, while a small part of her long hair bangs hanging on each side of her face. She looked the perfect example of intellectual beauty with specks on her nose while covering her beautiful deep brown eyes. Reet was wearing a red traditional dress without any patterns. Her shiny long black hair was almost reached to her waist. She had light brown eyes with a lovely face which made her perfect beauty. Chinta already explained the situation to them about Ray. Chinta told them that he lost his memories, and he did not remember any of his friends. They could not just believe simply like that. Now both beauties were looking at black-haired boys with ocean blue eyes and realized he did not remember them due to no response from him. They both had a same question in their mind. Did he really forgot about us? Kiniko looked at Reet and Mia and called to Ray. She introduced them to Ray. When Ray heard their names and looked carefully at both girls for a short time, he started to recover some vague memories of his middle school, in which he envisioned two girls like Mia and Reet. Mia asked Ray, so, did you recover some of your memories? Kiniko told me that you guys came here to visit the shrine to see if it could help you to recover your memories. Ray replied with a neutral look on his face. By visiting here, I started to remember some things, but those are just some things that I can feel happen to me, but not the exact memories. Mia nodded and replied, you will recover your memories eventually, so don't think too much. Ray's expression changed to a small smile, and he thanked her. Thanks. They all talked for a few more minutes before leaving the festival. Chinta, Reet, and Mia parted ways with Ray's group on the way. Ray and his friends came back to their rooms in the inn. It was around 10 p.m. Kern walked out from the washroom and looked around in the empty room while thought to himself, where did he go now? Kern connected the charger cable to his phone before walking out from his room. He knocked on the door next to his room but no response. Kern walked downstairs to look for his friends. Two girls were sitting on the wooden bench under the dim lights in the small garden. Garden was a small public area with some wooden benches. Girl was looking for busy talking with each other. Long red-haired girl asked to short brown-hair girl, hey Kiniko, why don't you tell him how you feel? Brown-haired girl was startled for a moment by her sudden words, but she composed herself before replying. Her hazel eyes turned sad and looked at the starry sky and she answered, I can't tell him. A gur of a person was about to approach them. However, he stopped when he heard two girls' conversation. She continued while staring at the sky, he already has someone who he is desperately trying to remember. Mikasa looked at Kiniko with a puzzled look and asked, what do you mean by he has someone? Does he have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me about that? A gur of a person who was watching them in the dark suddenly moved, but it was not in the direction of Kiniko and Mikasa. Kiniko sensed someone's presence and moved her neck to look behind but saw nothing. That person had already vanished from the garden. Mikasa also looked at the direction where Kiniko was looking. Mikasa asked, what happened? Kiniko answered, it's nothing. And about Ray? I did not tell you about that girl because I am not sure who she is. When Ray woke up from his coma, then he asked about a girl with pale indigo eyes. He just remembered her eyes, nothing else about her, and I never met her when I was living in this town. Maybe he met her after I moved to the city of Nirvana. I don't want to confess my feelings until he gets his memories back. If he remembers that he had a girlfriend in his past life, then I will never tell him. Mikasa understood why she did not want to tell him. Mikasa said, I don't know if he had a girlfriend or not, but I think he likes you. Kiniko replied, I am okay the way things are now. Kiniko looked at her phone and checked the time. Let's go Mikasa. We need to wake up early in the morning. Mikasa nodded and walked to their room. In parking lot, a young boy with short black hair staring at the silver-color crescent moon pendant in his hands. I have seen this pendant before. Where did I saw this? I will give this to Kiniko tomorrow morning, he thought. He heard someone's voice, Ray, I need to talk with you. Ray moved himself to the direction of the owner's voice and looked at him with bemused expression. Kern, what do you want to talk about at this time? Kern walked past him and asked him, what do you think about Kiniko? Ray was more puzzled now when he heard that question. He thought to himself, why he is asking about Kiniko? Ray moved to face Kern and asked, instead giving answer, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by what I think about her?" Kern replied with neutral look, "I mean, do you like her?" Ray thought to himself while facing Kern's back, "What's with all these questions? Why is he even asking me this question?" Not having any clue about Kern's questions, Ray decided to answer his question. "She is my childhood friend. Of course, I like her." Kern did not stop at and asked another question. "Did you have a girlfriend or someone you want to be your girlfriend?" Ray looked at Kern with more perplexed expression but answered, "You know, I don't remember that much about my past and I don't know if I had a girlfriend or not." Conversation continued. Kern asked more questions. "Do you how she feel about you?" Ray reluctantly replied, "Yes, I know." Kern said after hearing his answer, "If you know how she feels, then give her answer." Ray replied with sad look on his face, "I can't." Kern's expression changed from neutral to anger when he heard his answer. He clenched his ST and moved instantly to hit on his face. Ray, who was unaware of Kern's anger, could not react fast to dodge his street crime. As Kern RST landed on his cheeks, he lost his balance and fell on the ground. This happened so fast that Ray could not process coherent thoughts in his mind. He looked at his right hand and found it empty. He started searching for the pendant around while lying on the ground. Kern's anger dropped down and he felt guilty while thinking on his actions. OFCK, I should not have hit him. He's just got out of the hospital. When Kern walked to the garden to look for Ray, he heard Kiniko and Mikasa's conversation. He did not know about that dream girl Ray was chasing. From that moment, Kern and Mikasa become friends with Kiniko. Kiniko always talked about Ray. It was like the only thing she needed in her life was Ray. When Ray met with an accident, Kiniko lost his smile. It only came back after Ray recovered from coma. Kern and Mikasa watched her suffer every single day. When Ray recovered, they were so happy for her. But when he heard Kiniko's conversation, he felt that Kiniko was still suffering but did not show it on her face. He could not control himself from getting an answer from Ray. Kiniko and Mikasa walked to their room after spending some time in the garden. Kiniko opened the door and walked to the balcony to close the open window. She looked in the parking lot and saw someone laying on the ground. She recognized the short black hair boy instantly and ran towards the front door without saying anything to Mikasa. Mikasa was startled by her sudden actions and walked towards the balcony to see what happened there. She was little shocked by the scene and thought, "Why those idiots are ting?" She also followed Kiniko after looking at the situation. Ray could not undo the pendant and anger started rising in his heart. He looked at Kern with beast-like angry eyes. It was like he was about to devour his prey. He suddenly stood up and clenched his ST hard to hit Kern in the same way. He hit Kern's face like he got hit from him. However, Ray could not put that much force and Kern did not fall to the ground. Kern was busy feeling guilty and could see what was coming for him. He did not dodge and got hit on his face. He moved a little back but balanced himself. Even Ray had recovered most of his strength, but he was still physically weaker than Kern. Ray's anger had not dropped. He looked into Kern's eyes with an angry expression and said, "What the hell do you know about me? Did you ever lose your memories and forget about yourself? Every single night before sleeping, scary thoughts come to mind. If I lost this self, and if I forget the time I spent after the accident with everyone and only remember about my past life. I love Kiniko but I don't want to see her sad again. When I saw her RST in the hospital after my accident, I hurt her that day because I didn't even remember who she was. I don't want to see that look on her face ever again. Who knows what will happen when I get my memories back? I don't even know if my present self would coexist with my previous self. Will I be able to remember these times I spent with you guys or not? I don't know who I would choose if I recovered my memories and found out that I have a girlfriend. That's why I don't want to tell her anything and make any fake promises." Kern did not say anything and listened to him with a half-dead face. Ray's anger calms down and his ocean blue eyes turned so sad that he could cry any moment. Kiniko was so shocked by Ray's words. She ran towards Ray and embraced him from behind. Ray was stunned when he suddenly felt someone's warm embrace. He looked at small white hands who were locked around his waist. Ray's heart started pounding so fast that the person who was embracing him could hear his heart beating loud and clear. Did she hear everything I said? What should I do now? Ray thought. Kern woke up from his stupor and saw Ray and Kiniko. He moved away from the direction of another person who was looking at them from a little far. Ray already knew the person and grip was so gentle that he could easily move his. Hands. He moved his hand and reached for small white hands. Rei gently held her hands and slowly loosened her grip. Kiniko retreated her hands and felt a little embarrassed. However, her eyes were still welled with tears. Rei turned around to look at Kiniko. When he looked at her face, his heart felt little pain and at the same time happy. He lifted his hands and placed them on Kiniko's face. He cupped his hands around her slightly red cheeks and wiped her tears with his thumb. Kiniko looked into Rei's ocean blue eyes and feelings started owing in her heart. She was charmed by him, and her heart started running wildly. Same could be said for Rei. Rei thought to himself, I could not hold back anymore. Rei started to close the distance between him and Kiniko. Rei's face was so close to Kiniko and Kiniko started breathing fast with excitement. She turned completely red and her red cherry lips curved up a little. Rei could not hold back any longer after witnessing the mesmerizing scene in front of his eyes. His lips touched her red cherry lips. Kiniko closed her eyes. It was Kiniko's RST kiss, and she did not have any prior experience in that enticing job. Rei either did not know if he had done that before or not. Rei also closed his eyes when his lips met with her cherry red lips. They both inexperienced in that, but somehow, they both felt that they were doing knee in that. They did not have any care of the world at that moment, and for them, they were the only one in this world right now. Both of their feelings were transferring throughout the action. Rei slowly opened his ocean blue eyes and unattached his lips after tasting her red cherry lips. Kiniko slowly opened her hazel eyes and looked into Rei's ocean blue eyes. For both, it was still not enough, and they wanted to do more. They did not even sense the presence of Mikasa and Kern. Mikasa coughed a little, cough, cough. To put on an act to show their presence, lovebirds, we are still here, you know. When they both heard Mikasa, they both turned completely red like apples with embarrassment, and wanted to hide somewhere where no one could end them. Rei moved his face away from Kiniko to hide his embarrassment. He saw something sparkling on the ground, and he walked towards the sparkling thing and bent down to pick it up. It was the crescent moon pendant that he lost when Kern hit him. Kiniko distracted a little by his actions. She looked at Rei and walked behind him. What is this, Rei? Kiniko asked. Rei already confessed her, and now there was no reason for him to hide anything he wanted to do for her. Rei faced her and gave her the pendant and said, I bought this from the festival for you. I don't know if you like this or not. Kiniko looked at the crescent moon pendant. She was already happy, but that little gift increased her happiness to her fullest. Her smile widened and she said, I like it. Can you help me to wear it? Rei nodded. He took the pendant from her hands. He held each side of silver chain in both hands and crossed his hands around her neck. He attached the chain lock and felt a déjà vu. He lost in his memories for a moment and found himself doing the same thing before. He saw himself putting the pendant on Girl's neck. Girl's face was not visible in his memories, but he could remember she had long hair. Rei woke up and retreated his hands. Rei's face turned little pale, but he forced smile on his face not to show that in front of Kiniko. Mikasa and Kern walked to them. Kern apologized to Rei, feeling some guilt. I am sorry for before. I should not have hit you. Rei little distracted from his thoughts when Kern apologized to him. Don't worry about that. Beside, I already hit you back. Did not I? So it's even now, Rei replied with small smile. While Kern and Rei were busy with each other, Mikasa found the little opening to tease Kiniko and whispered in her ear, I told you he likes you but did not expect him to that bold. Kiniko's face turned little red, and she replied slowly to Mikasa with shy expression, Stop it, Mikasa. Mikasa laughed a little, haha, but you look so cute when I tease you. Kiniko turned her face away and pouted at her. Kern and Rei looked at both girls. They had the same thought in their mind, what are they talking about? Shortly after, they returned to their rooms. Kiniko and Mikasa lay down on their beds. Mikasa took a glance at Kiniko before sleeping. Kiniko was reliving the moment with Rei and her thoughts of all what happened today with her. It was hard for her to believe that all happened so fast. She fell asleep while thinking about Rei. Kern was one of the guys who could fall asleep just lying on the bed. Rei was staring at the roof while thinking about those memories regarding the pendant he recovered when he helped Kiniko to wear it. Was I really done that before? Or was it just my imagination? What the heck happened to me? If I had any connection with that girl, why does not anyone know about her? Why didn't she come to look for me? Rei fell asleep while all these questions were running in his mind. Chapter 5. Shadows of My Past. Next day, Ray and his friends took the train to come back to the city of Nirvana. After coming back to his home, he spent the entire day at home with his mom. It was nighttime. Ray was looking at the dark sky through the window. Dark clouds were floating in the sky that covered the whole city. Rain was ready to pour down. Ray closed the curtain and walked to his bed. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. As he fell asleep, he teleported his consciousness to the world of his dream. He found himself in an unfamiliar place and heavy rain started. It was pouring over there, and in a few seconds, Ray got fully drenched. He did not get time to think where he was, and he started to look for shelter. He was looking for a shelter when suddenly lightning struck the ground. He looked at the direction of the lightning strike. He saw a Gur covered in red liquid. He could not recognize him. He walked towards him. He was stunned when he realized that the red liquid was blood. It was ooing out of that person's body. He hurried up and got close to him to help him. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked, but did not get any response from the Gur. Heavy rain washed off his blood and his Gur became more recognizable. Mixed blood with water painted the area around them red. Rain started to slow down and shortly after the sky became clear. Figure was still standing there like a statue, and he did not move inch. Figure's eyes were closed before and started to move slowly. Now, Ray could recognize the Gur and he was a young boy with short black hair and ocean blue eyes. Blood stopped ooing out of his body. Ray felt shocked for a moment to see him again in his dream, but he composed himself. Ray needed the answers and that was the only guy who could provide him. Ray calmed down and asked the young boy, "What happened to you? What's with all of this blood?" Young boy's lips curved up a little. That person was Ray's past self whom he met before in his dream. When he gave him a clue of that shrine to look at his past life, the other Ray's past self replied, "You really want to know what happened to you? If it is really your wish, I can make it come true." Ray was taken by his words and thought to himself, "Can I really remember everything? Who am I? Why is he trying to tell me now?" While Ray was in his thoughts, Ray's past self said, "I am your past, I am part of you. You can never get rid of me, I am always with you. If you want to reconnect the pieces of your life, then come with me." Ray was a little afraid to see his past self soaked in blood, and thought to himself, "What exactly happened with me? I want to know, but if he dominates on me and I lose myself to him, are you chickening out now? I never thought that my future self would be coward like you." Ray's past self provoked Ray. "Don't think so highly of you? I am just result of your actions," Ray replied in a sarcastic tone. Ray's past self said with taunting smile, "Okay, I don't have that much time, just answer me. Do you want to know your past or not? If you said no, you would never end out what happened, but I promise you that I would haunt you for your entire life." Ray thought to himself, "I am feeling a little scared. This guy is giving me chills. Is it really me? I can't believe it. No matter, but it is myself. I must accept him." And he replied, "Hey me, I want to know what happened to me, so show me." Ray's past self said with a smile, "Let's go to your past." All things around him started to change into clocks-like objects. There were thousands of clocks around them, and they were all moving at different pace. Ray and Ray's past self fell into dark space. Ray let out a cry when he fell into the dark pit and where he could only see more clocks and darkness surrounded the area. "Arg, I am going to die here." Ray closed his eyes with horror, and after a few seconds, when he felt nothing wrong happened with him, then he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. All the things around him were normal, and Ray felt like he was not walking but ying through time, and he asked, "Hey, what the hell is happening here?" Ray's past self replied while ying through the time, "Don't be so impatient, you will know soon." Ray asked again, "At least tell me, where are we going?" Ray's past self said while wearing a small smile, "We are almost there, where it all started." Suddenly bright light emerged from the dark and started assaulting their eyes. They both passed through the lights and Ray opened his eyes. The scene in front of him was astonished. There were several thousands of memory clips and pictures owing in the space. Ray could not believe it and looked himself in these all memory clips and pictures. He moved his hand towards one of the clips and when his hands touched the clip, he started to feel a headache. He completely immersed in that clip and started to relive in his memories. Around 8 years old, a short black-haired boy with ocean blue eyes was walking home from his school. He wore a uniform combination of white shirt and blue trousers. He walked through the bridge over the river. He had a bright smile on his face. When he was on the way back home, a car passed him, and his eyes met with the girl in the car. She was around at his age. She had sparkling hazel eyes and short brown hairstyles with red color ribbon. Car stopped in front of the house, where someone was already moving the furniture into the house. Short black hair boy thought to himself, "Who is that girl? I never seen her here before." He got his answer when the car stopped. "Maybe they are moving here." He continued walking to his home without stopping. He reached his home in a few minutes. It was a small 2-story house. He grabbed the handle and moved it to open the door and said, "I am home." A person was already waiting for him. She was a woman in her mid-20s with an attractive girl. Her beautiful long blonde hair, which almost reached to her waist, set on loose and falling bangs on her right eye, made her look more attractive. She looked like a model in a red dress. Boy looked at the person and ran towards her while producing the word, "Mom." She looked at her kid and opened her arms to embrace him. Boy reached her mom and received a warm hug from her. She smiled at her kid while stroking his hair and asked him, "Ray, have you eaten your lunch?" Ray gestured at her by moving his head and nod. She planted a kiss on his forehead and retreated her hand. Ray walked into his room and placed his bag on the study table. After changing his dress, he took a comic book from his collection and started reading while resting on his bed. He could not control his laughter while reading it. He looked at the hanging clock on the wall and said to himself, "I should go now. Nick and the others may be waiting for me." He put the comic book back and walked down the stairs to the kitchen. He called his mom but did not get any answer. He thought to himself, "Oh, she told me. She is going to the market. Maybe she has not come back yet." He opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of juice. He opened the lid and poured the red apple juice into the cup. After putting the bottle back in the refrigerator, he held the handle of the cup and lifted it close to his lips and drank the juice in one go. He washed the cup and put it on the rack. He walked out from the kitchen and took his soccer ball. He walked out from his home and locked the door. He ran towards the ground while holding his soccer ball in his hands. He ran past the bridge and reached the ground where some of his friends were already present. One of his friends with short spiky blonde-haired said, "Hey Ray, you are late." Ray replied while holding white soccer ball in his hand, "I am sorry, Nick." A kid with long red hair who was playing with soccer ball called to Ray, "Hey, hurry up Ray, let's practice." Ray nodded while dropping the soccer ball on the ground. Let's start." There were 6 players in total. 2 kids had buzz cuts, and one of them had spiky light blue color hair. They all started playing. Nick took their position as a goalkeeper. Nick was on Ray's side. "Harvey," kid with light blue hair said with mocking smile while blocking the ball. "Not this time, Ray." Harvey stole the ball from Ray and started kicking to get the ball towards the goalpost of his opponent. After losing the ball, Ray dashed towards the kid with blue light to stop him, but he had already reached close to the goal and kicked the ball that sent it ying towards the goal. Harvey did not get the result that he expected. Nick caught the ball. "Not that easy, Harvey. You need a little more practice to pass through me." Harvey was irritated by the fact that he could not score a goal. Nick kicked the ball to pass it to Ray. Ray caught the ball and started running while kicking the ball with his feet. He also attempted to the goal but failed. Ryan blocked the ball. After a few rounds, Ray managed to score the RST goal, but it did not take too long for Harvey to get that point back. They were all exhausted after playing for half an hour. They all took the break to drink water and recovered their stamina. Ray said to Ryan, "You are really getting good in this position, but next time, it will definitely be a goal." Ryan, who had a buzz cut hairstyle, replied with a confident expression, "Yeah, in your dreams." Black clouds already formed in the sky. Ryan looked at the sky and suggested to them, "Hey you guys, it seems rain is about to start. Perhaps we should stop the practice for today and head back to our home." Everyone agreed to his suggestion when they looked at the dark clouds. Small water droplets started falling from the clouds. Ray and his friends started running. Ray and his friends ran out from the ground and parted ways with him. Ryan and the others waved their hands while parting ways. "See you tomorrow." Ray waved back at them. In a few seconds, the speed of falling water droplets became faster. It did not even give the time to Ray and his friends to reach their homes. Ray was running while holding the soccer ball in his hand and thought to himself, "Damn it, today's weather report did not mention the rainfall." Ray drenched in rain and his clothes were totally wet. He ran across the bridge and reached the park close to his house. He was about to pass the park when he heard someone crying. He slowed down and stopped. "Is someone crying? Where is this crying noise coming from?" He looked towards the park and found the place where that noise was coming from. He was walking towards the rabbit-looking slide and heard someone saying while crying, "Mama, where are you?" Ray ran towards the slide and looked under the slide. Ray looked at the short brown-haired kid who was rubbing her eyes while crying and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Kid stopped crying and looked at the short black-hair boy with ocean blue eyes. Her hazel eyes stared intently at him while confused expressions painted on her face. She blinked her eyes before asking him in childish voice, "Who are you? Are you a knight who came to save me?" Ray looked at her with a bewildered expression and thought, "A knight? What is she even talking about? Wait, haven't I seen her before? But where have I seen her?" When the short brown-haired girl did not get any response from Ray, she asked again, "Hey, tell me, are you my knight or evil god who wants to kidnap me?" She started crying again. "Mama, evil god here to kidnap me," Ray snapped out from his thoughts and startled by her words. Rain was still pouring, and Ray's half-body was still exposed to rain. Ray replied to her, "Hey, stop crying. I am not an evil god or anything. I am not here to kidnap you." She stopped crying and asked Ray, "Then you are saying that you are my knight who is here to save me?" Ray looked at her with a perplexed look and replied, "Look, I am not your knight or anything. Just tell me what you are doing here. Are you lost?" She started crying again and replied in a childish manner while crying, "I am not going to trick you. You are an evil god." Ray was irritated by the girl and thought to himself, "This girl, why is she so insisted on evil god and knight? Should I leave her alone here? No, I can't do this." Ray stared at the crying girl again and suddenly he remembered something. "I know where I have seen her. I saw her in that car when I was on my way to school. She probably came here to play and forgot the way to her home. What should I do with that knight thing? I don't think she is going to stop crying until she recruited me as her stupid knight." He sighed and played along with her knight act. "Hey, I am your knight, and I am here to save you from the evil god." She stopped crying and looked at Ray with her sparkling hazel eyes. Teardrops were still falling, but her eyes looked so sparkling. It was like she got her favorite toy. She asked, "You are really my knight?" Ray nodded with his head and asked, "Can I sit here next to you? You know I don't want to catch a cold." She nodded with her head. Ray sat down next to her and Nally got shelter. Ray asked her, "Are you new here?" She nodded with a smile and asked him with curiosity, "Which knight you are and where did you come from?" Ray looked at her with a perplexed look and thought, "This knight again. I thought she was going to stop when I admitted that I am her knight. I must think about a little story to keep her busy." After thinking for a few seconds, Ray made up a story to please her. "I am here from the Holy Palace, and I am here to save you, princess, from the evil gods and all the evil beings in this world. I will protect you from those who want to harm you." She heard him with excitement and believed him completely. Ray looked at her and thought, "Is she dumb? She just believed me like that. That's good, at least she is not crying anymore." Ray asked her, "I am Ray. What's your name?" She answered quickly without asking anything to him, "My name is Kiniko." Ray asked another question, "Do you know your address?" She shook her head and replied, "I don't know." While they were both talking, suddenly lightning struck the ground and made a loud sound. Kiniko grabbed Ray's arm and started shivering with fear. Ray was also scared by the lightning and frozen for a few seconds, but he snapped out and looked at Kiniko, who was still holding his arm like she was stuck into it. She was not crying at that time but trembling with fear. Ray asked in slow tone, "Hey, it's all right now." She did not respond to him. Ray thought to himself, "Perhaps I let her like that for a few more seconds." Rain slowed down and completely stopped in a few more seconds. Ray looked at the sky and saw a beautiful rainbow formed after the rain. Ray said to Kiniko, who still did not want to leave his arm, "Hey Kiniko, looked at the sky. It's beautiful rainbow." She calmed down a little and peeked at the sky. Small smile returned on her cute face when she looked at the rainbow, but she was still holding Ray's arm. Ray moved his eyes towards Kiniko. His heart skipped a beat when he looked at her cute face and he thought to himself, "She is cute." Ray's face was almost about to touch her face because she was holding his arm. He averted his gaze, and his face turned a little red. Ray pointed at the direction and said, "Let's see the rainbow from there." Kiniko nodded and retreated herself to walk outside from under the slide. When Charlotte came back from the market after shopping, she did not see Ray at home. Unsettled weather already formed in the sky. She took an umbrella with her and started looking for Ray. Raindrops started falling from the sky when she was on the way to search Ray. Charlotte was walking towards the soccer ground to look for Ray. She knew that Ray usually went to play in the soccer ground. Speed of falling droplets increased significantly. On the way, she saw a short brown-haired woman in her late 20s. Her hazel eyes were moving wildly in every direction. Charlotte walked towards the lady. She looked towards Charlotte and asked to Charlotte while showing a picture of her daughter, "Did you see my daughter anywhere?" Her hands were shaking, and her face was pale. Charlotte looked at the short brown-haired girl with hazel eyes in the photo. Charlotte replied, "I haven't seen her." "Calm down, RST. Tell me what happened." She told her that her family moved to Old Town. When she was busy managing things, her daughter sneaked out to play somewhere. Charlotte said, "I see, there is a park nearby. Maybe she went to play there. Let's look for her over there." She nodded at Charlotte. Rain stopped and the sky turned clear. They introduced themselves while walking towards the park. They reached the park and entered the park. They both saw two kids staring at the sky. Even though they could not see their faces, they could imagine that they were smiling while looking at the rainbow. Makino ran towards the kids. Ray sensed someone approaching them. He turned to face the direction of the approaching person. He looked at the short brown-haired woman running towards them. Kiniko also turned around when she saw Ray. She looked at a woman with short brown hair. She also ran towards while calling, "Mama." It did not take Ray to ND that woman's identity before even Kiniko confirmed it, because she was the exact adult version of Kiniko. Kiniko ran into her mother's arms. Makino held her into her arms gently, and strong emotions welled up which showed in her eyes as the shape of tears. Ray thought to himself, "Definitely, she is her mom. She is also crybaby like her." Ray's eyes met with the blue eyes who were looking at him behind Makino, and he thought while staring in those eyes, "Mom, what is she doing here? Is she no Kaniko's mom?" Ray called to Charlotte, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Makino looked at Ray with confused look and thought, "Mom, is he referring to Charlotte?" Charlotte replied with smile, "I was looking for you, you know." Ray apologized to his mom. "I am sorry, Mom." Now Charlotte confirmed that Ray was her child. Makino looked at Charlotte with astonished look and asked, "Is he really your kid, Charlotte?" Charlotte replied with smile, "Yes, he is. Why are you so surprised?" Makino did not say to her but thought to herself, "But she looked so young." Makino replied, "It's nothing." Kiniko retreated herself from her mother's arms and looked at Ray while saying, "Mama, Ray is my knight. He saved me today." Ray stopped on his track and looked at Kiniko with dead face. "This girl, why that knight thing again? What is she even thinking? Is she making fun of me? Is not that over already?" He averted his gaze to his mother who was smiling at him. His face turned paler and thought to himself, "I know what you are thinking, Mom. Damn it, this is all my fault. I should have been played along with her." Makino looked at Ray and thanked Ray. "Thanks Ray for taking care of Kiniko." Ray looked at Makino and said while forcing a smile on his face, "You are welcome." Charlotte looked at Ray and said with teasing smile, "Good job, Knight." Ray's face turned red with embarrassment and thought, "Stop teasing me, Mom. Damn it, this is so frustrating." Ray walked to Charlotte and asked, "Mom, are you acquainted with her somehow?" Charlotte shook her head and replied, "I met her when I was looking for you." Ray said, "I see. That's explain why you come here with her." Makino thanked to Charlotte. "Thanks Charlotte helping to ND Kiniko." Charlotte said, "You don't need to thank me. I am glad that she is okay." Makino nodded and they all started walking. Ray and Charlotte parted ways with Kiniko and Makino. Shortly after, they both reached at their home. Ray took a shower, and Charlotte prepared dinner for them. Ray explained all things what happened in the park while eating delicious food with her mother. After eating, Ray went straight to bed. Chapter 6. A Broken Doll. It was morning time. Ray was in his school. Ray was walking towards his classroom. Door was already opened, and he entered the classroom. Some students were already present in the classroom. He heard someone calling him, "Hi Ray." Ray looked at the direction of the voice and greeted the person. "Hey Nick." Ray walked to his seat that was close to the window in the middle of the line. Ray was looking at the clear blue sky. After Ray, 10 more students entered the classroom. Students were busy while discussing what they did yesterday. Shortly after, black-haired middle-aged man entered the classroom and closed the door. When he closed the door, everyone's eyes averted to the middle-aged man with short black and white shirt and black formal trousers. He had gentle facial features and deep brown eyes. Everyone stopped talking when they looked at him. He was the teacher of that class, and his name was Rai. All the eyes were crossed on him. Due to this, no one noticed there was one more person. Person was hiding behind the teacher. Teacher looked at the short brown hair girl who was hiding behind him. He looked at her gently and asked her, "Don't be afraid. They are all good kids." All the students looked at the girl with short brown hair. They started whispering, "Is she a new student? I have never seen her before." Ray, who was still looking outside out of his habit, he was unaware of the fact that there was a new presence in the classroom. Short brown hair girl peeked at the students from behind the teacher. Rai encouraged her while looking at her gently. "Don't worry." She showed herself in front of everyone. Rai introduced her. "Kids, this is Kaneko, and she is joining our class from today." When Ray heard the name of the new student, he looked at the direction of the short brown hair girl with shocked expression and muttered to himself, "Are you kidding me? Her parents found only this school for her. On top of that, why is she even in my class?" Ray thought about yesterday, the time he spent with her, and lost in despair. Damn it. This is no good. If she started acting like Chunibyo again, then what am I gonna do? I don't want to be a laughing stock. I must think a way to prevent this from happening. Wait a minute, I just met her once. If I make my distance from her and pretend not to know her, probably she would forget about what happened yesterday. For now, I must make sure she won't see me. This is difficult because we are in the same class, but this is not impossible. I can avoid her. But his all plans destroyed the moment teacher assigned Kaneko's seat. Rai pointed out the seat next to Ray, which was unoccupied for the time being. "You can sit over there." Kaneko looked at the direction and nodded. Ray averted his gaze towards the window and cursed his luck. Damn it. Why, I am so unlucky. Couldn't he choose another seat for her? There are still 4 other unoccupied seats. I guess could not help but to face this trial with all what I have got. Wait, why I am making this sound like some kinda game. It sounds like I am turning to Chunibyo by myself. As he was thinking, Kineko walked towards her seat and her eyes looked at Ray. She recognized him in an instant and called him in childish tone, "Ray." Ray looked at her with shocked face and thought, "Did I hear right? Or it's my imagination?" She called me by my real name, not with that stupid nickname Knight. I did not expect this, but this is good. Story that I told her maybe took some effects on her. Yesterday, when Charlotte and Makino arrived at the park, after Kaneko blurted out the things happened in the park to Makino and Charlotte, Ray took some measures to prevent this happening again. Ray told her, "Look, Kaneko, you can't tell everyone about that I am your knight." Kaneko replied, "Why can't I?" Ray made a story to make believe her, "Because it's a secret. If evil God knows about it, then we would be in trouble. So, call me by my name and from now on I am your friend." Ray looked at Kaneko and replied, "Hey Kaneko." Rai looked at both kids and said to Ray, "This is good, you know her, so help her if she needs anything." Ray looked at Rai and said with a bitter smile, "Okie teacher." Ray sighed and thought, "At least my idea worked on her." Kaneko occupied her seat next to Ray. All things were settled. Rai started the class while taking attendance of everyone by calling their names one by one. After some studying, it was recess time for all the students. Some girls circled around Kaneko and started introducing themselves. "Hey, I am Sammy, my name is Kara." Kaneko looked at Ray's seat, but he was already left the classroom. All the girls were friendly towards her, so she did not feel uncomfortable and walked out with them to eat the lunch. Ray walked with his friend to eat lunch. Nick and Ray sat down under the big tree outside the building. Nick and Ray opened their lunch boxes and started eating. They both shared their food with each other. Nick complimented on Charlotte's cooking to Ray. "Your mom always made food with unusual avers. I can eat this forever." Ray replied to him, "Same goes for your mom." Nick nodded. After eating satisfying lunch, Nick asked to Ray while handing over his lunchbox, "Can you take this with you?" Ray nodded and took the lunchbox with him. Shortly after, he arrived at his classroom and entered it. He looked at 3 boys who were circling around Kaneko's bench and asked with angry expression, "What are you doing?" One of the boys looked at Ray and replied, "What it is to you?" Ray walked to them and shouted, "Stop messing with her things." One of the boys opened the bag and took doll from her bag. A doll. Ray kept the lunchboxes and started to struggle with them to steal her things from them. They shouted at Ray, "Ray, stop." One of the boys accidentally broke the doll and they all stopped ting. Boy threw the doll on the floor and said, "It's not my fault. It's all your fault, Ray." Other two boys agreed with him and said, "Let's go. We were just checking it, not that we were stealing anything from her." Ray was dumbfounded when he heard them. "They are blaming me for all of this. Even they are the one who broke the doll. What should I do? If she saw that broken doll, I know she is not going to stop crying." Ray heard footsteps approaching to the classroom. He crossed Kiniko's things, and hastily picked up the broken doll and stuffed it into his bag. He picked up the lunchbox and moved to his seat. Recess time was about to end, and other children started to come back to the classroom. Kiniko also came back to the classroom with her new friends. Ray saw Kiniko and started feeling a little nervous. Kiniko walked to her seat and sat down. She looked at Ray and asked him in a childish tone, "Ray, where were you? I did not see you in the lunch break." Ray lifted his arm and started stroking his hair to hide his nervousness. "Oh, I was with Nick. We usually eat lunch together. Sorry, I did not invite you." Kiniko shook her head and replied, "That's okay. I made some new friends." Ray felt little relieved about that she had not noticed anything yet and replied to her, "Good for you." Lunchtime was over now, and Ray again started the study lesson. After a few hours, school time was over. All the students started to put their things in their bags and to leave the classroom. Ray asked Kiniko while putting his things into his bag, "Is your mom going to come for you?" Kiniko was looking in a little trouble while checking her bag, but she nodded at his question. Kiniko thought in her mind, "Did I forget Chica at home?" Chica was her doll's name. When she could not undo it in her bag, she thought that she forgot to bring it with her. Ray did not ask anything else and said to her, "Shall we go?" Kiniko picked up her bag and walked with him. They both reached the front gate of the school where Makino was already waiting for them. Makino's eyes met with Kiniko and Ray. Makino was a little surprised to see Ray with Kiniko, but she felt a little relieved about the fact that Ray was with her. She felt like she didn't have to worry about her daughter. Kiniko called her mom, Mama. Makino patted her head and asked, "How was your RST day?" Kiniko answered with a smile, "It was good. I made many friends and Ray is in my class too." Makino averted her hazel eyes to Ray. "Ray, I am happy to find out that you are studying in this school. Now I don't have to worry about Kiniko." Ray thought to himself, "I just met you both yesterday. It's not like I am going to take care of your crybaby for you all the time." Why she is feeling like that? She found a caretaker for her girl. Why are you feeling so relieved? Don't you know, woman, that you must ask RST before putting of your responsibilities on others? Ray hid his real emotion under smiling mask and replied to Makino, "You would not have to worry about her even if I am in any another school. She is good with making friends." Makino nodded and asked Ray, "Are you coming with us, or Charlotte is going to pick up you?" Ray shook his head and asked to her for a favor. "I have something to do. I can't go with you. Could you call to my mom and tell her I will be a little late today?" Makino replied, "I will call her, but where are you going?" Ray thanked her and said, "Thanks. It's nothing major." Ray ran towards the different direction. Kiniko looked at Ray's direction, who had distanced himself from them in a few seconds and disappeared. She asked Makino, "Mama, why did Ray leave us?" Makino looked at her daughter's puzzled eyes and answered, "I don't know, but we can invite him to play with you later. They live just close to our house." Kiniko nodded happily and walked with her mother. After some distance, Ray slowed down his speed to catch some breath. After covering some distance, he arrived in the downtown. People were going in and out from all the small shops in the town. He looked up at the hanging signboard. It was named Joy with Toy and designed like a cartoon character. Ray opened the door and hanging bells made sounds to make the owner about the customer. Ray looked around at the small shop. The shop had many kinds of toys, from animal toys to action figures. Beautiful women in her late 20s emerged with short purple hair from under the counter. She moved her beautiful amber eyes to the direction of Ray and asked Ray, "How may I help you, kiddo?" Ray looked at the beautiful woman who had a beautiful smile on her face and replied while taking out a doll from his bag, "I need your help to X this toy." Ray handed the toy while requesting her, "Can you please X it?" She grabbed at the doll, whose neck was a little broken, and looked carefully before answering. After carefully observing, she replied with the same beautiful smile, "I can try to X it." Ray nodded at her. She started working on seeing the doll. Meanwhile, Ray started looking around the shop. She crossed the doll in no time and called Ray, "Kiddo, it is crossed." Ray ran to her and happily asked her, "Do you really crossed it?" She nodded at him with a smile, and she asked, "Do you want anything else?" Ray shook his head and took out some money to give her. "Not today. I have just this much today. Would it be enough to cover the sing cost? Pretty Women gave him back the money and said, "Don't worry about that. You don't need to pay anything for that," Ray said. "Thank you. Then I will come next time with my mom and buy some toys." Pretty Women nodded with smiles. Ray said goodbye to Pretty Women and walked towards his home. After 10 minutes walk, he stopped in front of two-story small house. He walked to front door and pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, short, brown-hair women in black dress came out from the door. Ray greeted her. "Hello, Aunt Makino." She responded back to him with smile. "Hello, Ray, come in." Ray did not get in and took out a doll from his bag and handed to her and explained everything what happened. After listening his story, Makino said, "Kiniko has been searching for this doll since she came back from school." "Thanks, Ray." As they were busy and talking each other, Kiniko descended the stairs and started walking towards them. "Mama, I could not end Chica anywhere?" Makino looked back to Kiniko and said, "I found it." Ray told her that not to tell her about what happened, because if she found it was broken, that would probably make her cry. That's what she told her, that she found it. Kiniko ran to her mom and looked at the doll in her hands, then averted her eyes towards the front door. She blinked and asked her mom, "Mama, who were you talking with just now?" Makino looked at the direction with astonished expression when she found no one in front of her. She sighed and lied. It was someone who got the wrong address. Kiniko did not refute her. She took the doll and went to her room. Ray, who was hiding behind the outer walls of the house, and thought to himself, "That was close. If she had seen me, then I had to play with her that stupid night game." Ray started walking and shortly after arrived at his home. He entered the house and found his mom. Charlotte asked to Ray, "What took you so long? You know, I was worried about you." Ray looked at her and saw worried expression in her eyes. He apologized and explained everything to her. "I am sorry, Mom. In school, some boys." Charlotte used to drop him to school and picked him up, but he insisted her not to do it, because he felt little embarrassed, so she stopped. Charlotte listened to him and told Ray to change his school dress. She made some snacks for him. After eating snacks with her mother, Ray did the daily routine task, reading manga, playing soccer, and after eating dinner, he went to bed. Chapter 7. Days in Middle School. In his room, Ray was taking out a white shirt from the closet. He put his white shirt on and walked in front of the mirror while closing the button on his shirt. He looked himself in the mirror and combed his short black hair. Someone knocked the door and Ray gave permission to the person to enter. "Mom, come in." His voice was also changed slightly like his other physical features. Charlotte opened the door and entered the room. She wore casual winter clothes with her long hair tied as ponytail style. Even she aged around 5 years, but it did not affect even slightly to her beauty. In fact, she became prettier. She asked to Ray, "How long will you take?" Ray nished working on his hair and looked at Charlotte. "I am coming in a minute." Charlotte nodded and descended the stairs. After seeing his hair, Ray walked down the stairs and entered the kitchen area. Charlotte, who was serving the food, looked at Ray and said, "Ray, take a seat." Ray walked to the dining table and took his seat. "Thanks, Mom." Charlotte walked to the other side and sat down. Ray started eating and complimented on food. "Taste great, Mom." Charlotte thanked with sweet smile and asked to him, "Thanks, Ray. By the way, have you bought your all books for this semester?" Ray nodded while enjoying the food. Ray was now in 8-th grade, and it was the start of new semester of 8-th grade. After eating the breakfast, Charlotte gave a lunchbox to Ray. Ray walked to his room on the second floor and put his black blazer and black necktie with white stripes on. He put the lunchbox into his bag and descended the stairs. He was in little hurry while descending the stairs and opened the front door to inside. Someone was about to approach the doorbell but startled by his actions. It was winter, snowflakes already started falling from the sky. The person behind the door slipped and about to fall. Fortunately, Ray dropped his bag and caught her in his arms. She had a woolly hat on her, but still her brown bangs were little visible on her forehead. She wore a black blazer on her white shirt and black tights underneath black skirt. Ray looked in her beautiful hazel eyes and blinked while thinking, "Kiniko, what is she doing here?" Kiniko's position was at around 130 degrees backward falling angle when Ray caught her in his arms. Ray was still holding her in his arms while in stupor. Kiniko blushed while found herself in his arms and said to Ray in nervous tone, "Thanks, Ray, I am all right now." Ray came to his senses and supported her to get back on her feet. Ray apologized while feeling little embarrassed. "I am sorry. She replied in her sweet voice while picking up her bag. It's all right? Ray also took his bag and asked her, shall we go? She nodded with her head. Days in middle school. Ray took a glance at her and thought, I never thought that she would become this pretty. Kiniko looked at him and asked to Ray while blinking cutely, is something on my face, Ray? Ray averted his eyes and replied with nervous expression, no, there is nothing on your face. Someone shouted their names from behind, hey Ray and Kiniko. They both looked back in the direction of the voice and recognized the person. The girl with spiky orange hair was running towards them. It was Chinta. Ray and Kiniko became friends with him in the starting of middle school. They were in the same class from the RST year of middle school. Chinta joined Ray and Kiniko. They arrived at their school in a few minutes. They entered the school building and joined the morning ceremony with the other students. After attending the ceremony, Kiniko saw her friends Mia and Reet. Mia had beautiful deep brown eyes underneath the glasses, and her hair was styled as twisted ballerina bun. Reet's light brown eyes followed the gaze of her friend and met with Kiniko. Her long shiny black hair was styled as a simple braided ponytail. Kiniko called to her friends, hey, Mia and Reet. They responded back to her by waving their hands and walked to her. They started chatting while walking to their classroom. It had been 3 years since they became friends and were studying together in the same class. They reached the classroom and entered the classroom. Shortly after, a middle-aged man entered the classroom. He was quite the good-looking man with his short beard cut and long blonde hair. His name was Stephen Hawk, and he was the teacher of that class. He welcomed his students and introduced himself. There were 90% students already studying under him in the previous classes, but still there were some new students, so he decided to introduce himself to them. After his introduction, all the students introduced themselves one by one. After the introduction, he started teaching them English. Let's start the RST lesson of this semester. It was lunch break. Ray was eating lunch with Chinta. They could not go outside because of the snow, so they ate lunch in their classroom and cafeteria. Kiniko looked at Ray while entering the room. Mia and Reet looked in the direction where Kiniko was staring. Mia whispered to Kiniko, hey Kiniko, why don't you eat with him? Isn't Ray your boyfriend? Kiniko turned her red apple-like face towards Mia and said, we are just good friends, don't say things like that. Reet looked confused by their action. She did not understand what both were talking about. Mia replied with a sarcastic tone, oh, what your face is saying is something else. Kiniko felt a little annoyed but did not refute her, whatever. She did not show her face, but she thought, I really want to eat lunch with him. She looked at Chinta with angry eyes and thought to herself, why is he the one eating lunch with Ray? I should be the one eating with him. Chinta sensed something scary watching him and turned his head towards Kiniko. Kiniko averted his gaze, now he looked towards her. Ray also followed the direction of where Chinta was looking at. Ray asked Chinta, hey, what happened? Chinta replied with a neutral expression, it's nothing, and started eating again. Ray looked again at Kiniko, who had now already started eating with her friends. Days in middle school. After eating, he stared at the sky from the window. Shortly after, lunch break was over, and the next lesson started. Stephen came back to the classroom and started the next study lesson. After a few more lessons, the RST day of the new semester was over. All the students started leaving the school. Ray and his friends were no exception either. Ray was walking with Chinta while followed by Reet, Mia, and Kiniko. Kiniko and Ray parted ways with their friends on the way home. White snowflakes started falling from the sky. Ray and Kiniko walked across the small bridge. Ray took a glance at the park while walking and recalled the RST day he met with Kiniko. His lips formed a smile while reminiscing of his past. Kiniko looked at Ray and asked to him, why are you smiling? Ray looked at her with same smile. I just remembered how I met you in this park and you were such a crybaby back then. Kiniko pouted and said in teasing tone, you were the one who played the role of my knight. Ray's smile froze at that moment he heard those words. Those words reminded him of the most embarrassing moment of his life which he wanted to exterminate forever if he could. He felt despair at the fact he could never rid of those memories and his expression darkened. They were both just about to reach Kiniko's house. Kiniko looked at his expression and asked him with sad eyes, Ray, you really don't like those moments of our life, don't you? When her words entered his ears, then only he realized that he was wrong. He did not regret any of those moments. In contrast, those memories made a smile on his face every time he thought about those memories. Ray looked in her eyes, which were about to dwell tears, and his expression turned gentle. He held her small hands and replied while painting gentle expressions on his face, I am sorry if I hurt you. I won't regret anything. They were already in front of Kineko's house. As they were busy and talking, someone opened the house door, and it took their attention. Both looked at the direction of the door, and Makino came out from the house. Ray said hello to Makino. Makino suggested to both, come in you both. It's cold outside, I will make you tea. Ray shook his head and rejected the offer, thanks, but I have some work. Makino did not force Ray. Ray said goodbye to Kineko and Makino and walked to his home. Shortly after, Ray arrived at his home. Ray opened the door and said, I am home. Charlotte heard him and she walked out from her room and asked him, how was your day? Ray answered, it was good. He spent evening time with his mom and ate dinner with her before going to bed. Chapter 8. Festival. On the basketball court, players were practicing in black uniforms. The number 10 player was dribbling the orange color ball while passing the other play. He jumped towards the basket and his orange hair uttered. In Ray's eyes, who was spectating him, it was like he got wings. He almost reached the basket but could not dunk. However, he made the ball into the basket and landed on the ground in an unbalanced state but controlled himself. After the last basket goal, they finished their practice. All the players took a breather and sat down on the bench. Chinta walked to Ray and asked Ray, how are you here? Ray replied, I was practicing with my soccer team and found out the basketball team is here. So I thought you would be here with them. Chinta said, that explains, I am done for today. Let me change then we will go. Ray nodded. Chinta walked to the changing room and wore his casual clothes. He came back to him in 20 minutes. He said goodbye to his teammates and walked with Ray. It was the start of spring. Ray asked Chinta, are you coming with us to the festival? Kineko already asked to Mia and Reet. Chinta replied with a neutral expression, don't you want to go alone with Kineko? It's your chance to ask her out. Ray replied, I would love to. But you know how she is. She wants to go all of us together. Chinta nodded and agreed to go with them. Ray said, okay, we will all meet at Kineko's house at evening. Ray parted ways with him on the way to home and he walked alone to his home. Next day evening, black-haired boy was looking at the front door and he lifted his hand to press the doorbell. 4 people were already waiting for him in Kineko's house. He is Nally here, Chinta said when he heard the doorbell. He wore a black full-sleeve shirt with blue jeans. 3 girls nodded in unison. They all walked towards the front door by descending the stairs. Girls in black traditional dress opened the front door and looked at teenage boys in sky blue shirts and gray joggers. You are late, Ray apologized. I am sorry, Mia. Chinta said hello to him. Ray replied, hey Chinta, and his gaze moved to a girl in a green traditional dress, and said, hi Reet. She replied to his greetings with a smile, hello Ray. At last, Ray's eyes met with a girl in a traditional red dress. At the time, he laid his eyes on her, his heart skipped a beat and thought in her mind, beautiful. It was not like the other 2 girls were less beautiful than Kineko. It was just that he never looked at Mia and Reet in that way. Ray controlled his urge to comment and greeted her in normal manners. Hi Kineko. Kineko responded back to him with a small smile on her face. Hi Ray. Chinta suggested, shall we go now? We don't want to miss the festival. All others nodded in unison. They started walking under the orange sky towards the festival. Ray and Chinta walking in front of the girls. In a few minutes, they all reached at the festival site. They followed the crowd and ascended the stairs towards the main shrine. All the stalls were packed with people. Ray and his group RST walked through the crowd and arrived in front of the main shrine where people were in queue for their turn to pray. Ray and his group joined the queue and got their turn after 20 minutes. After praying, they started enjoying the leisure activities. Ray and his friends walked to food stalls. Ray walked to the food stall and registered his order to the middle-aged man with a small black beard and short black hair. Middle-aged man finished the order in 10 minutes. Ray picked up the order and walked towards the temporary seating area. Ray handed crispy poppers to everyone. After enjoying festival delicacies, Ray and his group walked through the gaming section. Mia pointed at the game stall and suggested, let's play that game. No one objected to her and they all walked to the stall owner. It was a prize-winning game. There was a total of 5 selves and each one had different prizes placed on. Better the prize, the more difficult it was to reach with rings. It was a simple game to throw the ring like an object. The object was about 32 centimeters in diameter, and to win the game Ring must cover the prize with a ring. Mia took the RST turn but failed to win. Next was Ray, who also failed. Now it was Reet's turn. She threw the ring, and it landed on top of a small cat-like toy. Owner took the cat toy and gave it to Reet. "You won this, kid?" Reet accepted it with a delighted smile on her face. "Thank you, sir." Kiniko and Chinta had the same fate as Ray and Mia. They did not win anything. Next Chinta tried his luck to win the draw but failed again and cursed himself. "Damn. I am so unlucky." This time no one participated in the lucky draw, but only Chinta. It took them an hour to explore the gaming area. After exploring, Chinta whispered to Mia and Reet, "Hey, just listen guys. We have to leave Ray and Kiniko alone." Mia understood what he was trying to say, but Reet was little dense to these things. She asked, "Why do we need to leave them alone?" Mia said, "Let's hide. I will explain to you." Kiniko asked to Ray, who was walking beside her, "Ray, where are Reet and the others?" Ray turned back and looked in the crowd and his friends were already disappeared. "Did we lose them?" "I don't think. It must be his plan." "Well, this is good. Now I can spend some time alone with her." Ray looked at Kiniko and replied with neutral expression, "Maybe we lost them. But don't worry about them. They will be ni." Kiniko nodded and asked to Ray, "What should we do now?" As he listened to her, and his eyes met with ice cream stall. "Wait here. I will get some ice cream for us," Ray said to Kiniko and walked to the ice cream stall. Ray ordered 1 vanilla ice cream cone and 1 strawberry ice cream. He paid and came back to Kiniko. He handed the strawberry-flavored ice cream to Kiniko while small smile on his face and said, "This is your favorite, isn't it?" Kiniko took the ice cream and nodded. Artificial lights illuminated the festival after sun saying its farewell for the day. Ray and Kiniko walked through the crowd. Ray spotted empty bench and suggested to Kiniko while making gesture with his hand towards the bench, "Let's sit there." Kiniko nodded and walked with him. They both sat down. Both took last bite on ice cream. Silent fell around both. They did not have anything to do but themselves. Ray started feeling nervous and his heart started pounding. And he thought, "What's going on? Why I am feeling so nervous? It's not like my RST time alone with Kiniko. Why I can't come with any word to start the conversation? And why is she silent?" Kiniko's situation even worse than him. Her cheeks turned red, and she could not help but thought, "My heart is beating so loudly." Could he hear it? Ray Nally took the courage to take a glance at Kiniko. As his ocean blue eyes landed on her face, he was bewitched by her cuteness and the world around him started moving slowly. He unconsciously moved his hand towards her face, and he wiped the small ice cream bit left over on her face with his injure and licked it. Kiniko's face even turned redder than before. She could not even lift it up. Ray came back to his senses and realized what he had done when he did not see any moments in the girl next to him. "What the hell I did?" Ray thought while his face started turning red as well. He jumped back in nervousness and apologized to her. "I am sorry, Kiniko. I used to this when we were little. It just that I did out of habit." Kiniko replied in slow tone, "It's okay." She thought to herself while redness on her face was still visible. "Well, it's not like I mind him. It's just so sudden, and I am not ready for it." Ray sighed when he heard Kiniko and looked towards the crowd. His eyes met with 3 gurs who were approaching them. One of the gurs said, "Hey, why are you both silent? Did something happen?" Kiniko recognized the owner of the voice, and looked at her while composing herself. She replied while changing the subject, "Reet, where were you guys?" Reet about to explain to her, but Mia interrupted her and suggested, "Let's go guys. We must hurry otherwise we would miss the reworks show." Now Kiniko and Ray calmed down in the presence of their friends and nodded with her suggestion. Ray started walking with Chinta behind the girls, and Chinta asked Ray, "Hey, did something really happen between you two? Have you asked her out?" Ray replied, "Damn, I was so nervous. I could not ask her like that. It's so difficult. But thanks though." Chinta replied, "What are you thanking me for?" Ray replied while showing smirk on his face, "Well, you are the one who planned all of this to leave us both alone." Chinta smiled bitterly and replied, "I created a chance for you, but you missed it." They all arrived at the site to see the reworks display. A crowd formed to see the reworks. Chinta and Ray walked next to girls. Girls were all standing next to each other, and Ray stood next to Kiniko and beside him, Chinta. First rework rocket EU in the sky while producing a whoosh sound and exploded with sparkling colors. Everyone's eyes moved to the sky to see the dazzling scene. An old man who was sitting with her wife on the bench looked at the sky and they both felt like they returned to their youth. People felt emotional attachments to the reworks and captured the moments in their memories for forever while enjoying with their loved ones. Ray and Kaneko were also one of them who were making beautiful memories with their friends. More rockets started following the RST-1 and painted the whole sky with bright, beautiful colors. Colorful owers stayed a bit longer in the sky and they faded after the last rocket exploded. Everyone felt satisfied with the ending of the reworks and started to leave off the festival with their friends and family members. Mia suggested to her group, maybe we should also take leave now. Ray and the others nodded in unison and started walking to their homes. Kaneko praised the reworks show enthusiastically. Reworks are the best. They all agreed with her but not as much as Kaneko. Mia whispered into Kaneko, maybe you like reworks even more than Ray. Kaneko recalled the scene that happened when they were alone, and her face started turning red. Kaneko did not say anything to Mia. Kaneko and Ray parted ways with their friends and walked in different directions. Ray and Kaneko did not utter a single word while walking. After walking a few steps, they arrived in front of Kaneko's house. Ray said farewell to Kaneko while saying words, "Good night." Kaneko responded to his words, "Good night, see you tomorrow." Ray nodded and walked to his home. He opened the door and walked in. "I am home, Mom." Charlotte also came back from the festival. Ray did the dinner with his mother and fell asleep while thinking about the activities he did in the day. Chapter 9. My days are silent without you. White snow started falling from the sky. Young boy with short black hair and ocean blue eyes walking on the street while leaving a trail of his footprints behind. He looked up at the sky and lifted his hand to catch the snowflakes on his hand. It's already winter, huh? He looked beside him and felt someone's presence. It was a short brown hair girl with shining hazel eyes. He looked at her beautiful smile and his lips curved up unconsciously. Girl's illusion just faded in a few seconds and Ray found him staring at empty space. There was no one beside him. Even after her illusion disappeared, his smile was still there. It has been already 6 months since I last saw you, but sometimes I feel like you are still here with me. Ray crossed his muffler and continued walking. Ray stopped in front of a cafe and entered it. A 22-year-old boy with short spiky black hair looked at Ray with his deep brown eyes. He wore a uniform with black full sleeves and, "My days are silent without you." Pants. It was a small cafe with 3 employees working at once. He greeted him with professional smile. "Hi there, how may I help you?" Ray responded him back. "Hello, can I have one double special?" Cashier punched the order and asked with same smile on his face. "That's all for today," Ray said. "That's all," and paid with cash for his order. Cashier collected the cash and gave the drink to Ray. "Thanks, have a good day." Ray and grabbed the coffee cup and responded back while walking. "You as well, thanks." Ray lifted the coffee cup to his mouth. He took a sip and felt the taste of hot coffee on his tongue. He continued walking while taking small sips from the coffee until he reached the park close to his house. He stopped and looked at the 2 kids who were playing with snow in the park. He illusioned himself and Kaneko while looking at kids in the park. Ray started to think about the last days that he spent with Kaneko. Few days after the festival, Ray was leaning against the bars at the school rooftop. He was looking at the sky with lonely eyes. Roof door opened and Ray looked at the girl with orange spiky hair and recognized him. "Chinta? What's he wants?" Ray asked himself. Chinta walked to Ray and asked, "Ray, do you know anything about Kaneko's transfer?" Ray looked up and replied with sad look. "I know." Chinta felt little surprised when he heard his answer and said to him, "Did Kaneko tell you about this?" Ray replied with same sad expression. "Mom told me that Kaneko's father is going to transfer back in City of Nirvana." "Then, what are you going to do? Dream, a lost time?" Chinta asked with a little upset expression. Ray stood up and held the bars. He looked at the blue sky and replied in a sad tone, "What can I do? It's not like I can stop the transfer or something. It's not an anime or manga where the protagonist can just stop the decision of the heroine's parents," Ray continued. "Besides, it's not like that she is going to another country or something, where I could never see her again." Chinta about to ask something. "What?" But interrupted by Ray. "I don't want to make it hard for her, so I just want to say goodbye to her with smile, so she could be happy." Chinta heard his decision and agreed with him. "I guess that's okay, if that's what you want." Ray put fake smile and said, "It's already time for next class, let's go." Chinta and Ray descended the stairs and walked to the classroom. Ray took his seat and looked at the empty seat next to his. She has not come again. Next lecture started, but Ray's mind was still somewhere else. In a few days, we will not be in the classroom. Every time this thought comes into my mind, my heart aches. Ray attended all the lectures without concentration on study. School was over. Ray left the school with his friend Chinta and parted ways with him on the way. Ray crossed the small bridge and reached the small park. He moved his eyes towards the park out of habit and saw a short brown-haired girl sitting on the bench, Kiniko. He walked to her and called her name, Kiniko. She was lost in her thoughts. Ray woke her up from her stupor. She looked at Ray and called his name in slow tone, Ray. Ray looked in her eyes that lost the usual spark and asked her, "Why didn't you come to school today?" Kiniko fell silent and she did not respond. When Ray did not get any reply, "My days are silent without you." He sat down next to her and he said while pointing at the slide, "We met here in this place for the RST time, and then you took admission in my class. We became friends from that day. Time does really fly, isn't Kiniko?" Ray looked at her face and continued, "Look, Kiniko. I know you are transferring to another city. Mom already told me about everything." Kiniko's expression changed into surprise when she heard his last words, and she faced him. Ray continued when he looked into her eyes, "Look, I know you are sad. You probably don't want to leave this city. No one from us wants you to leave either. It doesn't matter if you are living in another city or anywhere else. We will always be your friends. And you know, it's not like your parents transferring into another country, so we can meet whenever you want." Kiniko hugged him and she asked, "You won't forget about me, won't you?" Ray was taken back by her sudden actions but composed himself. "I told you, I will never forget about you." He moved a little back and released himself from her hug. He cupped his hands around her face and looked in her hazel eyes. "Don't be so sad, Oki. Let's go, I will walk you home." Kiniko nodded. Ray dropped her at home before leaving. Ray came back to present from his thoughts. He almost drank the coffee while watching the kids playing in the park with snow. Snow falling speed increased and almost everything turned into white. Children stopped playing and left the park with her mother. Ray walked to the garbage bin and threw the coffee cup into the bin. Ray thought to himself, "I wonder, what are you doing right now?" And he left for home. Chapter 10. Encounter with Fake Girlfriend. Ray walked out from the convenience store and started walking while carrying one bag in his hand. He walked for minutes and took left turn to the apartment building. He climbed up the stairs to second door of the building and stopped in front of his apartment. Ray was living alone in the apartment because his mom went to overseas for her work. Ray took keys from his pocket and opened the apartment. He entered the apartment and put the bag on the shelf. He separated the things and put some of the food canes into the refrigerator. After setting up all the things, he took one packet of noodles and started preparing his food. He already prepared the ingredients before leaving to convenience store, and now he just needed to have the noodles to boil. He looked at wallpaper on his phone screen while preparing the noodles. It was picture of Ray with his mom. "It has been 2 months since you went for your work. I did not hear you since then. I just received 3 letters later, and herewith my allowance from you," Ray thought while staring at the screen. Charlotte told him that she would be busy in her work for few next months, and she probably could not even contact with him. Ray did not know the details about his mom's work and nor he ever asked her. He tried to contact on her cell phone, but no avail. He received letters from Charlotte every month, in which she always told him not to worry and she would come back soon. So, he was not that much worried about his mom, but still felt uneasy not having to see her for last 2 months. He looked at his food and it was ready to eat. He took the food on the dining table and started eating. Ray looked at the date on his phone and thought to himself, "Classes are starting from tomorrow. I should change my sleeping schedule now." Winter season was already there, and Ray was now in 10th grade. After Christmas vacations, it was beginning of the new semester. Ray ate his food and walked to sink to wash the dishes. He washed the dishes and put the dishes on the racks to rinse. After finishing with dishes, he walked to his room and looked through the window at the sky. It's so dark outside, even with streetlights. He closed the curtain and walked to his bed. He laid down on his bed and started scrolling his phone. After using his phone for a few minutes, he set up the alarm and put his phone on the small table close to his bed. He fell into the dream world while looking at the roof. Next morning, Ray was outside of his apartment while carrying his school bag. He was in black winter uniform. He locked the door and started descending the stairs. He looked at the sky. There is no sign of sun. It's so cold today, and started walking with his hand in his pockets. Ray was walking to his school when someone called him from behind. "Hey, stop please." He turned around and looked at the girl who was running towards him while waving her hand. Ray did not know the person, but looking at her dress, she was a student from his school. Questions started roaming around in his mind while he was looking at the girl in black uniform. Who is she? I never saw her in school. Is she a new student? Girl was running to him. She slowed down her speed when she reached close to him, but unfortunately her feet slipped, and she fell on Ray. Ray tried to catch her unconsciously, but his feet slipped too, and fell backward while the girl topped on him. Damn it! He cursed while feeling a little pain. He closed his eyes when fell. When he opened his eyelids and showed lights to his ocean blue eyes, his eyes met with the beautiful pale indigo eyes of that girl. Her beautiful wavy blonde hair fell on his face, but he was still lost in her eyes like someone looking at something so mysterious. She blinked, and Ray came back to his senses. Hey, how long you are planning to stay on me like this? She also was dazed and snapped out from his spell. I am sorry. She moved herself from on top of him. Ray stood up and started cleaning up his dress. Snow was already removed, and in the last few days there was not much snow on the walkway. That's why Ray did not get dirty. After confirming that his dress was not dirty, he was about to start walking, but she stopped him. Wait. Ray looked at her and replied with a neutral expression. Look, I am already late because of you, so don't waste my time. Tell me, what do you want? She crossed her ponytail and her blonde bangs fell on her forehead. Don't you recognize me? She asked instead of giving an answer to him. He shook his head and said with the same expression, No, I never met you in my life. So, don't waste my time. If you don't know the way to school, then just follow me. She started walking with him, but she did not stop talking. Don't you remember me? We met on the day of Christmas. I recognize you. You are the one who saved me that day. Ray looked at her and thought about the day of Christmas. It was the day of Christmas. Today is Christmas. Mom, you still have not come back home, Ray thought while walking to the mailbox. He saw one mail in his mailbox and said, I know, you will send me something on this day. He took the mail and opened it and started to read. Hi Ray, it's Mom. I know you are angry. I wanted to come to celebrate, but I could not. I am sorry, Ray. Ray saw some money in the envelope and put it into his pocket as well. He threw the envelope in the garbage after coming down from the apartment. City was decorated with lights. There were Christmas trees almost in front of every house and in front of shops which were decorated with lights. All the lights looked like little stars in distinct colors from the above. Ray was walking on the streets. City was lulled with cheerfulness, and people were enjoying Christmas with their loved ones. Ray stopped at the traffic light because it was red. He pressed the button on the traffic pole. He saw a blonde girl with wavy hair walking towards the pedestrian walkway. First, he thought that she was going to stop, but when he saw her walking on the walkway with a red signal, he approached her and pulled her towards himself. Hey, watch out. She got close to his chest. He looked at her and asked, Are you all right? She looked at him with her half-opened pale indigo eyes, and the image of black-haired boy with ocean blue started forming in her mind. She felt a little headache and thought to herself, what just happened? She was still feeling a little dizzy and could not hear clearly what Ray was saying to her. In a few seconds, she started to feel better, and Ray's persona became clearer to her. She heard, Are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor? She composed herself and Ray released her from his arms. She said, Thanks. I just felt a little headache and my head started spinning, but now, I am all right. Ray asked her once more, Are you sure? You don't need to see the doctor. She confirmed that she was all right. She moved her eyes to her phone screen. Ray took a glance at her and started crossing the walkway. 10 missed calls. He is going to be angry at me, she thought while her eyes were on the phone screen. She averted her eyes in the direction where Ray was standing, but he was already gone. She thought to herself, I am such an idiot. I haven't even asked his name. She was walking with Ray on the way to school while talking about the day she met with him. I forgot to ask your name that day. I am Kyoko, and what's your name? Ray replied with neutral tone. I am Ray. They arrived at the school. Ray was walking to his classroom, but he stopped and looked at Kyoko, who was still behind him. Hey, Stop following me. Go to your class. She replied with pouting expression. I am not following you. My class is also in this way. Ray did not argue with her and continued walking. He entered the classroom and sensed her still following him into the classroom. No way. Don't tell me she is in my class. What is this feeling? Something is bad going to happen. Ray continued walking to his seat without looking back at her. Half of the students were already present in the room, and they looked at new girl with curious eyes. Ray took his seat close to the window and averted his attention from around while lost himself in his own thoughts. Kyoko made good impression on other students with her lively personality. Some girls circled around her and started asking questions to her. What's your name? Which school did you study before? Where do? Boy with spiky blonde hair and green eyes who was sitting in front of Ray turned his head towards Ray. Hey Ray, how do you know this new girl? Ray moved his head towards him and answered, I don't know anything about her. But Kyoko's answer was completely different than his when one of the students asked her, what is your relationship with Ray? Are you two related or something? All the students watched her coming to class with Ray, so they were all curious about her. They were curious, but did not expect the answer she gave. Kyoko looked at girl who asked her that question and answered with smile, my relationship with Ray. He is my boyfriend. All the students felt like they did not hear right and asked to her in unison, boyfriend? You say? Kyoko nodded at them. All the students turned their attention toward Ray. Girls had shocked expressions on their faces and boys showed hostility at him. Ray's face turned pale when he heard that. Damn. This girl. I knew she was going to do something bad, but I did not think that she would lie in front of all class. Blonde hair boy looked at Ray with little angry eyes. You said. You don't know her. Ray was about to reply to blonde boy Ken, but interrupted when teacher entered the classroom. Hey you guys, take your seats. All the students scattered to their seats and paid attention to the teacher. Kyoko was the only one who was standing there alone with the teacher. Teacher said, you should have come with me, but it's okay. You already introduced yourself, then let's just ND a seat for you. Teacher looked at empty seat next to Ray's side and made gesture with her njure. You can sit there next to Ray. Kyoko thanked her with smile. Thanks Miss Yumiko. Yumiko wore a combination of black and white dress and her neck-length hair set loose. She had semi-rimless glasses on her oval-shaped face, but her black eyes were still visible underneath glasses. She was quite friendly with her students and one of the most famous teachers in the whole school. Ray deeply sighed when Kyoko sat next to him and thought while looking out the window, it's just like before. Why I am feeling déjà vu. He took a glance at her and thought about the time he met with Kaneko in the classroom for the RST time. Miss Yumiko started teaching mathematics after she nished with attendance. After taking some boring lectures, students now get a break. Ray stood up from his seat and walked towards Kyoko who was talking with some girls. He moved his hand towards her hand and held her arm. Come with me. Kyoko looked at him with a confused expression, but she did not refuse him. She smiled at the girls around her and walked with him. Ray did not have a bad reputation in school. In fact, he was a decent guy in a student's eyes even though he just enrolled in that school a few months before. Student did not pay that much attention towards both and got busy talking again. Ray ascended the stairs on the way to the rooftop while holding her arm. His expression was neutral, but Kyoko felt like he was angry somehow. She asked while walking with him, hey, where are we going? Why are you angry with me? Ray looked at her with small smile and replied to her with sarcastic tone. Are you afraid from your boyfriend? She understood why he was angry with her because she created a mess in the class in the morning. Ray opened the door on the rooftop with one hand and made her lean against the wall around the staircase. She felt a little scared and stood against the wall like a statue without uttering a single word for a moment. Ray propped his right hand against the wall and looked into beautiful pale indigo eyes. From the audience's perspective, it could be an ideal example of a famous romantic pose wall slam in anime or manga. However, in that situation there was nothing romantic in their eyes. Ray asked while still looking straight in her eyes. You already know the answer, aren't you? Kyoko nodded by blinking her eyes. So, why did you do that? Ray asked with a neutral expression. Kyoko replied to him. Do you have crush on someone or girlfriend? Ray's lips twitched and felt irritated. That's not the point. I am asking you, why did you lie? Kyoko felt more scared after hearing his angry voice and answered with a shivering tone. I don't know why I did it. It's just, I wanted to say, or rather, I wanted to know the feeling of having a boyfriend. So, I just said that. Ray's angry expression turned to confusion, and he lost in his thoughts. This girl is really a problem. What the hell? She just wanted to feel how to have a boyfriend, and she just lied in front of the whole class. Teardrops started falling from her eyes and she said, "It's not like you have a girlfriend. Can't you play the role of my boyfriend?" Ray woke up from his thoughts and looked in her teary eyes. "Stop crying. And what are you talking about? Role. This is not a game." Her tears did not stop, and Ray thought while looking at her, "Damn it. Now I am the villain here." He said, "Okay, I will act as your boyfriend, but it's just an act. Don't bother me too much." She stopped crying. "Really? I know you are a kind person." Ray did not answer and just left her. Ray started descending the stairs and stopped, looked back towards the of a blonde-haired girl, and thought, did she make a fool of me, or she was really crying? Whatever, now I have one more thing to worry about. Kayoko looked at him and said to herself, I did not think this would be that easy. Ray walked to the cafeteria and bought lunch for himself, and after eating his he came back to the classroom in time for the next lecture. He entered the classroom followed by Miss Yumiko and walked to his seat. Miss Yumiko started the next lecture. After school, Ray came back to his apartment. He felt exhausted and fell on bed. He looked at the roof. That girl. That day, Kayoko entered Ray's life. New chapter begins in his life. Chapter 11. Sad song. One more dark night had gone, but the sun was still hiding behind snowy clouds. Early in the morning, Ray was still sleeping. Sound of the doorbell entered his ears, and it felt like to him, he was still dreaming. After a few more doorbell sounds, ding, ding reached in his ears. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes and rubbed it. He searched for his phone and found it on the small table next to his bed. He clicked the button to the side of the phone to unlock it, and looked at the screen while blinking his eyes. It's still early. Who is ringing the bell this early? Wait, is it Mom? Who else would come here at this time? It is Denightly Mom. Thought of his mom completely woke him up and he jumped from his bed. He ran to the door in anticipation and opened the door inside. However, he had not expected her to be behind the door, whom he was looking at with confused eyes. It's her. I thought Mom would be here. What the hell is she doing here? He thought. Morning, Ray? Greeting with a smile conveyed to Ray. However, Ray was not in the mood to respond. He tried to close the door, but she halfway entered the apartment and stopped him to close the door. What are you doing? Let me enter the apartment. She struggled halfway through to enter, but Ray did not let her enter. You can't enter. How did you even get my address? Ray put more force to push the door, but she let out cry. Ugh. It hurts, you jerk. Ray released his force immediately when he heard her sudden cry. She fell forward due to sudden release of force on the door. She found herself in Ray's arms. Hey, are you all right? You did not get hurt, did you? Ray asked the girl in his arms in a concerned tone. She lifted her head and looked at him. I am all right. This is all your fault. Ray apologized hearing her words. Okay, I am sorry. What you expect from me when you suddenly showed up early this morning? She pouted and said, It's my responsibility to take care of my boyfriend when your mom is not here. His expression changed, and he asked in a neutral tone, Who told you that? She revealed the name of the culprit. I knew you wouldn't tell me anything, so I asked Ken. You always stay with Ken, so I thought he might know about you. Look, I was right, wasn't I? Ray cursed him in his mind. Damn. You, Ken. And said to her, I told you not to bother me. I am not your boyfriend or anything. Kayoko unattached herself from him and did not pay attention to him. Look, my hairs are all messy now. Ray sighed and walked to her. Let me exit, he asked her while seeing her hair. So why did you come here? She answered with a little red face. I brought food for you. I thought that your mom is not here, so it will be hard for you to make breakfast. She hit lightly to his hand and said, These are all crossed. You can get ready for school. I will prepare the food. Ray did not have any choice but to accept her offer. He said while walking away from her, Do whatever you want. Kayoko walked outside to pick up the food and her school bag and thought, if this continues, I might really fall for him. She walked to the kitchen and placed the utensils on the dining table. After getting ready for school, Ray walked to the kitchen and a savory smell reached his nose that reminded him somewhat of his mother's cooking. I did not expect you to have any talent for cooking, but it looks good. Kayoko made a pout and said, Taste the food, then you will know how good I am. Ray took his seat and served the food to himself. He tasted the food and commented, "It's good. Thanks." Kayoko's eyes were looking at him, like she was waiting for her result in some competition. She felt proud of herself and said, "See, I told you." She also started eating. After eating, Ray helped her to clean the dishes. It was almost school time and they both walked outside the apartment. Ray locked the door and climbed down the stairs with Kayoko. "Now you like my cooking, I will make." Kayoko was about to complete the sentence, but she interrupted by Ray. "No, you can't come to my apartment." She asked, "Why not?" Ray replied with a neutral expression. "Because I told you, that's why. If you want, you can bring a lunchbox for me in the school only." Ray somewhat understood her stubborn character. She would not listen to him easily. Ray found that method to negotiate with her that it would be better for him to accept the lunchbox than inviting her to his home. She accepted as easily as he thought. They arrived at the school building and walked to their classroom. Ray was the RST1 who entered the classroom, followed by Kayoko. He took his seats close to the window and started looking outside at the sky. Shortly after, Blonde Boy entered the classroom and greeted Ray. "What's up, Ray?" When his voice entered his ear, he cursed him in his mind without even looking at the owner of the voice. "Damn. You can." However, he did not show on his face when he looked at him. "I am all right." Ken kept his blue bag on his table and turned his head towards Ray. "Hey Ray, is Kayoko has any sister?" Ray felt irritated and thought, now I know what's going on in his head. He probably believes I and Kayoko are couple. Ray smirked and said, "Oh, you want to know about her sister?" Ken's smile widened and asked Ray, "Is she really has a sister? Is she single? Can you introduce me to her?" Ray looked at Kayoko, who was still busy talking with girls, and thought, well, she is pretty. I can see why he is trying to butter me up, and replied to Ken but did not reveal the answer to his question. "I know why you give my information to her, but don't you think you should ask me RST? Ken replied in a neutral tone, "Isn't she your girlfriend? So why do you even want to conceal where you live? It's not like that you are hiding some dark secret in your apartment." Ray sighed and thought, well, it's not his fault, and replied, "I don't know if she has a sister or not. I will ask her if she has and let you know." Ken thanked Ray with smile. "Oh really, thanks Ray." Miss Yumiko entered the classroom. Her sweet voice entered in students' ears. "Please take your seats." Students got back to their seats. She took attendance and started teaching mathematics in the RST period. She started to write down the linear equations on the blackboard, 8 by 7 5. After attending some lectures, Ray was walking in the corridor. He took and was about to walk in front of Miss Yumiko's of say, but he heard, "Excuse me, Ray?" He turned his head to the direction of the voice and looked at Miss Yumiko. "Yes, Miss Yumiko." She quickly presented her request to him. "Can you please deliver these documents to the Student Council of Say, if you are free?" Ray accepted the documents with a light smile. "Yeah, sure. Anything else I can help you with?" She thanked him. "Nothing else, just these, and thanks, Ray." Ray started walking towards the Student Council of Say. Student Council of Say was not that far from where he accepted the documents. So, it just took him 1 minute to reach the Student Council of Say. He knocked at the door with his left hand while holding the documents in his right hand and heard, "Come in." Ray opened the door and entered the Student Council of Say. Ray's eyes met with the person who was sitting on the chair while doing some paperwork. He had dark green eyes and spiky red hair. Boy with red spiky hair adjusted his clubmaster eyeglasses with lightly touching with his hand before asking, "How can I help you?" Ray answered in neutral, "I got some docs from Miss Yumiko to deliver." He pointed at the table and asked politely, "Can you please keep those on that table?" Ray walked to the table and put the documents on the table. Red Hair Boy thanked him. "Thanks," Ray said while walking to the door. "You are welcome." Red Hair Boy started working again and Ray closed the of say room. He walked a little far from the student council when a piano song entered his ear. "Piano, who is playing this song? It just kinda feels sad." He started to move his feet towards the music room. The moment he came closer to the music room, he felt more emptiness and strong feelings towards the song. Song was like a magic spell to his ear which he could not resist but follow. It just felt like someone has caged and wanted to be free, but he or she can't see any hope of light to free himself from the darkness. Ray thought while moving his steps forward. The notes became more intense, that made him think about his mom whom he had no idea about where she was. Last notes end the moment he opens the door of the music room. He felt like his entire world was shaken by the last notes. He stood there and his hair slightly uttered. His eyes focused on person behind the piano. He could not see the person from that angle, so he started walking to see the person. Girl in black uniform noticed his presence and wiped her tears hurriedly. She changed her expression from sad to smiling. She stood up from her seat and walked to see the person who entered the room. She looked at the person with a bewildered look. Ray, what are you doing here? Ray's expression turned astonishing when looked at the person behind the piano. He was surprised to see Kyoko because she did not expect her to play that song. He replied honestly, well, I walked to deliver some docs to the student council when I heard that song you were playing, so I just came to check because I never heard playing that song before. Kyoko understood. That explains, Ray continued. Honestly, I haven't imagined that you were the one whom I would be here. You never told me that you could play the piano. And what was that song? She answered proudly. That is my original song, Falling Tears. I composed that song. Ray did not ask more questions related to the song. Are you going back? To the classroom now? She nodded. They both walked back towards the classroom. Ray looked at her while walking. I can't understand this girl at all. They walked back to the classroom and attended all the lectures. School was over. Ray was walking with Kyoko on the way to his home. He suddenly remembered something and asked Kyoko, Hey, do you have any siblings? She looked at Ray with a perplexed expression, but it changed into a joking mood. Siblings? Why are you suddenly interested in that? Oh, aren't you planning to propose to me for marriage or something? It's not like I will refuse what we are still in school. Ray interrupted her before she ran more simulations. Stop talking nonsense, I just asked, if you have any siblings. Where did that marriage come from? She laughed. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Okie, I tell you. I don't have any blood siblings, but I have one cousin brother. Why do you want to ask that? Ray felt sorry for Ken in his mind. So, she did not have any sister. Sorry, Ken. After pondering for a while, Ray replied, I just wanted to ask, that's all. She did not pay attention to that subject anymore. Kyoko parted ways with Ray and waved her hand. See you tomorrow. Ray responded back with a waving gesture and walked to his route. Chapter 12. I don't fight without a reason. Ray was resting in his room while staring at the letter in his hand. It was a letter from his mom. It had been around 4 months, when Charlotte went to foreign country. Since then, Ray had not seen her and talked with her, except for those letters. After reading the letter, Ray stood up from his bed and put the letter in an envelope. He kept the letter in the drawer and walked to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and looked inside. I have to go to the market. He took out 1 bottle of apple juice and poured it into glass before keeping back. He drank the juice and cleaned the glass. He walked towards the door and opened it from inside. He got out and locked the door before descending the stairs. His smartphone vibrated 2 times. Ray took his phone from his pocket and unlocked the phone. He looked at the text message from Kyoko and read, Why haven't you come to school? Are you at home? I have something for you. Ray texted back to her, I am going out. And put his phone back into his pocket. Ray was walking in the back alley street. While he was in deep thought, his shoulder accidentally bumped into someone that made him lose his balance. He came to his senses and unconsciously apologized without even looking at the person he ran into. I am sorry. The angry voice entered his ear the moment he apologized. Do you think I will let you go just like that, pretty boy? Ray moved his head towards the owner of the voice and his eyes met with dark black eyes. He had short black spiky hairs and his ears had 3 piercings on each side, in which he wore a snake-shaped earring in both ears. Damn it. Why the hell I ran into these guys? Ray cursed while paying attention to other boys to that guy's side. One of them had long blonde hair and blue eyes. Ray turned his eyes towards the short brown hair boy with deep brown eyes, who was chewing candy gum and making balloons with it. They all have the same ear piercing. Despite looking like a delinquent, they had quite good physique and a handsome face, which could attract attention of pretty girls. What should I do? Should I make a run for it? I don't think that would work. I don't want any GHT with these guys. Ray thought for a moment to resolve the situation. After some thoughts, he decided to apologize again. I am sorry. Short black hair boy presented a deal. Okay, if you are that sorry, let's make a deal. I will let you go if you let me punch on your face once. Ray was about to speak his thoughts on that deal, but girl's sweet voice entered to his ear. Ray, what are you doing here? Ray did not look at the direction of the voice at his back, but recognized her. What the hell is she doing here? I don't want any more trouble with these jerks, Black Hair Boy asked. Hey, do you know her? He did not turn his head back to her, and accepted his deal without answering him. Okay, you can hit me. All three of them were a little stunned, and Ray easily accepted their condition, but Black-haired Boy clenched his ST and punched Ray in the face. Ray was hit in the face and lost his balance but did not fall. Blonde-hair girl who was walking behind Ray, she picked up her pace and ran to Ray. She shouted in an angry voice, "Hey, what are you doing?" Her wavy blonde hair uttered while running. Three delinquents were about to leave but stopped when they heard her angry voice. This girl is always getting me into trouble. Why can't you just leave me alone? Ray thought while turning back to her. Ray stopped Kyoko and held her hand and shouted, "Run." He started running while holding her hand and arrived at the main street in a few seconds. Ray looked back at the alleyway and felt relieved when he saw no one was following them. Kyoko asked while panting, "Who were those guys? Why were you ting with them?" Ray looked in her pale indigo eyes and thought for a moment. I knew those guys would not hurt her, but why still I did not want her to be seen by those jerks. He shook his head and replied, "You don't have to worry about them." He put both his hands on her shoulder and said, "Listen, wait for me in the city park. I will meet you over there. Don't follow me." She was about to speak, but however, Ray interrupted her in the middle and said, "Just do what I said." She nodded with her head and started walking toward the direction of the city park. She took a glance at Ray and Ray smiled at her. Ray waited until she disappeared, then he walked back to the alleyway. Three guys from before were still standing at that place. Short black hair boy smiled when he saw Ray walking to them. "I know you will come," Ray replied with a visible smirk on his face. "Oh, were you waiting for me?" Short black hair boy moved from where he was standing and said with a smile, "So, you know about us." Ray replied with the same expression. "Well, I never met you guys, but I heard about your group from one of my friends. So, you are the famous The Snakes from Fight Club." Now the blonde boy replied, "Boss was right about you then. So, why did you come back then? Do you want to take revenge or something?" Ray averted his eyes to blonde and answered, "Don't you want to GHT me in the RST place? I knew you were always looking for GHTS. So, you were provoking me. Well, I can GHT one-on-one with one of you guys. Now, you guys can decide who you want to GHT." Brown hair boy who was busy listening to them, joined the conversation. "This is exciting, then I will." He was about to complete his sentence, but the short black hair boy interrupted him. "Rocky, I will be his opponent." Rocky retreated and let Simon accept the challenge. Jack also did not have any complication with the decision. Ray already knew the names of the White Snakes member, so it was not hard for him to gur out the identity of the three boys, based on the information he knew from his friend. After making the decision, Simon launched a punch at Ray, but Ray already expected that. He was already prepared for that, and slightly moved himself to dodge the punch and counterattack with his right hand. His punch made Simon lose his balance, but still Simon had a small smile on his face. It was like he was having fun. Same could be said for Ray, who was ting with excitement. Simon spoke while blocking another attack from Ray. "You are not in the ting club, but you can GHT really well." Ray had a small smile on his face while he tried to attack again at Simon. "I got some martial art training from my mom, so I knew some moves." Simon lunged his kick at Ray and got successful to hit him this time. "That explains, but you are nothing but an ant in front of me." Ray fell on the ground when he hit by his kick. However, he reacted so fast and moved his legs so fast to hit Simon's legs while lying on the ground. "Don't think so highly of yourself." Jack and Rocky were enjoying the match in front of them while commenting, "I have not thought him to be that good." "Me either." Simon fell on the ground and laughed. "Ha ha, I guess I evaluated you wrong." They both continued for 10 minutes and stopped ting after they were fully exhausted themselves. No one gave up at the end and the match was a draw. Now, both sitting against the wall and talking with each other like some old friends, Simon asked, "Hey, why don't you join our group? With you, we could enter at least in the top V." "Thanks, but I can't," Ray replied while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief from his forehead. "Why not? You are so good. You can even reach the top 20 in solo ranks," Simon asked with anticipation. Ray shook his head. "I am sorry, but this is not my thing." Simon down his head with disappointment. "I guess You can't even if you want. You have a beautiful girlfriend and probably she doesn't want you to have a scratch your pretty face. Ray shook his head again and replied with a small laugh. Ha! She is not my girlfriend. Simon and his friends looked at him with confusion and asked, then, what is she to you? Is she your sister? What she is to me? A friend, I guess. Ray thought before replying, she is just a friend. Oh, I forgot. I must go now. Ray stood up and waved his hand while saying goodbye to his new friends. 3 of them still had complicated looks on their faces. Is this guy real? She is just a friend to him. Ray covered the few meters distance and arrived at the city park, where he told Kyoko to wait for him. Park was almost empty and felt silent. Ray saw Kyoko who was sitting on the bench. He walked to her. Hey, Kyoko. She looked at the direction of the voice and saw Ray's disheveled appearance. Ray, what happened to you? Did you GHT with them? Ray checked himself when Kyoko mentioned it and thought in his mind, my clothes are all a mess. After observing himself, he replied to Kyoko while stroking his messy hair, well, it was not a GHT. It was just a friendly match. She looked at him with a bewildered look. Huh? Friendly match? What does that even mean? Do you know them? I can't explain all things to you. Don't worry about that. By the way, what did you text me for? Ray replied while changing the subject. Kyoko looked at the small bag and gave it to Ray. Take this. Kyoko had a timid expression on her face when given the small bag. Ray was a little confused about the small bag he was receiving from Kyoko. He did not have any idea what was in the bag. And he thought, I thought, she is going to give some notes for school. And he asked with a perplexed look, what is this? Kyoko answered shyly with a single word, chocolate. Chocolate. Ray was now a little more confused. Kyoko pouted and explained, you don't remember today is a chocolate day. I made chocolate for you. And I wanted to give it to you in school, but you hadn't even shown yourself at school today. Ray listened to her and did not read too much into it, because he accepted her fake relationship with Kyoko, and felt like it was natural for her to give the chocolate as lovers do on chocolate day. Ray thanked her with a small smile after she explained, thanks, Kyoko. Kyoko looked at his smile and her heart started pounding. Ba dum, ba dum. She averted her eyes not to show her red cheeks to Ray. Ray looked at her actions and asked, hey, are you all right? You are acting strange today. She faked her expression with a small smile. I am okay. It's just your imagination. Ray did not argue with her. Kyoko suggested to Ray, let's take a little walk. Ray nodded and started walking with her. After taking a short walk, Ray and Kyoko sat down on the bench. She slowly leaned toward Ray and supported her head against his shoulder. Ray moved his eyes and looked at her. Beautiful wavy blonde hair. Are you tired? Let me stay like this for a moment, Kyoko said. Kyoko felt comfortable while she was leaning against his shoulder and her eyes became a little sleepy. Ray looked at her and felt something different in his heart. His lips curved up without even realizing it. She looks so innocent right now. Ray shook his head a little to avert his attention. What I am thinking and said to Kyoko, hey Kyoko, don't sleep here. She moved her head from his shoulder and apologized to him. I am sorry. It's okay, Ray said. And he suggested, let me walk you to your home. Kyoko accepted his offer and started walking with him. She told him his home address. After a short walk, Ray and Kyoko reached her home. She invited him to her home, but Ray denied her offer. Ray once again thanked her for the chocolate before leaving. Thanks again for the chocolate. See you tomorrow. Kyoko happily said goodbye to him and walked to her home. It was late evening. Streetlights started to illuminate the town. Ray said to himself, it's already this late. Ray walked to the market and got his groceries. After buying groceries and some ready-made food, he came back to his apartment. He put all the things in the right place and looked at the bag Kyoko gave him. He took out the box and opened the lid of the small box. He looked at the heart-shaped chocolate and took one piece and ate it. This is good. He closed the lid and put the chocolate box in the cooler. After taking shower, he started preparing dinner for himself. Ray looked at his phone screen as usual and started thinking about his mom. One more day had become the past that he spent without Charlotte. By that time, he had become used to eating alone. He served the food and ate his LL. After finishing all tasks for the day, he fell asleep. Chapter 13. That day I lost you. Short black hair boy was sitting in the school library with blonde hair beside him. His eyes focused on the notebook while his hand was busy solving the equations. Almost all the other seats were occupied by the students, who were busy preparing for upcoming NAL exams. Small White Hand stopped writing after she nearly solved the equations and she moved her head towards Ray. Look, I solved this problem. Ray averted his eyes towards her notebook of Kyoko and observed the equation. That's good. Nally, you managed to solve at least one equation. Let's move to more difficult equations. Kyoko suggested. Let's take a short break. Ray turned his head towards her and denied without even considering it. No break. We have just started. We will not take any break until you solve at least 10 problems. Kyoko made an innocent face to make him fall for the puppy eyes trap. However, she did not get success. Ray replied with a neutral expression. Solve 10 equations and we will take a break. If you don't want me to go to the festival with you, then you can do whatever you want. Kyoko pouted and reluctantly agreed with him. Okay, I will solve 10 problems. Ray smiled and started working to solve the equation. While they were both busy talking, a blonde boy noticed them and walked towards them. What are you guys studying? Ray and Kyoko lifted their heads in unison and looked at the owner of the voice. Hi Ken, we are studying mathematics. Kyoko replied. Have you done today? Ray asked. Ken replied. I'm almost done for today. So, are you going to the festival? Ray was about to produce the words from his mouth, but Kyoko cut in and spoke with excitement. We will. Ken looked at Ray with an envious feeling and thought, you are so lucky, I wish I had a girlfriend like her. Ray focused on him with his blue ocean-like eyes. It was like he was some kind of mind-reader magician or something. He stood up and whispered in his ear, I know what you are thinking. I am not that much lucky as you are imagining. Those words made Ken wake up into reality. He did not spend much time with them and left shortly. In my eyes, I guess you are. Okay, bye guys, see you tomorrow. Kyoko felt confused and didn't understand what both were talking about, but she waved at Ken with a smile. Ray also said bye with a smile. Ray, what were you both talking about? Kyoko asked with a perplexed look on her face. Ray looked in her confused indigo eyes and answered, it's nothing. Don't worry about that. I will buy you one in the festival if you solve all these problems today. Her confused eyes lit up when he said those words. It was like a child get motivated when his parents made a promise to buy a good toy if he gets good marks in the exams. Oh really, Ray? Nodded at her and thought, I did not expect that will motivate her that much, otherwise I would use this strategy from the start. Kyoko found the motivation that she needed and started working hard on the other problems. After studying for an hour, Ray and Kyoko finished their study session. Ray and Kyoko walked out from the library. They were walking from the corridor. Hey Kyoko, want to drink something? Ray asked while looking at the vending machine. She nodded and pointed at the drink she wanted. Ray inserted the coins and selected the drinks he wanted. Ray picked up the drink and gave one to Kyoko. They both left the school and reached the traffic sea lights where they usually parted ways to their homes. Kyoko said, don't forget your promise, while waving at Ray. Ray nodded at her while making the same gesture at her. Next day, a girl in a red dress looked at outing white clouds in the blue sky while walking towards her destination. When her long loose blonde hair uttered with the wind, it was like she was a princess from another world or something. Her smile could explain how happy she was. In contrast, her eyes looked painful. This day will probably be my last day with him, she thought before climbing the stairs and walking in front of the apartment. She lifted her right hand and pressed the button in the corner of the apartment door. Shortly after, a young boy with black hair opened the door. Hey Kyoko. Her smile was still there on her face like glue, and she greeted him back. Hi Ray. It was the day of the festival, and Ray agreed to go with Kyoko alone. Ray walked out from his apartment and suggested to her, shall we go? Kyoko nodded with her head. Let me just lock the door, Ray said while locking the door. After locking the door, Ray and Kyoko walked down the stairs to go to the festival. Ray looked at the people who were walking ahead with their partners. Ray felt a little nostalgic by the scene. He lost in his thoughts and started thinking about Kiniko with whom he used to go to the festival. I wonder, what is she doing here right now? Ray came back to his senses and looked at the blonde-haired girl beside him. Her eyes crossed in one direction. Ray averted his gaze at the direction she was looking at. Ray looked at two couples who were walking ahead of them while holding each other's hand. Why is she staring at them like this? Does she know them or something? Wait a minute. Does she want me to hold her hand? After running through some questions in his mind, Ray Nally concluded, I am sure, she wants me to hold her hand. Should I do it? Well, it's not that big a deal. Besides, in the eyes of others, We are a couple. But this is embarrassing. Ray took a glance at Kayoko and then moved his hand towards her hand. His fingers touched her hand, and he gently held her hand. Kayoko felt a gentle grip on his hand and looked at Ray with a flustered expression. Ray's face turned a little red when she looked at him, and he said with an embarrassed face, "Why are you so shocked? This is what you wanted when you were staring at those couples. If you don't want to." After saying that, Ray tried to lose his grip. But Kayoko shook her head and held his hand. "That's knee." They started walking again while holding hands. Is he a mind reader? Kayoko felt happy and embarrassed at the same time while thinking about his sudden actions. They reached the site. It was not new to Ray. However, it was Kayoko's RST time to visit the festival in the old town. She was so excited and looking all around like a child's RST time visiting an amusement park. On the other hand, Ray felt a little sad while recalling his memories with his mom and Kiniko. He looked at the excited blonde girl beside him and thought, I should not ruin her day. He put a fake smile on his face and suggested to Kayoko, "Shall we go to the main site?" Kayoko nodded with excitement. They ascended the stairs and walked to the main shrine gate. There were all types of stalls installed like the previous years. "Let's pray RST," Ray suggested and released his grip on Kayoko's hand. Kayoko nodded and walked through the crowd to the main shrine building. Kayoko closed her eyes while holding her hands in front of the shrine. Ray was standing next to her while praying. They both prayed and walked to explore the festival. Ray started showing things to her and explained the plan he made. He made the whole plan, so she could enjoy everything in the festival. Ray walked to the food stall and came back after a minutes while holding 2 bags in his hand. He gave one bag to Kayoko. Kayoko opened the bag, and the salty aroma reached her nose the moment she opened the paper bag. She grabbed one piece of fritter and placed it in her mouth. "It's hot, hot." Ray looked at her. "Hey, are you all right?" She chewed the potato fritter and gave a sign to him that she was all right. Ray blew with his mouth on the next piece to cool it down before eating. Kayoko followed his way and started eating with ease. After being satisfied with the food area, Ray took her into the gaming area. "Which game do you want?" Kayoko answered with excitement while looking all around. "All." Ray sighed and pointed at the stall. "Let's start with that." Kayoko nodded and they walked to the stall named Boom Balloon. It was a simple activity to shoot the balloon with a Re-E. There was no prize in this game. Ray talked with a middle-aged man who was the owner of the stall and paid him to play the game. Ray and Kayoko both got chances to shoot. Owner gave the gun to Kayoko, and she accepted with a smile. She took her stance and closed her left eye to aim at the small balloon. She pulled the trigger, and the bullet left the barrel and hit the balloon. Balloon popped with a bang sound. She cheered with happiness and got ready for the next chance. But she was not that lucky at this time and missed the target. Ray looked at her while having small smile. "Maybe you were lucky for the RST time." She looked at him, but she did not get angry at him. "I guess you are right, but this time I will hit the balloon." She aimed again at the target, and this time she was successful again to hit her target. In the next 2 chances, she managed to hit only once. She got 3 points out of 5. It was now Ray's turn, and he grabbed the gun and took a stance. He aimed at his target and pulled the trigger. Bullet ran towards the small balloon wall but did not hit any balloon. "Why am I so bad in this?" Ray tried again but failed again. He narrowly hit the target in 4th chance and managed to get 2 points out of Vay. Even though he lost to Kayoko, he did not get disappointed. On the contrary, he enjoyed that little game with her. They both moved to the next stall and started playing the next game. They played almost every game in the festival. Both had satisfied looks on their faces. "Hey, want to eat some ice cream?" Ray asked Kayoko when he noticed the ice cream stall. Kayoko nodded with her head. They both walked to the stall. Ray ordered the owner, "Can I please have 1 vanilla and 1 strawberry Aver?" That moment, he realized, "Damn it, I forgot. Today I am not with Kiniko," he said to the owner. "Please wait," and turned to Kayoko. "I am sorry, I did not ask you. Which Aver do you want?" Kayoko replied with a small smile. "Strawberries are knee." Owner heard her and asked Ray, "Strawberry and vanilla is okay?" Ray nodded at him. Ray paid the money and grabbed his ice cream. They both walked to the seating area. "Why did you order strawberries? Is someone else used to come with you to this festival?" Ray's face turned a little pale when those questions entered his ear. "I used to come here with my friend. I just ordered these Avers out of habit." By the way, I told you that I will buy you one thing. Did you decide on anything? Kayoko's attention averted and she shook her head. Not yet. Rei suggested, let's take a look at the accessory area. I think you could ND something over there. Kayoko nodded and walked to the accessory area. Rei and Kayoko stopped in front of the accessory stall. Do you like anything here? Rei asked Kayoko. Kayoko turned her head towards Rei and replied, I want you to choose something for me. Rei looked at the items and his eyes met with a crescent moon pendant. What about this? Kayoko nodded with a smile. This is pretty. Rei asked again, do you like it? But her answer was the same. Rei bought the crescent moon pendant. Kayoko lifted her head a little and looked at Rei without saying anything. Confused expression appeared on Rei's face when he looked at her. Do you want me to help you wear it? She blinked, which answered his questions. Rei looked all around with an embarrassed face, and he lifted his shaking hand towards her neck while holding the pendant. He circled his hand around her neck underneath her beautiful blonde hair. He locked the chain with his shaking hand and quickly retreated his hands. His face turned a little red. Hanging lights on the poles lit up and illuminated the area after the sun said goodbye for the day. Rei averted her eyes towards Kayoko's happy face. Smile appeared on his face, and he suggested, let's go, Kayoko. Reworks are going to start. Kayoko nodded and looked at the lights. Mixed feelings of happiness and sadness started owing through her heart. Only a few minutes left. I have to say goodbye to you. But I have got many happy memories today. She looked at Rei while walking to the reworks area. Rei sensed her gaze and looked at her. Is something on my face? Kayoko shook his head. It's nothing. They reached their destination and after climbing, crowd gathered to see the reworks display. In a few seconds, the reworks show started with the RST rocket exploding in the sky with beautiful colors. Everyone's eyes stared at the sky. Every rocket produced boom sounds while shattered into sparkling colors in the sky. Kayoko averted her eyes from the sky to Rei and looked at him. Her beautiful pale indigo eyes turned into so sad. It was like all her pain and suffering could be read through her eyes. She touched his hand and Rei turned to her direction. Kayoko lifted herself a little to stand on her toes. Her lips instantly reached Rei's lips. Tears started falling from her eyes. It happened so fast that Rei did not react to her action. He felt a soft touch to his lips, and he introduced a new feeling for the RST time. It was his RST kiss. Rei somehow felt feeling of sadness in that kiss even though he could not look at her eyes. Even rework rockets were still exploding and making noise, but for Rei, the world became silent. His all senses became dull. Kayoko unattached herself from him and said while reluctantly parting with him, goodbye Rei, before running away from him. Rei froze at that moment when he saw tears in her eyes and his heart ached so much to see her in that state. He felt like his heart shattered into a million pieces. He could not move his body at that time, and the only question running through his mind was, why? What just happened? Fireworks were still exploding in the sky, but in Rei's life, one more light was about to disappear. He came to his senses after a second and ran after her, but it was already too late. She already disappeared in the crowd. He tried to look everywhere in the crowd for her, but to no avail. He descended the stairs and ran to the main shrine. He searched every corner of the festival but could not ND her anywhere. Last rework rocket exploded in the sky and red, blue, and green painted the sky with sparkling colors. People were cheering with their loved ones. Noise started getting down and all the colors in the sky disappeared after a few seconds. People started heading to their homes. Rei was still looking for Kayoko in the crowd. Very few people left the festival. Rei sat down on the empty bench. His head was down, and he had a confused look on his face while staring at the ground. He kept asking to himself, why did she leave like that? Why? He did not have any clue about what just happened at the last moment. He heard someone say, Rei, is it you? He lifted his head towards the voice and saw a blonde boy and an 8-year-old kid with blonde hair and blue eyes. It's Big Brother Rei, kid said while licking apple candy in his hand. Rei put on a fake smile and replied while stroking the little kid's hair, Sam, did you enjoy the festival? Little kid nodded with a smile and pointed at Ken's hand. I did. And Big Brother Ken bought a racing car for me. Rei looked at Ken. Are you heading home? Ken nodded and asked, where is Kayoko? Rei did not know what to answer because he did not know himself why she left him. He just lied. Well, she left with her cousin. Ken did not ask more questions. Sam held Ray's hand and said, "Let's go together to home, Big Brother Ray." Ray nodded and walked home with Ken and Sam. That night, he could not sleep and kept thinking about the last moment he spent with her. Why did she kiss me? Why did she leave me? Chapter 14. I want to see you again. It's not like that I like being alone. It's more painful to lose someone in life than being alone for your whole life. Next day after the festival, Ray put on his black color uniform after taking shower. His ocean blue eyes turned slightly red due to not sleeping. He walked to his study table and picked up his blue school bag. He walked out from his apartment and locked the door of the apartment. He was walking faster than usual and stopped at the traffic lights. He moved his eyes to the other side of the road in hope to see Kayoko walking from the other side. He waited there for around 10 minutes, but she did not come to that place. Maybe she already went to school, Ray thought, and started walking again to the direction of his school. In a few minutes, he arrived at school and entered the school. He was a little late that day, and he ran towards his classroom after entering the entrance gate to the school building. Fortunately, he made it in the classroom in time. His eyes moved towards Kayoko's seat, but he could only see the empty seat without Kayoko. Why is she not her? Maybe she is ill or something? I will check on her after school. He walked to his seat and greeted Ken. Hey Ken. Ken also greeted him and about to open his mouth to say something, but he saw Miss Yumiko entering the classroom. Ray took his seat and looked at the seat next to him. Miss Yumiko greeted the students and announced something. Students, I have something to share with you guys. Kayoko had already taken her NAL exams and she will not be present with us for exam sessions. Kayoko? Why did she leave early? Did something happen? Students started asking all kinds of questions to Miss Yumiko. One student was silent. He could not make any coherent thoughts in his mind. His mind turned blank and only one word owed through his mind. Why? Why? Ken turned his head towards Ray and asked, Hey, do you know anything about this? When he heard, Ray woke up from his stupor. However, he did not have the proper answer to tell. Ray's lips moved and his eyes were a little sad. I don't know. Miss Yumiko spoke to students. I don't have any answer about why she left. I didn't even know before this morning about this either. The principal informed me about her this morning, so I don't have any idea what's going on with her. Now, it's time to study for exams. Let us start practice. Ken did not ask anything else to Ray and started concentrating on study. Ray could not concentrate due to his mind having so many questions. School was over. Ray left the school in a hurry and walked towards Kayoko's house. Ray arrived at Kayoko's house and pressed the doorbell switch. After a few seconds, someone opened the door. Ray looked at the spiky red-hair boy with eyeglasses with confusion. Aren't you from the student council? Ray knew that person, but he was a little confused to see him in Kayoko's house. Yes, I am. So, why are you here? Red-hair boy asked. Ray asked him with a perplexed look. Is this Kayoko's house? I am Ray and I am Kayoko's friend. What relation do you have with her? Red-hair boy replied. My name is Martin and Kayoko is my cousin. If you are looking for her, then I am sorry, but you can't meet her. She only came to this city for few months and now she already has left this city. Ray's face turned pale, and he felt like he lost someone so important to him. She left and I can't meet her again. These are the only words echoing through his head on repeat. Martin asked to him, Anything else I can help you with? Ray came to his senses and looked at Martin. Thanks. I came here to just see Kayoko. Martin said goodbye to Ray. Okay, see you then. Ray nodded at him and started walking to his home. He did not ask any questions about her to Martin about why she left or where she left, because he became depressed while thinking about her. When he was leaving that place, he sensed someone looking at him from the window. He looked up at the window, but no one was there. He continued walking while thinking, she came into my life without any notice, and she just left like that. He arrived in front of his apartment and unlocked the door. He walked in and placed his blue bag next to his study table. He fell backward on his bed and started thinking. She does not even tell me why she left, and here I am, thinking about you. From that day, Ray's day started becoming lonely. Exams are now over. Ray started spending all day in the apartment. This month he could not even receive any letter from his mom. He started feeling depressed. His ocean blue eyes became dull and empty. He was sitting in his room while looking at the letters that he received from his mother last month. This month you did not even send me a letter. When will you come back? He put back the letters into an envelope and placed them on the small bench next to his bed. Doorbell sound entered his ear. Ding ding. Ray thought while standing up from the bed. Who could be this? He stood up from the bed and walked out the front door. He opened the door and saw a boy with red spiky hair and green eyes. Martin, what are you doing here? Martin looked at Ray's confused face and said, I want to tell you something. It's about Kyoko. Ray's eyes were staring at Martin in bewilderment. Kyoko, what is about her? Is she coming back? Martin, answered Ray with a difficult expression. She has never gone anywhere. Ray's expression changed into anger, and he said, What the hell did you say? She did not go anywhere? Then why did you lie to me that day? It's because she told me not to tell you that she was still in the old town. Martin answered, What are you talking about? Why would she do that? I am confused. Tell me the truth. Ray demanded the truth. Martin's face turned a little sad. I will tell you everything. Can I come in? Ray nodded and they both walked towards the sofa. They both sat down on the sofa and Martin started explaining to Ray, that night in the festival. I was at the festival and saw Kyoko running in the crowd. I ran after her and caught up to her. She stopped when I called her name. She looked at me. I felt pain in my chest when I saw her crying. I walked to her and wiped her tears. I asked her, why was she crying? What happened to her? She hugged me and started telling me that she wanted to live like a normal girl and fall in love with someone. I knew the reason why she was feeling that way. Martin looked at Ray with a little sad expression and continued. She probably had told you that she wanted you to play the role of her boyfriend. However, the truth is, she fell in love with you the day she met with you. When she met you for the second time at the start of winter semester, she was so happy. I did not see her like that before she met you. However, I knew she would be going to hurt much more when she had to decide to leave this place. Ray was so shocked to hear that all, but he still couldn't understand why she didn't want to tell him that she was leaving until he heard the next most shocking news about her. When he heard next words from Martin, it was like Ray's whole existence started shaking. She is sick. In Ray's head, sick started echoing. Did he just say sick? What does he mean by that? Ray thought. He felt a bad omen in his heart. He did not want to ask him any more about that. It was like he knew the answer to what he was going to receive if he would ask. But still, Ray looked at Martin and asked in a trembling voice, Hey, what do you mean by that she is sick? Martin looked at his expression and felt a little happy for Kyoko, because he did not know before how Ray felt about her. Now, when he saw reacting like that when he heard Kyoko was sick, he was convinced that Ray was not pretending to be her fake boyfriend. He also had feelings for her, even though he hadn't realized that yet. Martin said, She is sick, but it's not life-threatening. However, she needs surgery. Ray's expression turned to little ease. However, from his tone, it was clear that he was still scared to ask more questions. Before Ray even opened his mouth to ask more about her illness, Martin continued talking. She was supposed to be the day after the festival with her parents. However, the date for her surgery has been rescheduled. She is leaving today. She told me not to tell you anything, but I am worried about her. She is just convinced herself. If she would go for surgery, then something bad is going to happen with her. It's not her illness that I am concerned about, but her own thinking in that way. Martin faced Ray and requested with pleading eyes, Please, go to her. She is going to leave at 3:30 p.m. by train with her parents. Ray felt all kinds of images in his mind. He recalled the moment that he spent with her. He remembered how he introduced to her on the day of Christmas, and next time he met with her at the start of winter semester. He looked at his phone. It's already around 3 p.m. I only have half hour to you. Ray looked back at Martin and thanked before jumping out from the sofa. Thanks. He dashed towards the front door and climbed down the stairs while running. He took his bicycle from the parking area and started paddling in a hurry. He crossed the traffic lights while recalling his moments with her. He recalled the moment when Kyoko claimed that Ray was her boyfriend in front of the whole class. More memories of her remembered, the more he became sad. He started paddling in a standing position to increase the bike speed. His eyes started producing teardrops and ominous clouds surround his heart. He felt like that if he would not see her that day, and he would lose her forever. He reached the train station. He was on the main road, and he was approaching the curve on the main road. Unfortunately, when he was about to take a small turn, his feet slipped from the paddle. He lost his balance and saw a red sedan car coming towards him. But it was too late for him to do anything. He felt like he was facing death at that time. and he was going to die. Fortunately, the car's speed slowed down, however it still hit him. When a car and bicycle collided while producing a bang sound, Ray was thrown away by the impact and rolled down on the ground for a few seconds. Car stopped the moment it collided with Ray. Ray's face was covered with blood and his vision started becoming blurry. He saw two people approaching him. He felt a familiar feeling with both people. A scream entered his ear. Ryu-woo-wee. He blinked his eyes towards both people and tried to speak. Mom. Kin KK, Kini Ko. His eyes shut down and his whole world turned to dark. He slowly tried to open his eyes. He blinked several times before completely waking up from his dream. He looked around with his teary eyes and found himself in a familiar place. It was his room where he was currently living in the city of Nirvana. That's what happened to me that day. Wait, what happened to Kyoko? I could not see her that day. I have all my memories back now, Ray thought while still busy and recovering from his situation. Chapter 15. When I Met You for the First Time. Charlotte was driving her car back to her home. It was the day when Ray and his friends went to Old Town. Ray went to Old Town with his friends, in hope that he would recover his memories, and he could end some clue about that girl. After parking her car, Charlotte stepped out from her car and walked to the front door of her house. She opened the front door and went straight to her room. There were pictures framed on the wall. She looked at the picture of her son when he was so little, and she started to think back when Ray was so little. You were so little when I saw you. Look now how much you have grown. Time does why. Charlotte thought to herself while looking at her son's framed photo on the wall. Charlotte started recalling her past life when she looked at hanging photos. She lost in her thoughts and her memories started playing in her mind like videos. She started remembering the day she met with Ray for the RST time. A beautiful young girl with long blonde hair entered in big building. There was nothing special could be seen outside the building. She looked around with her beautiful blue eyes. She walked to the front counter and looked at the man behind the counter. Around 28 years old young man with curly black hair and deep brown eyes noticed her presence. He had a name tag Mike on his white shirt. He looked at pretty girl in front of him in blue jeans and black shirt. He asked her with professional smile, "How can I help you, miss?" She replied with beautiful smile painted on her face. "If God exists in this world, don't you think devil also exist?" Mike did not get confused by the words he heard from beautiful girl in front of him. Instead he smiled at her. "Well, I guess you are right. If God exists, so the devil." He continued with same professional smile. "Can I have your ID please?" Charlotte took her ID from her wallet and handed to him. Mike received her ID card and scanned it. Charlotte was a part of SCF. It was called Special Crime Forces. SCF collaborated with police to help them to special murder cases. Mike gave her ID back with one additional single blue card. It was size of debit card. "Please go into room 9A on the RST or..." Charlotte received the ID and blue card, thanks, and walked towards the stairs. She climbed up the stairs to reach the RST or... She walked in the corridor all the way to room 9A. She stood in front of the door and touched the sensor lock with blue card that Mike gave her. When the blue card touched the sensor, small green light echoed on the lock. Charlotte entered the room when she got the permission from people inside the room. Charlotte got the attention of other officers who were already present in the room. There were already 7 officers present in the room. There were 5 girls as same age as Charlotte. Other were 2 senior male officers. Charlotte greeted them. "Good morning." Middle-aged man with average facial features nodded at her and gestured at her to take her seat. He had average-looking face with short beard cut and long black hair. He was the chief of the number 18 division, and his name was Yashin. Charlotte received nod from other team members, and she seated beside short black hair girl. Another male officer who was present in the meeting stood up on his seat and started walking towards the screen. His rank was only second to Mr. Yashin and his name was Yamaara. He stopped and started speaking. "You already know why you are here. You all received the details about the case we are going to work on." Everyone nodded at him. Yamaara said, "That's good. As you know, there are already 2 victims who were killed. We must stop him before he gets his hand on more innocent person." Everyone of Sir became serious and nodded at him. Charlotte also did the same. Charlotte was recently joined officially in SCF team and that was her RST case. She was little nervous at that time but did not show on her face. Yamaara turned on the screen and continued. "In both murder cases, few things were similar. First thing was that killer is only targeting women. In both murder cases, he used the knife to kill his/her victims. Both women used public transport to commute from work to home. From the information, we can deduce that our target is probably someone who is familiar with public transportation. Our plan is to prepare a lure him to catch this criminal. And 5A of you will play a major role in this case. Charlotte and the other officers already reviewed the plan. Yashin stood up and started explaining further to all girls. Every one of you will use this small tracker to show your location, and if you found something suspicious, then you could just press this small red button to alert us. Every one of you will be followed by one senior officer, and the officer will track your location with this device. Keep that in mind. Don't try to put your life in danger. If you feel anything suspicious, just press this red button to alert your companion. He continued the explanation for a half an hour. After explaining everything, he asked them, "If you have any question, you can ask me now." He received some questions from the officers, like timing, group members, location, etc. He easily answered all those questions. After he answered to all, Chief Yashin encouraged them before initiating the meeting. "I know this mission is dangerous for all of you. For some of you, it is your RST mission. Some of you are already experienced. Remember your training, you have done a lot of demanding work to become SCF officer. Now you are part of SCF. Let us make this city a better place for people to live, where people can enjoy their life without any fear. We cannot let the crime rate increase. Let us catch this killer before he takes more innocent people's lives." Everyone agreed simultaneously, "Yes, sir." Meeting finished and all the officers took their leave. All the officers went to their assigned places. All the officers started working on their mission. All the officers have different assigned areas. Officers started working on their assigned tasks. Charlotte was already registered to some company close to the company where the second victim used to work. 3 days had passed since they started looking for the killer, but they did not have any luck finding the culprit. It was the 4th day since Charlotte started to work on that mission. Charlotte was waiting for the cab in front of large building. Her beautiful long blonde hair was tied as ponytail and her hanging bangs slightly covered her beautiful blue eyes. She had blue jeans with white shirt, and she was carrying black bag in her hand. She looked at the upcoming black cab. She waved her hand at the cab, and cab stopped in front of her. She took a glance at the driver before entering the cab. He was a middle-aged man with small mask on his face covering his face. She told the location to driver while entering by the back door of the cab. Driver pressed the accelerate with his right feet and started driving. Few seconds later, Charlotte smelled something in the cab, but she pretended to know nothing. As the smell entered to her nostril, she stopped inhaling. "Is this a sleeping gas?" she thought. Her eyes started closing by themselves. She felt like she was so tired. She could not help but fell on the seat. Driver looked at her in the mirror and evil smile appeared under the mask. Few minutes had passed, and Charlotte regained her consciousness back, but pretended to still asleep. She heard him talking with someone. She slowly moved her hand to her pocket and pressed the button on the tracker. Yama-Ara was already following them, but he kept his distance from them not to make the culprit suspicious of him. However, he lost track of them due to stuck in traffic, but he still could track them by the tracker. When new sign appeared on the tracking screen, he sped up the car because Charlotte alerted him about the danger. Charlotte managed to take out a small device from her pocket. It was a special stun gun device which was made for SCF officers. Suddenly the cab stopped and Charlotte acted quickly and hit the neck of the driver with a stun gun. She caught him off guard and made him unconscious. She hurriedly tied him up with handcuffs while he was unconscious. She stepped out from the cab and looked around the area. She heard his conversation with another person whom he was working with. His assistant also managed to catch one more girl and Charlotte did know that they planned to meet in that area. She was so afraid, and she was panting after she barely managed to catch one criminal. Suddenly someone's scream entered in her ears and her heart stopped for a moment. Her body acted without thinking and she ran towards the abandoned building. Shortly after, Senior Officer Yama-Ara arrived at the scene. He saw the black cab and stopped his SUV black car. He quickly stepped out from the car and investigated the cab. He was little astonished to see unconscious driver in the car. Meanwhile, Charlotte already had reached in the building and heard someone screaming again. Charlotte was on the RST or she held her gun in her hand while slowly ascending the stairs in stealth mode. In few seconds, she reached at the second door and saw someone running towards the second stairs. She pulled the trigger and shot at him the moment she saw him, but she missed him. She did not see his face but managed to see snake tattoo on his neck. She quickly approached the women lying against the wall and tried to stop the blood owing from her stomach. Charlotte could not stop her tears from her eyes to see her condition. It was her RST case. She did not like to see people hurt. Women was hurt so badly due to stab by the culprit. Charlotte quickly called to ambulance while trying to treat her wounds. Yamaara also arrived at the scene and ran to help Charlotte to treat the wounded person. The women tried to say something, but she felt difficult to say anything. She lifted her hand to touch Charlotte's hand. Charlotte looked at her face and understood that she was trying to say something at that time. She had beautiful ocean blue eyes and long black silky hair. Charlotte got close to her to hear her, plea, say salve y. Women closed her eyes slowly and fell unconscious. Ambulance arrived at that, and they con she was still alive at the time. They put her on the stretcher. Charlotte was still confused by her last words, but she soon found what she meant. Charlotte was about to leave the place, but she stopped when child's crying sound entered her ears. Ooh, a. She turned around and looked at the direction of the noise. Her legs moved unconsciously when she saw a baby lying on the ground. She ran to him and held him in her arms. Baby stopped crying and looked at Charlotte with his ocean blue eyes. Fortunately, baby was not hurt anywhere. Charlotte heaved a sigh of relief and looked in his eyes. Teardrops started falling from Charlotte's eyes. Yamaara, who was busy in informing to his boss about the incident, turned back to look at Charlotte. He disconnected the phone call and ascended the stairs in a hurry when he did not see Charlotte. He stopped at the entrance and looked at Charlotte, who was holding baby in her hands with astonishment. Baby. Charlotte looked at him and said, "This probably her son." Yamaara nodded and said, "You did a good job today. I already informed the situation to Chief. Let's see check on her. I hope she make it out from this ordeal." Other officers already arrested the other criminal who wanted to kill Charlotte. However, the other was successful to escape. Charlotte nodded with her sad eyes and averted her eyes to baby in her arms, who already fell asleep in her arms. She followed Yamaara and descended the stairs. They both got into the car and Yamaara started driving to the hospital. After driving for 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, Yamaara and Charlotte walked into the hospital. Yamaara walked to reception and asked about the victim while showing his badge to the receptionist. "I am from SCF and there is patient who admit here in around half an hour. How is she doing?" Receptionist started checking the information and answered him, "She is still in the emergency. You can wait in the waiting area. I will call you." Yamaara nodded and walked to the waiting area with Charlotte. Baby in Charlotte's arms opened his ocean blue eyes and stared at Charlotte. He did not have any idea about the cruel reality that his mother was facing at that time. Receptionist called to Yamaara, and he walked to the receptionist. Meanwhile, Charlotte waited in the waiting area. She started playing with Ray. Few minutes later, Yamaara came to the waiting room. He looked at Charlotte and Ray with sad eyes. Charlotte was still busy in playing with Ray. She lifted her head and looked at Yamaara and asked, "How is she?" Yamaara could not utter a single word. He just shook his head while his eyes still surrounding with sadness. Charlotte's face turned pale, and she looked at Ray, who was still smiling. She could not stop her tears and thought out loud, "This is all my fault. If I only could arrive there early, then I could save her." Yamaara looked at depressed Charlotte and patted her head. "You have done your best. Look at this child. If you could not act at that time, probably he would not be alive right now." Charlotte looked at smiling baby and hugged him while not holding back her tears. Even she went through harsh training, but she was still 20 years old girl. So, she could not stop feeling sad for that child who lost his mother. Few days later, in the investigation, SCF team found that Ray's father had also died a few months ago in a car accident, and his mother was the only one who was taking care of him. When Charlotte came to know this, she decided to adopt Ray as her son. Charlotte's parents were officers in SCF. They died while carrying a dangerous mission, and now Charlotte was living alone by herself. From that day, Charlotte moved to Old Town, so she could take care of Ray while still working for SCF. SCF tried to get out the information from the criminal they captured, however, he did not open his mouth and he committed suicide. At that time, they had only one clue about the other criminal that had a tattoo on his neck. They became more alert and tried to capture the criminal while using different tactics, but the culprit never showed himself. After that incident, no one got killed in that city. After a few years, They closed the case when they could not ND the culprit. Chapter 16. You are my only family. Rain was just stopped. There was still water droplets falling from the drenched green leaves. Sun showed itself after half an hour raining behind the white clouds and sky turned clear. Woman in her 30s was sitting on her desk in her room and writing some letters. Her blonde hair was tied with red ribbon as ponytail. Her hand stopped writing and she thought while putting the last letter in the envelope, rain has stopped. Maybe I should cook something. She kept all the letters in the drawer and walked to the window. She looked outside and started admiring the scenery. She looked at some kids playing outside, and she started reminiscent about Ray when he was kid. She was in deep thoughts when someone knocked on the door. She woke up from her stupor when she familiar voice entered in her ears. Mom, can I come in? She moved her beautiful blue eyes towards the door and gave permission to Ray in sweet voice. It's unlocked, you can come in. Ray opened the door and entered the door. He looked at his mom's smiling face and walked to her. Charlotte asked to him with sweet smile on her face, Are you feeling hungry? Ray shook his head and answered with somewhat sad tone, Not really, Mom, I want you to talk about your work. Do you really have to go? Charlotte replied with teasing smile, Aren't you little old to feel scared to live alone? Ray's expression was not changed, and he replied, It's not like that. It's just, I don't want you to go. Charlotte continued to work with SCF, but she never told that to Ray. She had an assignment in another country, which she accepted. It was just for a few months. She had to go to another country to help the other SCF team. Charlotte rented an apartment for him to live in due to escaping prison. There was a criminal who escaped from the prison and Charlotte was involved in that case. She had not played that significant role to capture him, but she still could not compromise with her son's safety. Charlotte walked to Ray and hugged him. I will be gone only for a few months. Don't worry about that. I will be back in a few months. Let's cook something. I am feeling little hungry now. Ray nodded while separating himself from his mother's embrace. It was 5:45 p.m. Ray walked with Charlotte to the kitchen. Charlotte took some veggies from the refrigerator and started peeling them. Let me help you with this, Mom, Ray said while taking over on that task. Charlotte took the pots and started preparing other things to cook food. Ray said while peeling the veggies, I will miss your cooking, Mom. Charlotte felt little emotional when she heard. After hearing that, she really did not want to go. However, she needed to go to help her fellow officers. So, she kept her emotions in her heart and smiled at Ray. When I come back, I will make you whatever things want to eat. Ray nodded with smile. It took almost 1.5 hours them to prepare the dinner. When food was ready, they could not wait to taste the food, and feelings hungrier after inhaling the delicious smell. Charlotte served the food for both, and they started eating. After eating dinner, Ray and Charlotte did not go to their rooms. Instead started talking with each other in balcony. Ray looked at the starry sky while his mom was doing the same. Look, Ray, there is shooting star. Charlotte pointed with excitement. Ray took a glance at the sky and then quickly averted his gaze on his mom, who was wishing. Isn't a little childish to believe in these superstitions for her? Ray questioned to himself while forming big smile on his face. Charlotte slowly opened her eyes and looked at Ray. What did you wish for? Ray shook his head and said with smile, I could not see the shooting star. If I could wish, I would only for me to become your son for my every single life. Charlotte felt warm when she heard her son's words. She hugged him for a second and separated herself while saying, Thanks. It's already late. You should sleep now. Ray nodded and they both walked to their rooms. It was early morning. Charlotte walked into Ray's room while he was still asleep. She kept the letter on the study table and looked at Ray's sleepy face before she left the room. She slowly closed the door so she won't disturb him. She took her small suitcase and walked out from the house. There was already someone waiting for her at front gate in car. Charlotte looked at short-hair women in the car and greeted her. Hi Terry, sorry for the wait. Terry was also a SCF officer. She was good friend of her. She wore white shirt with black jeans. She turned her pretty face towards Charlotte when she heard her voice. Hey Charlotte, are you ready? Charlotte put the suitcase in the car and entered the car. She took the passenger seat. Terry turned the engine on and started driving. Terry asked to Charlotte while driving, I did not see your son. Was not he at home? Charlotte replied to her, he was still asleep, so I did not wake him up. By the way, how is Tina doing? It's been a while since I have seen her. Terry replied with smile. She is doing knee. You should come home after you done with this assignment. She would love to see you. Charlotte nodded with small smile. I will, I want to see her again. Time passed in a blink while they were talking. They arrived at the airport and Terry parked the car. Terry helped Charlotte with her stuff. Terry said while separating ways with her, "Don't be reckless. Take care of yourself and don't put yourself in any unnecessary danger." Charlotte thanked her. "Thanks, Terry, I won't." After saying goodbye to Terry, Charlotte walked into the main gate of the airport. She checked in her luggage and waited for a few minutes to get her boarding pass. Her flight was on time, so she did not have to wait for long. It took few hours to reach her to her destination. After taking her luggage, Charlotte walked out from the airport, where she met with an officer named Jack. He was a middle-aged man with short black hair. He wore a black professional suit. He greeted Charlotte with professional smile. "It's good to see you, Charlotte." Charlotte greeted back him with professional smile. "Hello, Officer Jack." Charlotte met him few times before and they worked together on some cases. Both walked to the parking and Jack led Charlotte to his black car. Jack dropped Charlotte to her hotel and said goodbye with same professional smile. The next day, Charlotte started working with other members of SCF. In 2 months, Charlotte nicked almost all her assignments. But one day, someone hacked their computers, and he sent a message to them. All computers were showing the same thing in the FC. It was video, in which a person playing a cosplay of Joker spoke. "When Joker show his face, your time will end with boom." Suddenly something exploded outside with producing sound. Boom. All the officers petrified for a moment. It was like someone cast a spell on them and they could not move. After a few seconds, they woke up from their nightmare and looked at each other with scared expressions. They ran outside towards the direction of the explosion. Charlotte also followed them. They looked at the burning car in the parking lot in front of the building. It was a little far from the other cars, so the RE did not catch on to the other cars. One of the officers quickly called the fire brigade. They still had shocking looks on their faces and did not have any idea what just happened. While they were investigating the scene, they went back to the FC and started checking the information about the hacker, but to no avail. While they were busy trying to end the culprit, hackers again hacked their computers and video message started appearing on every screen in the SCF FC. Video started with his laughter. "Ha, ha, ha. Did you like my little gift? That was a little present for all of you. But next time it will be something bigger. I am a reasonable person, so I will give you some time and clues before every game we will play. Are you guys ready to face life and death game? I will send you the details for our next game. Until then, bye and enjoy your rest of the day." It stopped and all the computers and screens turned normal. Everyone's faces were lulled with anxiety and tension in the FC. Jack was the RST1 who broke the silence and asked to his colleague, "Ricky, can you chase this guy?" Ricky woke up from his thoughts and started working on his computer. "I am trying." All the other officers also calmed down and started working. From that day, Charlotte stuck in that case. She supposed went back in 2 or 3 months. But she spent almost 6 months on that case. SCF team started more riddles and puzzles from the Joker, and they tried hard every single game of his. Some of them got gravely injured when solving that case. Charlotte could not call back to Ray because she was in that case and Joker was targeting family members of SCF team members. She decided not to contact Ray. Finally, they managed to catch the culprit. There were 6 criminals in that altogether. Joker was the main planner and hacker, who managed all the crime activities and planned them. He was trying to avenge his brother who was killed by the SCF officers. He wanted to make them feel in despair and killed them one by one. However, he underestimated the SCF and got caught by them. Finally, after almost 6 months, Charlotte nicked that case. She came back to her country. However, she did not go back straight to Old Town. She spent 2 days in the city of Nirvana to provide all the details to Senior Officer Yamaara. Yamaara now became the chief of the SCF and Charlotte was working under him. It was evening time. Charlotte was walking in the town market, where she accidentally met with Kiniko. Charlotte looked at the short brown hair girl who was coming out from the convenience store and she called her Kiniko. Kiniko looked at the direction of voice and big smile appeared on her face. She ran to Charlotte and greeted her with excitement. "Hello, Aunt Charlotte," Charlotte said with beautiful smile on her face. "I haven't expected that I would run into you. You have grown so much these last couple of years and become more beautiful." Kiniko blushed a little and asked to Charlotte, "Is Ray also with you?" Charlotte shook her head and replied, "I came here by myself for my work. He did not come with me." Kiniko felt little disappointed after hearing Charlotte. Charlotte looked at her disappointment and suggested her, "Why don't you come with me to Old Town? Ray would be happy to see you." Kiniko thought for a moment and asked with smiling face, "I want to go, but I have to get permission from my parents." Charlotte nodded with smile. They continued their talking and Charlotte visited to Kiniko's house. Kiniko and Charlotte entered the house. Kiniko called her mom. "Mom, look who came to visit us." Short brown hair woman walked out from the kitchen and looked at Charlotte. She called her name with little excitement and shocked face, "Charlotte." Charlotte greeted her with smile, "Hi Makino." Makino greeted her back and looked at the door. Charlotte understood what Makino was looking for. If Ray was here, he would think that Kiniko and her mother so alike. Charlotte thought. Charlotte said, "Ray is not here with me. He is still in Old Town." Makino looked at Charlotte. "Oh, he did not come with you. I thought if you are here then he would also be here with you." Makino led them to living room. "I will make some tea." Charlotte and Kiniko started catching up with the stuff happened in the last 2 years when they did not meet. After a few minutes, Makino also joined them, and she brought tea and snacks with her. That day, Charlotte spent all her day at Makino's house. Charlotte spent 2 more days in City of Nirvana before going back to Old Town. Charlotte stopped her red sedan in front of Kiniko's house. Kiniko in light green dress walked out from the house followed by her mother Makino in black top and blue jeans. Charlotte waved her hand to greet them while still sitting in the car. Kiniko walked into the car and took her seat beside Charlotte. After saying goodbye to Makino, Charlotte started driving. Kiniko and Charlotte had big smiles on their faces. "He will be so surprised to see you again," Charlotte said. Kiniko nodded and continued the conversation. "How tall is he now?" All their conversation was just circling around Ray. All the way, they were both laughing and smiling while reminiscent about the past. However, they never thought that their smiles were going to disappear soon. They arrived in the city. Charlotte was driving smoothly when she suddenly saw someone on cycle losing balance. Her mind worked on her own that signal her feet to brake the car. Unfortunately, she could not stop the car completely. Car collided with bicycle and person on bicycle rolled on the ground. Charlotte and Kiniko froze for a moment when it happened, but they composed themselves and ran out from the car. When Charlotte's eyes met with bicycle and her entire body trembled with fear, and she screamed while running towards the boy covered with red blood, Ray. When Kiniko looked at Charlotte's state and screamed Ray's name while following Charlotte, Charlotte embraced Ray in her arms and looked at his half-opened eyes. Charlotte's eyes turned to water fountain, and she was screaming his name. Kiniko's state could not describe similar but worse. Charlotte picked him in her arms and ran to her car. Kiniko opened the back door of the car and Charlotte put Ray on the back seat. Ray already lost his consciousness. They reached the hospital at time and managed to save his life. Fortunately, the car was slowed down considerably when it hit him. That's why he did not have many major injuries. But he was hit in the head and somehow lost in coma. He only woke up after 1 year. Ting! Ting! Charlotte's phone rang. She woke up from her thoughts and averted her eyes on the phone in her hands. She looked at the context of the message. Chapter 17. Old friend. Girl with short brown hair was looking at the roof of her room while resting on her bed. She held a soft teddy bear in her arms. Did it really happen? Or was it just a dream? Kiniko thought to herself. Her face was ushed red while recalling her RST kiss with Ray. He really. And it was my RST. Kiniko thought to herself while touching her lips. Countless new emotions were surging through in her heart. Flurry of questions repeatedly was circling in her mind. He confessed to me, but I did not give him an answer. What should I do? Should I confess to him too? This is so embarrassing. She hid her ushed face again underneath the teddy bear. While she was busy thinking about her future with Ray, the ringing sound of the doorbell entered her ear. She stood up from her bed and a thought popped up in her mind. Who could come this time? Could it be Ray? Her heart started pounding, and she felt nervous thinking about Ray. What I will do if it is Ray. She walked out from her room with nervous steps and descended the stairs. She walked to the front door and slowly opened the door lock. She pulled the door inward and opened it. She looked at the person in front of her and an astonished expression appeared on her face. Her lips just moved unconsciously. Kyoko. Kyoko's lips curved upward when Kiniko appeared in front of her. Hey Kiniko, it's been a while. Kiniko ran to her and hugged her without saying anything. Where have you been? You just suddenly disappeared without telling anything. Kyoko apologized. I am sorry. It's just something that happened. Kiniko did not listen to her and suggested to her, let's go inside. We will talk in my room. Kayoko nodded with a smile and followed Kiniko. Kiniko and Kayoko both walked in Kiniko's room and started talking about their past. Kiniko met Kayoko for the RST time when she transferred to school in the city of Nirvana. Kiniko was wandering in the school building, and she accidentally walked into the music room. Kiniko opened the door and thought to herself while looking around the musical instruments, it looked like a music room. She was about to leave, but someone called her, "Hey, stop. Are you a new member?" Kiniko looked back at the direction of the voice and saw a blonde-haired girl with beautiful pale indigo eyes. Before Kiniko refuted her words, a blonde girl spoke again. "Hey, what instrument do you like to play?" Words stuck in her mouth, and she thought, "Me? Playing? I don't even know a single thing about music. How could I play something?" Kayoko continued without giving any chance to Kiniko. "I made a new song. Let me play it for you." Kiniko could not reject her and nodded. "Old friend." While thinking, it's not like I had anything else to do. Kayoko walked to the piano and sat down to play the piano. She placed her injers on the keyboard. Her injers started moving on the keyboard. When notes reached Kiniko's ears, she felt like she was in another universe. Her expression was stunned, and she felt so touched with her music. Every single note of that song was a feeling. Kiniko did not know that much about the music, but still, she could feel the emotions in every note. Kayoko's injure stopped with the last note, and she looked at Kiniko, who was still in the world of music. Kayoko did not need to ask about her performance. When Kayoko looked into her watery eyes, at that moment, she understood that she was able to reach her heart. After a few seconds, Kiniko came back to reality and looked at Kayoko with astonishing eyes. How could someone play that good? Was it for real? From that day, Kiniko became friends with Kayoko and started learning to play piano from Kayoko. However, after some time Kayoko left the school without telling Kiniko. Kiniko and Kayoko entered the room and they both sat on the bed. They both started sharing with each other what happened in their life when they were not together. Makino also came back home, and she made some snacks and tea for them. Kayoko asked while taking a sip of tea, "Hey, Kiniko, what about your childhood friend? Did you meet him?" When her words entered Kiniko's ears, her face turned red like an apple, while Rei's face came to her mind. Kayoko looked at her with interest and teasing smile appeared on her face. "Don't tell me, you guys already." Kayoko was about finished her sentence. However, Kiniko hurriedly interrupted her. "Don't think unnecessary things, there is nothing happened between us." Kayoko asked with same teasing smile. "Then why you are turning so red?" Kiniko averted her eyes and understood the meaning behind her words. It's just, he confessed to me." Kayoko hugged her and said with bright smile, "Wasn't that you always wanted?" Kiniko nodded with a smile and asked her while changing the subject, "What about you? You suddenly vanished from this city without even telling me a single thing. Why haven't you told me anything?" Kayoko apologized. "I am sorry. It was just something. I did not want to make you worry about that." She continued explaining what happened to her. She explained about her illness. Kiniko's face turned pale when she heard the whole story from her friend and she asked Kayoko about her health. "Are you all right now?" She never thought in her dream that her friend was going through the hardest time of her life, and she was not even able to stay with her at that time. Kayoko smiled and replied, "I am all well now. My illness has cured, so don't worry about that." Kiniko heaved a sigh of relief and continued talking with her. It was 8 at night when Kayoko left Kiniko's house and took a taxi to get to her hotel. After arriving in her room, she looked in her purse and found out that her diary was missing. She started to recall while rubbing her temple. Where could I forget? She remembered when Kiniko's mom called Kiniko, she started writing in her diary and forgot to put it back into her purse. "I should send a text to Kiniko, and I will get it tomorrow," she thought while unlocking her phone in her hands. Kiniko, who was ascending the stairs while reading her text, she walked to her room and, old friend, looked at the black-color diary on her bed and texted back to Kayoko about the diary. After reaming her about the diary, Kiniko picked up the diary and found her crescent moon pendant under the diary. "Haven't I put this in the case?" Kiniko thought while holding the pendant in her hands. She walked towards her study table and kept the black diary on the table. Then she walked to the closet and opened the small drawer. She picked up the white case from the drawer and opened it. At that moment, a shocked expression appeared on her face. She looked at the identical pendant in the case, and then averted her eyes on the other pendant in her hand. How could there be two of these? Her expression turned darker and sudden thought came to her mind. Is this Kyoko's? Could it be that she forgot this with her diary? When she was thinking about the owner of the pendant, something came to her mind. She has pale indigo eyes. It can't be. She stepped backward and fell on her bed. She remembered while keeping grim expression on her face, he was searching for a girl with pale indigo eyes. She averted her eyes towards the study table and felt scared. She slowly stood up and approached the study table. She picked up the black diary with trembling hands. She opened the diary and sat down on the chair. She started ipping the pages and stopped when she looked at the title Time in Old Town. Her whole body shook when she read the title. She felt scared to IP the next page. She was scared that her deduction could be accurate. Her eyes started dwelling tears and she ipped to the next page. She started reading. I met a boy with blue eyes and black hair. When she read the description, it matched with Ray. The more she was going through the reading, the more her heart was getting crushed by it. Kyoko did not tell her anything about Ray, but when she read her diary, she came to know that her friend and herself were in love with the same person. She read Kyoko's story from her diary and decided to tell Ray. I will tell Ray about all of this. She made her decision, but still her eyes could not stop tears. After reading her story, Kyoko kept the diary and pendant on the study table and walked to her bed. Her eyes turned red due to shedding tears for a long time. She stared at the roof with her red eyes while still holding that matter in her head. Many thoughts started coming in her mind and she felt herself lost in a dilemma. What should I do now? Should I tell Ray? Is he gonna leave me now? Emotions started running through her eyes in a way of tears. That night was so long for her. She only slept 3 hours that night. Chapter 18, One Last Time. Dream only becomes a dream when someone wakes up to reality. Young man with black hair slowly stood up from his bed. He walked to the window and looked outside at the sky. How is she doing right now? Is she still in Old Town? After thinking about for a while, he settled his thoughts. Ray walked downstairs to the kitchen where Charlotte was making the breakfast. Morning, Mom. Charlotte greeted him back with a smile while averting her eyes towards him. Morning, Ray. Ray walked to her and said, Mom, I need to talk with you. Charlotte nodded while still working on the gas. It's about my memories. I got my all memories back, Ray said. When these words entered her ear, she was taken aback and looked at Ray with concern. Are you all right? When did you get your memories back? Ray answered her, I am all right, and when I woke up, I just recovered all of my memories. Charlotte felt relieved after hearing that and asked, Do you remember everything? Ray nodded. Charlotte asked while still showing concern in her eyes, I will make an appointment with your doctor. Ray nodded and walked back to his room. After taking shower, Ray ate breakfast with his mother. After eating breakfast, Charlotte went out for some work. It was 10 in the morning. Ray was sitting in his room alone and looking at his phone. Short brown-haired girl was standing in front of Ray's house while carrying a worried expression on her face. She hesitated for a moment. It was like she was going to make a really crucial decision for her life. But Nally, she lifted her trembling hand and pressed the doorbell. Doorbell produced a ding-ding sound in the house. When sound entered in Ray's ears, he averted his eyes from the phone. He stood up and climbed down the stairs. Who is at this time? He approached the door and looked at a short brown girl in black dress. Hey Kaneko, that's good you are here. Come on in. I need to talk with you about something. Kaneko greeted him and followed him. Even Kaneko's tone was a little sad. However, Ray did not notice. They both walked to Ray's room. How come you are here? I was about to call you, then you showed up. Ray asked. It's just, I need to tell you something too. Kaneko answered in a slightly nervous tone. Ray looked at her with curious eyes and said, Oh, what is it? Kaneko replied, You go RST. Ray nodded and walked to window before opening his mouth. I got my memories back and I remembered everything now. Kaneko's heart ached, and she froze for a moment. Am I hearing right? Why am I feeling like that? I should be happy for him. But why? Isn't that what I always want? Her hazel eyes crossed on Ray, and she could not take them off. She was feeling like he was going to disappear if she took her eyes off him. Ray turned around and faced Kaneko. Ray looked at her and she was in her own thoughts. Ray called her name. Kaneko, Kaneko. His words entered her ears, and she woke up from her stupor. She looked at Ray. Oh, I am sorry. It was so sudden that I just lost in my mind, Ray said. Don't be sorry. It must have surprised you. Kaneko controlled her emotions and put a small smile on her face. Are you all right with this sudden change in your condition? When did you get your memories back? Ray answered with neutral expression. I am all good. It was at this morning. I was in dream and it kind of felt like real. When I woke this morning, then I already recovered my all memories. Kaneko nodded. Ray continued. By the way, what did you want to tell me? Kaneko's expression changed a little, and she hesitated before asking. It's just, do you know a girl named Kayoko? Kaneko still hoped that she and her friend was not in love with same person. Now it was clear that Ray got his memories back, so she brought that question in front of Ray. If Ray was really that person whom Kayoko wrote about in her diary, then he would also know her name. Ray was surprised with that question, and he looked at her perplexed expression. Did I hear wrong? Or did she say Kayoko? How did she know her? After thinking for a moment, Ray replied, I know her. But how do you know her? Kaneko's little hope shattered in 1,000 pieces when she heard the positive answer. A day before, when she met with Kayoko, all things were perfectly neat in her life. However, when she met with Kayoko, then all things took 180 degrees turn and everything changed in her life within just single day. It was like that she was about to achieve RST place in race, but unfortunately, she tripped over on something and lost to other player despite reaching to the decisive point. Kaneko looked in Ray's blue eyes. She could tell that how much Kayoko means to him. She started telling him all about how she met Kayoko her for the RST time till to the end when she visited her house yesterday. Ray felt relieved when he heard her story and found out that Kayoko was all right. She came into this city for just a few days. I know where she is staying. We can go to meet her if you want, Kaneko said with neutral expression. Ray nodded and started walking towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped and remembered something, and his face turned dark. He turned around and looked at Kaneko. Her usually beautiful glowing eyes were now turned dull. Tears were running down from them like a fountain. Kaneko tried to act tough in front of Ray, however she could not stop her feelings from running down her eyes. When Ray's eyes met with her dull eyes, he felt guilty and pain in his heart. How could I do this to her? I just promised her yesterday not to forget her ever again. Look what I am doing here right now, Ray thought while looking at Kaneko. He ran to her and hugged Kaneko. I am sorry. I did not want to hurt you. Ray separated himself and looked in her eyes while wiping out her tears. I am sorry. I haven't forgotten what I said yesterday. I meant every single word that I said. I always loved you and I always will. It doesn't matter if I lost my memories, and I was a different person. I will fall for you again. Kaneko looked at Ray with a shocked expression. She was feeling happy and sad at the same time. She was happy because Ray did not forget about her, and she was feeling sad because Kayoko was also in love with Ray, and she was getting in her friend's way. Kaneko asked, what about Kayoko? How do you feel about her? Ray hesitated a little before continuing. I can't settle my feelings. It just all mess in my heart. I don't know what to do and what should I say to you. I don't want to lie to you, that's why I'll just tell you the truth. I also have feelings for her. Kaneko was not shocked by the fact that Ray felt the same for Kayoko. She accepted the fact and nodded. After settling things, Ray and Kaneko walked out from his room and descended the stairs to get out from the main door. Ray walked to his bicycle and took it. Kayoko was staying in a hotel, and it was too far to walk. Charlotte was not at home, so Ray decided to go there on his bicycle. Ray took position to ride the bike, while Kaneko sat on the back seat. Ray put force on the right paddle to make the bike into motion. When the bike moved a little, Ray lifted his left feet and started paddling with both legs. Bicycle started moving faster, and Kaneko lightly held Ray's t-shirt with her right hand. She stared at Ray's back with her beautiful hazel eyes. She was immersed in her thoughts while Ray slowly stopped the bicycle on the traffic signal. Ray pressed the button on the pole to cross the signal. Kaneko woke up from her stupor. She averted her eyes on the taxi in front of her. She noticed a blonde-haired girl sitting in the taxi. Kaneko instantly recognized the person, and she was about to call the person. Unfortunately, traffic signal changed, and taxi started moving. Ray also started paddling again. Kayoko is in that taxi, Kaneko said suddenly. Ray was startled a little, then he moved his eyes towards the taxi. Taxi was going in the same direction. However, it already made around 50-meter distance between them, so Ray was unable to see who was in that taxi. Ray asked while paddling faster the bicycle to follow the taxi. Are you sure it is her? Kiniko confidently nodded and said, It is Kyoko. However, she looked like she was sleeping. Rei's eyes furrowed and ominous feelings started reaching in his heart. Text to mom. I think there is something wrong with this taxi. He should have taken that left turn to Kyoko's way. Why is he going straight? Kiniko also felt something amiss, and she quickly unlocked her phone and texted to Charlotte about the situation. Rei put full efforts to ride the bicycle as fast as he could. However, he could not match the speed of the taxi. At one point, he completely lost sight of that taxi. He reached the area of abandoned buildings. Sweat started dripping from his forehead and his t-shirt drenched with sweat. Meanwhile, Charlotte was about to start her car when she received Kiniko's message. She looked at the content of the message and she was taken aback. Only one thing came her mind when she read her message. It can't be. She hurriedly texted back to Kiniko. Her hands were shaking. It could be dangerous. Don't do anything, I'll call to police. Charlotte remembered the RST case, in which she was introduced. She started the engine and started driving towards the area where Kiniko and Rei was going. Kiniko spotted the taxi in front of the abandoned building and shouted, Rei, look, there is that taxi. Rei looked at the taxi and changed his direction towards the building. Rei threw the bike on the ground. He and Kiniko looked in the taxi, however it was empty. Rei looked at the abandoned building and dashed towards it. Suddenly, Kiniko received texted from Charlotte. When she read it, she felt scared and shouted at Rei, Rei. Her voice did not even reach in his ears, and he was already entered into the building. Even he was exhausted, but he did not stop running. Kiniko followed him, but she was little far from him. Rei climbed the stairs in hurry and his eyes met with the white-haired old man who was about to stab unconscious blonde-haired girl. Rei gathered all his strength and pushed the old man. Old man fell on the ground and knife fell from his hands. Rei looked at the blonde-haired girl and his eyes become little sad. Rei heaved a sigh of relief when he examined the condition of blonde-haired girl. Kiniko also arrived at the site and looked at the unconscious blonde girl on the chair. She hurried and started untying her hands and then looked at Rei. Rei averted his eyes to the old man who was about to retrieve his knife. Due to his old age, old man was too weak to quickly react to the situation. On the other hand, Rei was a lot younger than him, and his reacting speed was way faster than him. However, he was not in his full strength due to his accident. Both have their own weaknesses. When Rei saw the old man's action, he quickly dashed and kicked the knife. Old man looked at young man and started struggling with him. While they were both struggling with each other, Kiniko already untied Kyoko and started to wake her up. Kyoko slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was little blurry, and she looked at the gore in front of her. She blinked few times and her vision started clearing up and she recognized the person in front of her, Kiniko. While she was about to fully awake, two gunshot sounds instantly entered in her ears, and she suddenly moved her eyes towards the direction of the sound. Kyoko's face turned pale when she looked at the person. Kiniko's face turned pale as well, and she became a statue in an instant and could not move a single step. Old man fell onto his knees and blood started gushing out from his abdomen, and he looked at the young boy with black hair with a pale face before closing his eyes. Charlotte was already arrived at the location and when she heard gunshot then she rushed towards the building. Kiniko and Kyoko was facing Rei's back. Rei slowly turned around to face the girls and smiled at them. However, Kiniko and Kyoko's vision turned dark when they saw his state. Blood was spurting from close to his heart. They both shouted, Rei, oh boo, and dashed towards him. They were not the only one who were looking at them. There was also a third person who shouted simultaneously with them. Rei was about to fall on the ground. However, he was saved by Kiniko, Kyoko and Charlotte. Rei's vision started turning dark and he looked at Charlotte. He looked at the girls around him and coughed a mouthful blood while trying to talk. I'm so RRY, Kyoko. I could not meet you that day. He coughed another mouthful of blood while looking in Kyoko's eyes. Seeing him in that state, raining of tears falling from the trio's eyes and they said simultaneously, don't speak. Rei shook his head and continued, I am happy that you are all right. Rei realized that he did not have much time left, so he moved his head towards short brown-haired girl and continued speaking in his shaking voice, the NKS for always being with me, Kiniko. He smiled while recalling his memories with her. Kiniko could not help but crying more when she saw his weak smile. She felt like her heart was being crushed by something intangible object. Ray turned to his mom with smiling face. Charlotte's world was crumbling in every second. Inside in her heart, she could not feel anything but pain. It was so strong that she was petrified at that moment. Ray said in trembling voice, "Mom, I always wanted to tell you, but I could say it. I love you. If I ever born again, I want you to be your son again in my next life." He opened his lips. However, his soul left his body before even he could complete his last words. Time stopped for the trio when Ray took his last breath. Only screams could be heard from the building. At one point, Charlotte's eyes met with the old man who was lying on the ground. Her body shuddered when she found that he was the same person who killed Ray's mother. Charlotte felt like she lost her entire world. Ray was the only person in her life, and now he was dead. Kiniko and Kyoko's condition was the same as Charlotte. They screamed his name simultaneously, Rye. Young boy was lying on his bed, and he was in a deep sleep. He suddenly woke from his dream. There was a girl standing next to his bed. She was a beautiful young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. He could tell from her that she ran to his room out of concern. He asked her, "Mom, did something happen?" Beautiful woman replied, "It's just I had a bad dream. Just forget about that. You just get ready for your school. I will make breakfast." Young boy had a bizarre look on his face when he heard his mom's words. She had a dream too. Did we have the same dream? He thought. However, he did not say anything to her and nodded to her suggestion. Young boy was Ray, who woke up from a bizarre dream in which he had died. He could not tell if that dream was a dream or reality. Ray was now in her null year. After eating breakfast, he took his blue school band and looked at the specs box on the table. "I forgot these." He took out his specs and wore them on his face. He descended the stairs and opened the front door. However, he was stunned when he met with the sight in front of him. There were two girls standing in front of the door. Their faces were pale, like they had lost their souls. One of them was a short brown hair girl with hazel eyes, and one was wavy blonde hair with pale indigo eyes. When they looked at the young boy, they felt like their souls came to life. Ray asked, "What are you two doing here?" Both girls looked at each other and said simultaneously, "I thought we could walk to school together." Even Ray could tell they were lying, despite that he nodded and walked with them. Few years later, a 28-years man was sitting in his room. He was working on his book. He was writing a character's dialogue. "This is not your fault. Do you know who is the worst criminal in this world? It's not who killed people or kidnapped children. The worst criminal is someone who can control people's life just to entertain others. He could create criminals and heroes by himself. He doesn't get punished. Instead, he gets an award for doing all these things. You are just an unlucky character who happens to be played as a villain, and I am lucky to play as a hero. This is all to it in this life. Writers create characters like us to entertain others. In my eyes, the writer is the worst criminal in this world, because he creates worlds full of people in pain and suffering. Sometimes people refer to these criminals as so-called gods. Ray was still working on his book when two small hands approached from both of his sides. He gently touched the hands and looked to his right side at a cute little girl with short brown hair and blue eyes, and then he turned to the other side and looked at a blonde-haired little boy with ocean blue eyes. Both kids said simultaneously in childish tones, "Papa, play with us." Ray nodded at them. He looked at his book and closed the book, which reveals the title on his front page, "Why My All Lies Start in April." Ray held both children in his arms and about to go out when suddenly two beautiful women entered the room. They were Kiniko and Kyoko, who were now mature women, and they both married to Ray. Ray looked at them and thought to himself, "I could not figure it out until now. Was that a dream or reality? Sometimes I feel like I am also a character in this life, and someone else has already drafted my story."